Oh, where's the mic thing gone? Testing, 1, 2, 3. So can you bring me up on your YouTube? Okay. Can you hear me okay? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah? Is it? Tell me if this is better. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Is it? I just fucking pulled that mic out. Probably too shit. Oh fuck, there's Woodsy. Hi Chris, hi Mel, it's real echoey. Oh shit, okay.
So you're trying a new mic here?
Yeah, I am. Is it really bad? Is it really echoey?
No, this is how it is right now.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hmm.
No, it's not echoey, it's fine.
Okay.
I mean, it was echoey with the microphone, but once you took it out, he probably joined right before he took the mic out.
Yeah. Because Woodsy just coming, can you see it?
Yeah, I'm watching. Oh, yes, I can see it.
Huh?
I said, yes, I can see it. The whole writing.
Ahoy, mate. It's Sarah. Hey, Bob. I'm just trying out the new mic, but it sounds like it was really crap. I'm just trying it out because it's a new feature I unlocked. Yeah. Who's Hookstagram? Ahoy, mate. G'day, mate. That's pretty cool, though. 4 people, and I was just trying it out. Giddy up. Sounds heaps better now, Woodsy, you reckon? Okay, I was just trying this out because it's a new thing for me, and it's fucking a bit of a prick to sort it out, but I've sorted it all out now. But I've got this new mic. This mic here, but it doesn't sound too good. I'm going to plug it in again and see how bad it is. Bear with me, sorry guys. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright. Okay, testing 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3. What's that like? I'm a cannabis weed tuber. Oh, sweet. Hookstagram? Who was your mate that... Who was your mate that recommended me? It's awesome. Okay, so this is the mic. 1, 2, 3. Was it better when it's over here? Or on my hat, even. What? Is that okay? You can hear it still? What do you reckon? Yeah, let me know I was in the right. Your hat let me. Yeah, bro. Okay. Okay. Give that a go. Nathan Patterson. Oh yeah, Patto. Yeah, I'm a mod on Patto's bloody live when he goes live, mate. Yeah, I'm a member, top tier member with Patto. Patto's the inspiration of why I started doing this stuff, because he was like, I could see that in the community part of the threads, he was, getting young fellas in that 13, 14, 15-year-old mark where they wanted to, maybe join gangs or start stealing because they didn't have a father really role model in their life, or they're just rat bags. That if they listen to my stories and the exciting adventures I've been on, that they would join the army, because I know the military is having dramas. Oh, it's bad. Okay, I'm taking it out. Okay, I'm just back on the normal mic. Yeah, but I just wanted young fellas to maybe join the army because they're having trouble with recruiting at the moment with all this white bullshit and not being proud to be white, and So and I've got a bunch of stories. I've been to war a few times. As Woodsy and that would probably know, if you Hookstagram, if you have a look at my page, it's basically war stories. I joined the army when I was in '95, and then got out in 2017. Went to Iraq and did 2 deployments to Afghan. Went to Bougainville, so I've done a bunch of shit.
You can use the mic if you want. The mic's okay.
Was it?
Yeah, I'm setting it up.
Okay.
Either way.
Okay. Wow, that's cool. So when Nathan says go thumbs up, it's right there in the corner. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Instagram. I'm going to, I'll sub to your channel in a minute. But yeah, so I'll turn the camera around. See. That was me when I was a young grunt, when I'm talking about those times when my asshole was broken and shit. That was the Charlie Company. That's me just there in '96. That's at Kapuka. My dad painted that. This is a map of Afghan. Kandahar. Yeah, anyway, so I've been all over that bloody map. This is when I was putting recruits through. No shit. That's when I met Arnold Schwarzenegger at the Palace. John Howard's signature. A soldier's medallion I got when looking at this photo here. That means recruit instructor. And the second one from the top is the soldier's medallion, and the top one's the CDF gold commendation for my work in Iraq. Bunch of Iraqi money. Got that in Iraq. Got that's in the jungle. That's at Sektet in Iraq. Sitting in Saddam's chair. My promotion to Lance Corporal. Promotion to Corporal. My promotion to Sergeant. Yeah, so yeah, sweet. Okay, Sarah, I'll probably come out tomorrow morning and see you, okay? Love you, darling. Yeah, so this is cool. This is the first time I've tried going live. I was just trying it because I've got a new mic. I just wanted to test it out, but everyone's telling me it's a bit echoey. So, Mel's done this for me in the entrance as well. That's my last name. That's a recruit instructor's badge. That's a return from active service war badge. Oi, Davros. How are you, buddy? I'm just trying this shit out. Hey, Jack. This is sick. I didn't think anybody would come because I'm just fucking around. But yeah, so, but This one here was cool, because I don't know how people feel about John Howard, but he's my favourite Prime Minister. Only because he looked after us in a war zone, so... yeah. Fuck. Don't know what to say. I wasn't expecting anybody to be here. I was just going to do my own thing. But, yeah. What else can I show you? Yeah, so what's going on? We'd have... Of course, we'd have a yarn, bro. That's awesome, Jack. Sweet. No, it's only me. What?
I found absolute fucking equilibrium. Look at that.
Okay, just wait. I'm live right now. Do you want to say g'day?
No.
No.
Okay.
Josh, here's the flakes. Show me that tattoo. My boy.
Alright, get out.
That's cool, Dad Ross. We'll just start the fire. Hey, precious boy. He loves a bite of fire, don't you, boy? Hey, Chop Chop. There's a precious boy. There's a Patchy. There's a Patchy. A blue stuffy. And then this is stuff Mel made me. Dude rappelling off the roof. Mel loves frogs, so they're saving a frog. Oops. Oops. Then we've got a B-52 dropping Moabs. And she's done this for me too. We've got that on the wall, the Southern Cross. Little dudes fire at each other. Yeah. I've got that from Iraq as well. Where's the little ashtray, Mum, that I got? Where's that? On the shelf, he reckons. Let me turn a fucking light on in here. I wasn't expecting him to be here. This is fucking cool. Oh, there it is here. Look, this guy's. It doesn't look like much. Oh. You can't really see the Arabic in there. Anyway, this is like full got little things described about this guy's family. After shock and awe, he was on the legal to grow. What? Your very nice tat hair. Hey Chris and Mel. Hey Chris. Hey bro. I'm just testing out the live feature, you know, I've got a new mic and I'm just fucking around for a bit. But yeah, this thing here I was showing you. I got off a guy off the side of the road in Iraq. It was a family heirloom of his, been in his family 100 years. And he wanted some money for it so we could get some shoes for his kids, I think. And they were going to move out, get some money to move out of Baghdad, because once the shock and awe happened and we got there, it just, imagine Sydney or Melbourne, a city as big as that, taking the police out, taking any security guards out, taking out any type of authority, and then just say anything's, you know, anything goes. You know, that's what fucking he was like. He was trying to get some money for his kids, so I gave him 100 US, which got him out of Baghdad. But yeah, it was really bad at the start. They were like, yeah, fuck, you know, fuck Saddam, you know, thanks God for Tim Blair, George Bush, John Howard. But after about 3 months, when there was no law and order in Baghdad, and I don't know if you know Islam, there's Sunni Muslims and Shiite Muslims. And the Sunnis are typically the ones that do the terrorists, like the ISIS is Sunni, all the bad people, the Ba'ath Party in Iraq is Sunni. What, pewter and silver? Yeah, I think it is Chris, actually. Pewter and silver. I'll have a look. It just looks bad, but it's got these little family inscribed on them. Come on, I need a better camera. Yeah, it looks shit, but I got this too, made while I was over there. This is pretty cool. Hang on. Torch. Oh, okay, fuck you. Yeah, I've got this chessboard made. It's made out of marble. Yeah, awesome pieces. Yeah, so guys were making that out of marble. And I've got lapsuli, if you know what lapsuli is. The only place you can get that is in Afghanistan, any place. That's lapsuli. It's like this blue rock they mine. And it's like it has, is that a good trim on that side? No, not there. No, here we go. This one, you can see all the lines of gold through it. All those are lines of gold. It's beautiful stuff. And then Miles in TK got this made too. This is all made out of marble. And see, that's how many provinces are in Afghan. And where it says AFG, that's the province I was in, that brown one, right in the centre of all this shit. Yeah. So, yeah. What else to show you? Medals in here. I think we've got them ready for Anzac Day. No, they're ready for Anzac Day. Just having a look at everything. This is the weapon identification chart. Yeah. Wow, that's cool. Fuck, that's a lot of provinces. It is, bro. It is a lot of provinces. I was trying to find before. Where's Terran Cout? Sorry, you guys. Looking at my ugly mug. Here, there it is. Okay. I'll turn. Okay. So see where it says Terran Cout? That's our forward operating base was there. And then from here, up all these different valleys, we had all other patrol bases. Yeah, but that was the main one where everyone sort of come and hung out. So we did share that up into 2010. We shared it with the Dutch, but the Dutch were getting belted so bad they were losing probably 4 or 5 guys a day just driving around. In the end, when we got there in 2010, it was a change of RTF. So the first 9 years the Australian soldiers were in Afghan, it was called the Reconstruction Task Force. So thanks, Hooks. I'm on Hookstagram, man. I'm gonna come back here. I'll go and I'll subscribe to your page, buddy. I appreciate it, mate. But yeah, as you can see, love the old Macedonal. Thanks for popping in anyway, mate. I wasn't expecting anybody. This is cool. So yeah, it was the rebuild task force. So whenever the Taliban or they had a crack at the Australians, they would withdraw back to operating bases. So the Yanks thought we were fucking weak cunts from 2001 to 2009 because the Australians always withdrawed from an attack. Because we don't call it retreat. We don't retreat. We fighting withdraw, right? It's the same as we never lost. We're just geographically embarrassed every now and again. But yeah, so we went from RTF to MTF1. So it went to Mentoring Task Force. So we decided, so what that meant was we're going to grab the Afghan National Army, vet them, bring them into our base, and we're going to teach them how to fight. We're going to teach them everything. Teach them how to patrol, how to dig in, how to fucking do everything, right? But now, when we get hit, our mission had changed. Instead of withdrawing, fucking bang, we hit them. And then that first time the Taliban shit themselves because they're used to us withdrawing, but this time we flaked out and we started assaulting and we're getting like, 100 kills a day. We're finding, like one of the weapon caches we found one day had like 1 million RPG rounds, a bunch of fertilizer. Yeah, so with the Middle East, I suppose, the real true Middle East is from sort of Saudi Arabia through to Egypt. That's the real Middle East. Afghans classed as Asia. And they are sort of Asian. You see Afghanis, they don't look like Arabs. They've got that yellowy sort of browny skin with a bit different type of skin colour. And Iran, they're the Persians. They're a little bit different again, but they're Shiites. And the Taliban are Sunni. So all the bad countries are Sunni. The Taliban are Sunni. ISIS is Sunni. Boko Haram in Africa, he stole the girls. All those, what was it, 200 year 10 and 11 girls they stole and started marrying them to their fighters so they could start producing more fighters, true believers. So all the real bad terrorist groups are sort of seem to be Sunni Muslims, and the Shiites seem to be more compliant, more peaceful. But having said that, the reason why Saddam used to say that he had weapons of mass destruction that nobody really knows about was because he wasn't scared of us, fucking nuking him or anything like that. See, Saddam was Sunni, right? Was a Sunni Muslim. And he knew that Persia, Iran, are Shiites, and they wanted to have a fight with Saddam. But Saddam wouldn't have been able to take on Iran. Iran were better, technically more advanced. So what he did, he told everybody that he had fucking chemicals, weapons of mass destruction, in the sense he could level, big cities through chemical warfare. And then showed small videos of him doing it to the Kurds. If you're not too sure how Iraq is, at the very top near Turkey and the Syrian border is like a bunch of Christians called the Kurds. And they're trying to fight for their own country called Kurdistan. But he used to test chemical weapons on them, and that sort of blew out to the media. So Iran wanted to invade Saddam, but they were too scared because they thought Saddam would fire chemical weapons into Iran to stop it. So he was telling the world this so Iran wouldn't invade Iraq. So when we went round, we found nothing. It's because he was bullshitting. He had none. He just wanted to stop Iran from fucking invading. So once we sacked the Sunnis and we got the Shiites in 2003 when Saddam did a runner and we killed his sons, then we thought, who are we going to get? The Shiite. We'll get the top Shiite up. But then guess what he wants to do? It's our turn to fucking oppress the Sunnis. So they just started fighting with the Sunnis, having their own fights. Repressing them and, using all the weapons that we gave them to try and fight against the evil, against the, the Ba'ath Party, Saddam's true believers. They started fighting just if I was a Sunni and I lived in Baghdad, bang, they started fucking with us and putting us in jail, and it was bloody horrible, mate. It was horrible because when Saddam was head of Iraq, it was a nice place to live. He was one of the only true Muslims that didn't. He separated religion and politics, whereas like in Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, Iran, Pakistan, religion. Yeah, I only really know Iran and Israel and Gaza because of the war, so I went on maps and checked it out. Still considering all the different names of the groups. How do I see that? In that? Oh yeah. Yeah. So Hezbollah is a terrorist organisation, Shiite organisation in Iran, and then Gaza and what are the fighters called in Gaza at the moment? The fucking dickheads. Hamas. Hamas are Sunnis as well, and they're funded by Hezbollah in Iran, right? Because everybody wants to kill Jews. They want the Jews dead. All the Muslims want the Jews dead. Back in 750 AD when Muhammad was cruising around teaching Islam, they reckon that he flew from Saudi Arabia on a dragon to Jerusalem. That's why Jerusalem's a place of worship for the Muslims, but for the Christians and the Jews, it's a way bigger thing, right? Confusing, I meant not considering. I went on the maps, checked it. Yeah, it is, man. But usually the ones that want to kill people are usually Sunni. They're but having said that, I've seen Shiites, so what's your take on the shit that happened in Gaza when they attacked the guns? Yeah, bro, that's disgusting. They're fucking pieces of shit. Unfortunately, this is how we're thinking. If you want democracy truly in these countries where they're not born into violence, you have to kill. This is hard to hear. You have to kill everyone over the age of 4, even younger 3, and then bring them up with a liberal mind, with democracy. But they don't, because the minute they come out of the womb, the minute they're 3 or 4 years old, they're walking around in circles quoting verses out of the Quran. and they get a stick that's as thick as your finger. I've seen this happen millions of times. And the men will just smack the kid on the head every time he gets the Quran, the verse wrong. And then they sit down and they watch videos in Palestine, Gaza, Hamas used to show their kids how to stab Jewish kids. And that was the cartoons. If you look into this, you can see all this shit, man. So, really, the kids are indoctrinated. I mean, ISIS was getting them to cut men's heads off and hold them at 6 and 7 years old and hold their fucking, walk around with the man's head. Like, so you need to kill everyone over the age of 3 or 4, and then you need to teach them or introduce them to democracy or a republic or whatever the case may be, if you really wanted to do it. Because they're just crazy. They're true believers. They headbutt the ground so much. What the fuck? I didn't know it was that bad, eh? Oh yeah, no, it's real bad, mate. Real bad. You know? Yeah, it's really bad. And you know, like I was telling you, when we sacked Saddam, and we sucked Saddam, and then we sucked all the military left, all the military, to throw the police left. It was just like Sydney, you're going crazy. What the fuck? I didn't know it was that bad. Yeah, so it will never end, bro. It'll never end. No way, because they have to commit jihad. See, with Islam to get. It's not like with the Christianity where if you believe in Jesus Christ died on the cross for you, you're forgiven and you get to go to heaven. With Islam, it's your good deeds versus your bad deeds. And good deeds are what they call jihad. And there's different levels of jihad. The top jihad being a suicide bomber where you run into a crowd of infidel, and infidel just means non-believers in Arabic, or in, you know, over in that world, Middle Eastern world. Yeah, so... yeah, it's always going to be crazy over there because they're born straight into it. But yeah, so they've got Islam. With Islam, there's jihads, and the top jihad is suicide, running into a bunch of infidel, men being civilians or military, and committing suicide. Then you become a martyr, and that's the best jihad you can do. Well, so they bomb out. Well, so they bomb out of religious beliefs. Oh yes. Yes. We call them true believers. And then like you got levels of jihad, a little jihad, but still gives you good lines in Islam is, like if there's a soldier over there and you know there's Taliban to your left, but you go to the soldier and say, oh, there's Taliban to the right, so they walk away. You've lied to that infidel, so that's a small jihad. That's like a good tick for you against your bad ones. But still, Muslims don't realise that they're scared. I've spoken to heaps of them. In Thailand, there is a very large Chinese community, but I've never ever heard of them having any problems with the Buddhists. No, they leave them alone. See, in Thai and Philippines, you remember where the most amount of Muslims are is the Philippines, but no one thinks that. But the Philippine extremists aren't going around grabbing white people and cutting off people's heads in the name of God. What they do is they'll kidnap a family. Just say me and my missus are in Philippines. They'll grab me, take me out to one of their islands, and then put a ransom up, say, to my mum and dad or whoever, 50 grand to get them back. So they take prisoners and then they sell you for, or use you to get money. That's what the Philippine Muslims do. And that's what I'd say the Thai Muslims would be like that as well. You know, plus those governments don't take any shit too. You know, like the Thai government, and they won't take shit from these people. They're not like us. So, yeah, they do bomb out of religious beliefs, mate. And it sucks, it's terrible. But you've got all these levels of jihad. You know, so you've got to deal with that. And also, like in Afghanistan, you've got the Joneses who can't stand the Smiths. Are there any money for in there? And they make money for their tribe and family, but not to a lot different. Sorry, what do you mean, Jack? They make money for their tribe and family, but it is a lot different, that's right. Like in Afghan, they're looking next day, where I'm going to get my next meal from, where I was in TK. The further you get from Kabul and Kandahar, the two major cities, where the roads are tarred and it's almost city-like, the further you get from there, the sort of harder it gets for these guys. And you've got these caravans too that don't belong anywhere. They're just 100 guys with camels, and they literally just roam Afghanistan and Pakistan with the seasons. And because Afghanistan's actually translates into land of the tribal people, land of the tribes. But they, like I said, the Smiths hate one day we had this fucking boom, and I saw this mushroom cloud, the whole place rocked. I was like, what the fuck was that? We run out, like, that's fucking 3 k's away, what the fuck? The Smiths, right? Let's call them the Smiths. Were having a family reunion. The Chinese are doing that over here. Heaps now, kidnapping and stuff. Yep, it's a quick way to get money, man. Especially most white people, you know, Australians, British, and American. You know, usually got a bit of money, so they're easy to exploit. Yeah. Yeah. What was I going to say? Anyway, so the further you get out of the capital cities, sort of the worse it gets. You know, they're struggling for clean water. They carry water around, but they've got to pray. It's like before dawn, before lunch, after lunch, before sunset, after sunset. There's so many times they've got to pray. They have these things called for prayer. Wow, they play this music, and you've got to call, and you all got to go face north. And they carry this water around. I thought obviously to drink, but no, they've got to wash their feet. Their feet have got to be clean before they can fucking pray to Allah. So ain't that a bitch? Where all the Sunni, all the Muslims are in the Middle East, how hot it is and sweaty and dirty, and they wear sandals, but they've got to have clean feet to pray. I'm like, so they carry water around to wash their feet and not to drink. It's insane. Fucking insane. Yeah. So, yeah, so I have to say, look, going back to the Smiths and the Joneses, well, Jonesy knows that Smith's got all his family from all over Afghan there. The whole family's there, right? And they're having a big sort of like a big, you know, best they can of a barbecue and celebration. So Jonesy packs himself full of suicide, a vest full of the hardcore suicide vest, right? Diesel, fertilizer, all this crazy shit, and he ran into that family reunion. When they opened the door, they knocked, but he ran into the family reunion and detonated himself to wipe that whole fucking family out so they wouldn't come back at his. So that had nothing to do with Sunni or Shiite or religion or why the West was in their country fighting the Taliban or the Mujahideen. That just happened to be my neighbour versus your neighbour. You know, they've been fighting for ages, and this guy saw an opportunity, and now that there's suicide vests are quite plentiful, I'll end it for my generation. So that's crazy shit. We had to deal with that as well. And every time an interpreter would find a true Taliban or a guy that was trying to pretend not to be, they'd kick the fuck out of him. They'd start butt stroking him and fucking bash him. We'd have to pull him up, they'd fucking kill him there and then. We've got to, you know, do a bunch of shit. Yeah, so what's that? Yeah, so how far behind time are you, Davros? If you're still there. I think there's 3 people still there. I can't believe anyone's still listening to me. I nearly got robbed and whatever else by 7 Thai guys prawning in Phuket at 2 a.m. about a year ago. It's a long story. Did you ever have Taliban turn and tell you information? Oh, jeez, Chris. Yeah, for sure, all the time. You know, it's funny, you can put your weapon in front of their face and rack around, right? You're going to shoot them, they won't care, but you pick up a stick and threaten them with a stick, they start shitting themselves. 3 hours, so about, you know, 7 o'clock or something, 8 o'clock. Yeah, so, but genuinely, it's hard because you've got people there that just don't want to be, they don't want nothing to do with us, they want nothing to do with the Taliban, they just want to fucking live, right? Just like we do. They just want, go to the shops, get their kids to whatever education they can get, try and live in a better house, and just get on with their fucking days. They don't care about all the bullshit, right? All the politics. So those people they come in and the Taliban will be like, if you say anything to these fucking cunts tomorrow, you're fucked. And then we're in there saying, if you don't fucking tell us where the Taliban are, you're fucked. You know, so you got to play this game, and we call it hearts and minds, you know. So we started, like, we got a well, because they just have to walk. Some places they walk for 3 hours just to get their water, you know. And most of that water is just so they can wash their feet to pray. So we put a water well in the centre of the town. It makes it easier. They only got to have 500 metres each person, but the Taliban comes in overnight and blows it up and threatens all them because it's infidel. They're using infidel stuff, so they're liaising with us. Yeah, so, you know, I knew some guys had to strap on suicide vests and run at our gate, even though they didn't want nothing to do with it. They weren't even believers. It's just so, because the Taliban have their wife and children, a gun at their heads going, they're going to die if you don't do it. I'm in Newcastle, 9:52, 3 hours, yeah. Newcastle, Singo. I used to go into Newcastle when I was going through the School of Infantry. Oh, Huts just went up. That was cool. Yeah, I used to go to Newcastle all the time, man. That's where I started fighting in the streets back then. Was it the... Where'd I go and see Ganga Jang? Out on the patio, we sit. I think it was called the Playpen or something like that. I'm not too sure. But yeah, I saw Ganga Jang in Newcastle. I used to go there nearly every weekend. Hey, JDF. Hey, brah. A lot of people were asking me what this tattoo was here. My daughter did it. It's the chemical symbol for marijuana, for THC. That's what that is on the back of my hand. Yeah, so Afghanistan and Iraq. So you imagine Sydney with no law, no military, no... It's just anyone goes for it, you know, because like I was saying before, Saddam knew not to have religion and politics the same. He said this is politics. So he let, like, there's 3 or 4 universities, prestigious universities in Baghdad. You could walk along the Tigris with your family and have fish and chips on the Tigris River and have a great night. You know, the general living in Baghdad was really, really good. But he had his quirks. Like, everybody has to have an A4 size picture of him in every room, and in the family room where you all gather in Iraq, you've got to have like a poster size, like, you know, like the size of that. I've got here this map of Afghanistan. And then he would pay too, like he'd get your second cousins, find out who your third cousins is, and would pay them a lot of money or put their children through university in London if you could just tell me who's talking shit, who's talking rebellious. And that's sort of how he sort of kept an iron fist over Iraq. That's fucked, eh, poor people. I reckon China's like that. I meet a lot of Chinese over here, and they don't give a fuck. Political shit. Just like most Aussies, I guess. Yeah, I mean, most Aussies don't give a fuck. Look, we got this Anthony Albanese. What a fucking wetback. What a fucking beta male. Not even that, he's a shill. Look, you know, I don't know where you guys stand with with Israel and Palestine. You know, at the end of the day, the Jews, Israel pulled every single Jew out of Gaza Strip and gave that completely to Palestine in 2005 and said, it's yours and we don't want to fight. You know, but that when people yell out from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That means the Jordan border, there's a river, Jordan River there. That's where Jesus back in the day used to baptize people. And when they're talking to the sea, they're talking all the way over to the beach, which is the Mediterranean Sea. So if you look at that, that's what Israel's state is. They want every Jew dead. And, you know, Jews have been there since Jesus paid full back for Jerusalem, you know, over 2,000 years. You know, so I thought it was pretty cool when Donald Trump, when he was in president, he went over there and said Jerusalem's the capital of Israel. That was a major fucking... Because it is. You know, their God lived and died in Jerusalem, you know. But the Muslims try to take it over and stop the Jews and Christians from going to our religious... their religious sites, rather. Yeah, so... yeah, man. I know all the political... I'm really up to all that stuff. I'm up with Sunnis and Shiites. You know, because when I was in Iraq, I had to look after a few. We tried to bring work back in. To sort of show the local population we're going to try and, you know, retrieve law and order, and we're going to hire you guys so you can start making money. Because straight away, once we gave the Shiites the democracy, they just went and started smashing all the Sunnis. It's my turn. Because Saddam's been smashing them since 71 or whatever, he's been dictator. So the Shiites went, it's my turn to go and fuck on all the Sunni Muslims, fuck you, you know. And it sort of still is that. And then all the Iran fighters, they call this guy called, put in YouTube, Iranian Rambo. He came over all the way from Iran into Baghdad to fight the Sunni. Really, I don't know enough about it to comment much, but from what I see on the news, Palestine seems a lot more aggressive than Israel. Israel want peace. They're happy. You got to remember, Israel went all the way into... They gave Egypt land back. You can have that back. You know, they lowered their borders. They made it... The Palestinians that were like, we want our own. So they pulled all the Jews out of Gaza and said, this is yours, but we'll still supply, you know, the power and everything to make the Gaza Strip run. But they want them. It's just I don't know. I don't know why people want Jews dead. They want them fucking dead. You know, they wanted them in World War II, and ever since, man, they want Jews dead. And I don't know why, because they're okay. They're peaceful people. I mean, if they say Israel's committing genocide against the Palestinians, that's bogus, because Israel's one of the best militaries they have. They designed the Apache, the best attack helicopter ever. Yeah, that's what I thought I heard. Yeah, so I don't really take sides. I'm just telling you the facts, because I'm not a Jew or anything like that. I'm a nothing. I'm just me. And yeah, so the Jews want peace. They want, you know, they're surrounded by Arabs, by Muslims. You know, Egyptian Muslim, Lebanon Muslim, Jordan Muslim, Syria really bad Muslim. That's where like ISIS and that still have a little foothold there. Syria's so bad. It's a really bad place. Yeah, I wouldn't be going to Syria. Damascus is probably the only place that's okay, but their president is a fucking piece of shit dictator, and he's fighting a civil war. So you got, you know, civil war going on, and then you have ISIS trying to take over Syria. I thought the same thing about Jews. Why does everyone hate them so much? It's just because of religion. It is, mate. It's exactly that, and it's sad because the Jews after World War II in the concentration camps, you know, nobody helped them. They're like, what about all these war crimes? Who's going to help us? Because once, I think it was Eisenhower and the fuckhead from Stalin from Russia got into Berlin. Yep, World War II, we beat Germany, everybody go home. No one give a fuck about all the Jews that were fucking still starving in these concentration camps. Nobody cared about war crimes and chased these fucking Nazis down for, you know, because most of them went to South America, all the Nazis over there, and started businesses. You know, so, and they wanted peace, so they brought their own sort of, you heard of them, what are they called, Mossad? It's the Israeli intelligence force, probably the best on the unit, best on the ground. They work with the CIA and MI6, and our version of the CIA MI6 is called ASIS, okay, and then our interior domestic, like the FBI, we call ASIO in Australia. So, yeah, but all those Muslim countries are bad, and it's just a terrible religion. You're like my mate, he knows everything about war history. I know a lot about Australia, especially World War One, World War Two, Vietnam. Vietnam's pretty, you know, I hate the fact that, see, when I left Iraq, I was on, they flew me business class on United Emirates back home, right? And they got told there's former mates, and they said, no, you gotta wait. I'm like, I thought they said business class, we come on, you know, first. So we're sort of getting shitty, like, come on, bro, I just want to fucking get on the plane and go to sleep or have a drink. You know, it's been a long time. Anyway, we get on, and they walk us down, and as we're walking on the pilot's gate, these 4 men have been fighting for our freedoms in Iraq. Let's give them a round of applause, and the whole plane, 300 people, clapped us on the plane, man. I was like, oh, that was fucking amazing. And then they ended up giving us top-level champagne, $300 French champagne. We drank all that. And then everybody hated me. I started fucking annoying everybody, going and turning their lights on and just being a fucking cocksucker. But yeah, I remember getting onto the plane and the whole plane clapped us on. It brought a tear to my eye. I was like, oh, wow, you know. And there's a whole, my missus just said, you fucking pussy. What'd you say? Pussy. She said, you pussy. I love that girl. Yeah, so, and there's a thing I had in Kuwait. I was doing a range day, so my bag was being, fuck yeah, how good is that? And yeah, I was doing a range day, so my bag was being used for all the magazines, and I didn't know. I got in the army backpacks. There's this little spot where you can put like clean socks. 2 magazines with 30 rounds. Have a look at my bullets up there. Do you have the? No, there's no. I haven't got no 5.56. Anyway, I had 2 magazines, so I had 60 rounds in the magazine going through an international airport. I'm going through the X-ray, and I just see the 2 guys look at me funny. Then I see the 2 Kuwaiti Sunni Muslim security guards. You know, those guys with the real dark uniform, the black beard, and they got the silver sort of Korean pistols. Stop to draw all their weapons. And I'm looking on the trail, and they're like, you got bullets, you know, who the fuck are you? Because we're just meant to be like slipping out of Kuwait, backdooring it. And I've got a diplomatic passport too, and a fucking official passport, right? And I've got a diplomatic bag too, because I've got some secret, top secret stuff that I've got to bring back with me. And in diplomatic bags can go through airports. Nobody's allowed to check them. You know, that's why I think how most drugs get moved around by politicians. Anyway, so I'm there, and the guys are like, "You got to go in this room." So I'm like, "Fuck, my other mate's already through, right?" And I'm in this room, and they start to close the door, but it's ajar about enough to fit a body. And there's this dude sitting down, and the two guys, and they're talking about how they're about to throw me in this Kuwaiti jail, right? And then I look through the crack and I see an Australian officer, major, wearing his uniform, seeing somebody off. So I went, bang, ran through it, kicked the door fucking open, ran past, jumped over the x-ray machines and grabbed this officer and said, "I need help. And as they're coming out with their guns, he puts up his ID and goes, "Stop, this is an Australian soldier, shut the fuck up, you know. He's not going through this airport now." And they're like, "What the fuck are these magazines?" And I just said, "Oh, look, these are a gift from John Howard." So, you know, I gave this hell good out of that. I said, "Here, you take these magazines of our rounds. You know, it's a gift from our Prime Minister." No, I. And then I ended up having to get on a Herc, backdoor and into Dubai, taking my passport into Dubai, get all the dodgy fucking stamps done. And then I flew home, business class from Dubai, and that's when we got, you know, all the people clapped us on and stuff. But there's another thing that I didn't even know until last year. You guys ever heard of stolen valor? Stolen valor? Bullets in the airport. I always cop the random search. Yeah. I was doing a DEMIO course. It's a demolition of exploded DEMIO. Demolition, explosive, malfunction ordnance. So when you drop a bomb and it doesn't go off, someone's got to go up to that bomb and fucking blow it, right? Because it's called a malfunction. It's a fucking dodgy. And there's a special school for that. And I've been doing this thing so I can go out in ranges and blow up grenades and bombs that don't go off. And you get more money in your pocket. You get $100 per bomb, you know. So I was doing that course and it was all over me. I had C4 and shit everywhere. And they did the fucking explosive swab on me. And I have to go and do this thing because I just blew it off the fucking Richter scale. Yeah, so they go and see my course manager and say, "Oh, this cunt's been working with explosives the last 10 days, you dumb cunts." But yeah, I've had a few dramas at airports. Yeah, that was my promotion to sergeant. Lance Corporal over there, that was my top secret thing for Iraq, my pass. There you go, that's the size of a 5.6 round. It's a drill round. Mel's clubbing it up. I put it against 50 cal. Hang on a second. See, that's 50 cal, that big fucker. But the only part that comes out is from my thumb. The rest of that is all gunpowder. They say that if this goes within a couple of millimeters of your arm or you know, of an appendage that rips it off, that's not true. Not at all. If you miss with a 50 cal, you miss. But if you hit someone with that, they explode like fucking balloon. We call it pink mist. You literally just explode. If you get hit in the dead center of target where we aim with a 50 cal, pink mist, baby. Just your boots and hands and the head if you're lucky. Yeah, so I nearly started a diplomatic incident in Kuwait with that. That was pretty crazy. And you noticed, Devros, you're the only one that really commented in that video when I said that 60,000 Iraqi soldiers were decimated in 20 minutes. I think everyone just looked over that. Because when that happened, I had to sign the gag order till 2010 saying I couldn't speak about that because it was almost like it was a genocide of soldiers, but it was just not fair. Hey Jordan, holy fuck, hey mate. I was just testing the camera and the new mic I got, just fucking around, and a few of you guys have come in. It's cool as. My younger boy keeps talking about joining the army, but he's just too lazy, I think. All he's got to do, Davros, is just go and sign up, mate. Then the rest, doesn't matter how lazy they are, we'll give them their motivation. Because also my career, I was sick of the fucking type of recruits that were coming into my. I'm like, how come you don't know how to navigate? We never got taught that. How come you don't know how to use machine gun? Didn't get taught that. So I said, fuck this, I'm going down and recruiting and I'm going to bring these soldiers out, make them fucking way better. So I went down there for 2 years and pumped out 1, 2, 3, 4, like 7 or 8 platoons. You know, and I had 10 men in each section each time I influenced. And there were some lazy buggers, like I'd ask them on the second night, why did you join? Why the fuck are you standing in front of me right now? And some of them would be like, I want to do something for my country, or try and think of some crazy answer. But a lot of them said I was on the couch smoking dope, fucking playing, Call of Duty. My mum said that either I get out or join the army, so I joined the army and here I am. So I had a concreter from the Gold Coast. It was 33. He was a millionaire, sold his house, sold his concreting business, got rid of his wife and kids, joined recruiting. Because when you join the army as a recruit instructor, I have a whole file on you. I know how much debt you're in. I know what's happened to you psychologically, medically, everything that's ever happened in your life, I've got it, and I can read that information as you're coming to be one of my recruits, right? And so I have all this information. So I had all this information. I'm reading this stuff, going, what the fuck? And his name was Roberts. I'll never forget him, Recruit Roberts. I said, what are you fucking doing here, Roberts? You're a successful man. Why'd you give everything up? What's going on? And he goes, I've come to find myself. I need to do something bigger than me. I'm like, you come to find yourself? All right, cunt. We'll come to find yourself. Okay, so week 6, he's always lagging. I'm like, fuck you, Roberts. You should have stayed concrete and cunt, because you got to berate them and break the men. I try to break men down as far as I can till they think they're nothing, and then we rebuild them with these different set of skills. Like for example, like a young fellow was a slob, and his mum was like, I don't know what you're gonna do with him. But on march out parade, he was calling his granddad sir and his nan ma'am, and he's running around with his chest out, and they're going up to me going, what did you do to this kid? He's awesome, he's fucking awesome, he's this and that. And that was the most rewarding thing about Kapuka, was turning young men. And plus I had a guy that had been in jail 10 years when he was 21 for doing a couple of kilos of coke or something across the border. And he got out as 31, he was 32, so 10 years of jail. And straight away, he treated me like a screw. As I walked past, he dropped his shoulder into me. I'm like, fuck it. Anyway, I'll put this cunt on the thing called the admin line, mate. I had him crying in no fucking time. I used to get my slouch hat. Where's my slouch hat? Here, look. See the brim of my slouch hat here? I used to hit that with starch, pure starch, and iron it, pure starch, and it turns into like concrete. And as I'm fucking into you, I'm spraying saliva over your face, and the brim, and that brim here is solid. As I'm talking to you, I'm hitting you in the center of the nose with it. So I'm like headbutting you with the brim. But I've got a guy behind me, behind him, and two, they're holding their arms sort of wrapped around their wrist. And I'm like, go on, hit me. If you want to hit me, fucking hit me. Try it, cunt. Knowing that he's going to be able to get taken out by 3 of us. And in the end, he couldn't. He just shaking and he started crying, because I'm like, you're not a patriot. You're not this. You're not that. You fucking hide behind your fucking jail term. Blah, blah. You're a piece of shit. You're weak. And just berated this cunt till he just broke into. He couldn't even stand still. He was shaking in his bottom lip. I'm like, look at you, you tough cunt. You're fucking crying like a baby. But then from then on, I bring them up, because they need to be built up as, not trying to change them. I'm just trying to make them better. Like they did to me. But it doesn't matter how lazy you are, you get motivated there. Yeah, no, being a recruit instructor was one of the most enjoyable things. Hard for the family, because I'm there till 12:30 every night, and you've got to be there half an hour before they wake up, and we wake them up at 6. So you're there at 5:30 in uniform, and you've got to look like you've just been, you've been sleeping 2 weeks, you look beautiful. Because the recruit's always wondering, where the fuck do these guys rest? They're there when we knock them, we put them in bed at 10. So 9:30 to 10 is I used to get the recruit. A mate from America that delves into the prison genre, my mate at Blue Collar Vet exposed this Alan dude who said he had a Purple Heart, to find out he doesn't, and even did. He would serve his coated for lying. Jordan, that's called stolen valor. That's my only hate. I'm now in bed on my hair. I don't give. You can call me anything you want in the car park. Oh, look at that cunt. Look at that dumb cunt with his beard. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. As long as you don't get my grid square, and as long as you don't fucking say anything to my wife, you're not going to get any dramas from me. But stolen valor, that what you're talking about, if I find someone doing that, I will fucking destroy them. Because stolen valor is the worst. It's guys that dress up in uniform on Anzac Day and then buy fake medals from the military shops and then say they're veterans. It is disgraceful, Chris. I'd last about an hour, I think. See you, Jack. Thanks for popping in, mate. I appreciate it, dude. It is disgraceful, Chris. I couldn't think it was a thing. I'm like, what the fuck? Someone dresses up in cams and pretends to be soldiers on Anzac Day. Who the fuck would do that? But my missus just goes, they're fucking pussies. Oh yeah, they don't want to run into me. And the funny thing is, with a soldier, you can't fuck us over. Like, what's your Reggie number? What's your PM keys number? It's stuff. Like if someone goes, what's your Reggie number? 1810095. What's your PM keys number? 8224282. They're two numbers you'll never get driven into. Then you say, what unit you go to? And then if they start saying I was Black Ops and all the shit I did was top secret, boom. There's no such thing. Because the people that are Black Ops aren't dressing up like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is disgraceful. So, stolen valor, it happens big in America, man. I watch a channel that dedicates a guy, it's a Navy SEAL's dad, he dedicates his life to fucking looking out, guys that are fake Navy SEALs. It's crazy, it's fucking crazy, guys. Yeah, I saw that on the news. What the fuck is with that? Who thought? I mean, like, because I'm a veteran, when I go into the RSL, I get the drink all day, free. Right? So I suppose there's that. They could benefit out of it. I mean, you get a lot of people that want to come and talk to you because you've got a bunch of medals. So some people have the guts. They come and say, hey, how'd you get that medal? Or what's that medal for? Not many, or they'll just come over and say, thanks for your service, mostly on Anzac Day. So, if you're a loner, you could be lifted up a little bit, I suppose, through that. But I really don't know why you'd fucking do it, Like, why the fuck would you do it? Because if you run into a soldier, you're fucking dead. If you run into me, I'm gonna fucking step on your throat, man. Straight up. Yeah, I can't stand that shit. Only because of what we've had to go through to deserve that, you know what I mean? We've had to go through Kapuka and then our IETs and then years of training and then, before you go into a war zone, it's not just 9 months in the war zone. You spend 10 months leading up to that deployment away from home. Like in Sydney, Yeah, this guy, Alan, has got a monetary gain with his channel and he's lying about Purple Heart. He got lots of subs from saying he had a Purple Heart and other distinguished medals. Yeah, see, and with a Purple Heart means you've been injured. You know what I mean? You're severely injured. You've been wounded in war. So you've either taken shrapnel, you might have stepped on an IED, you might have been shot several times. We're not talking splinters here or, we're talking like probably almost life-changing injuries. So yeah, Jordan, that's fucking terrible to hear that. Saying you had a Purple Heart and distinguished medals, get the fuck out of here, you fucking dog. Can't stand that, bro. I can't believe how many people are interested in my stories, And it's funny too because the only people that I've told is really my psychiatrist. Mel knows 90% of the stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know about the benefits that you get, but fuck, how can you deal with yourself? Don't know. That's so low. The grubs, that's right, Devros. Like when I found out about it a year and a half ago, I was like, what the fuck? And then, the next video I saw was a dude in McDonald's in Sydney doing it, and he got called out by these 4 fucking... Because I just don't know. It's like, what platoon did you go through in Kapuka? Where did you train your IETs? What deployments have you gone on? There's so many questions we can ask that will find you out immediately. Yeah, but with Australians, like I had a soldier that lost his left leg, which was really bad too because he was a kickboxer. So it was sort of ironic, but he doesn't get no Purple Heart or nothing for that, People only hear about the 42 soldiers that died for Australia in Afghan and Iraq. They don't hear about the guys we sent home weekly that are missing eyes, missing arms. A dude got fucking on his last day transition, he got an IED and lost his eyesight on the last day of his deployment. He's going home tomorrow. Yeah, check out my mate at Blue Collar Vets latest live. The guy jumped on and was gaslighting, dancing around the subject. Yeah. Because if you got a Purple Heart, you'd say, I got this because I was doing this and I received shrapnel to my chest, or when I was doing this attack, I got hit by 7.62 in my arm or my plate. You'd be able to, if you got a Purple Heart, the story behind that would be, you wouldn't be dodging and ducking, you know what I mean? It's just something that wouldn't think about, like Paddy says, paperwork. It's just something you wouldn't try, man. I can't believe there's a guy, doing that at Blue Collar Vet. So is it Blue Collar Vet the guy that was doing it, or was he the guy that's Vet's latest live? The guy jumped on and was gaslighting. Yeah, wow. Fuck that. Fuck that, guys. Fucking stolen valor, man. I hope I never run into someone like that because that will make my blood boil. Like, bad. Yeah. Look here, I've got this here. I was going to show you too. See, Mel's pinned all the marks, all the places I've been and stuff. But if you look at Afghan, which is over here. Oh, this is terrible. I'm not a fuck with you. Sorry, guys. There you go. There's Afghanistan. You can sort of see how it's part of Asia. Like there's China right there and India. India and China right there. So it's classed as Asia and the Middle East. It's this part here, all through here. Yep. There's Iraq. Little old Israel. But yeah. No, he exposed Alan Holman. Blue collar vet is the real Marine. Ah, sweet, okay. Well, a veteran, not active in the military. That's right. And to me, you know, if you've done more than 4 years, 4 years is the minimum service, but you don't go to war or any type of peacekeeping deployment, you're still a veteran to me. It's not your fault you joined up when there was no one going overseas, you know what I mean? There's a whole peacetime army from 1972 when we withdrew out of Vietnam to 1999 where the whole 1st Division went over to East Timor. There was no deployment, so all those guys from 72 to 99, so 82, 92, nearly 30 years, never did anything for their country, never went to war, but they still did 20 years service for their countries, you know what I mean? They're still veterans, you know? Well, a veteran, like I've seen these videos in America about people protesting to be a cop, car and everything like that. Fucking why? What is wrong with you? That's right. You know, so, and then you have veterans like myself, which are classed as war veterans, but I was just lucky. Like I've seen these videos. I don't know why they do it. And that other soldier a couple of weeks back that set himself on fire and killed himself in protest of Gaza. Like, no one cares that you set yourself on fire. It's going to do nothing, bro. You know, I don't know why he would do that. You know, just think he's a lunatic. But yeah, then you have people that have deployed to war. Like I was lucky enough from 95 to 2017. You know, I was in the middle of Iraq, Afghan twice. I got to go to Bougainville and fuck, that was crazy. There's a whole group of people from America that would be interested in your story, bro, with Iraq and going to Saddam's palace and Afghan. Okay, that's cool, man. If you want me to fucking, what do you want me to do, to post a video and act them or something? Because of my little stories that I've got my videos, I'm just trying to stick to some of the funny stuff and some of my hardships so you can sort of see how it shaped me. You know, because I'm thinking, fuck, I want to try and get young fellas to sign up, but me saying shit like, got shit thrown into a fan, ain't going to sign them up. Or, you know, the fact that I had to do that whole 18-kilometre route march with my fucking feet thing, you know, that I'm thinking, fuck, that might scare the young fellas, but I was just trying to show you the hardship that I got to, but there's a whole group. It's getting late. I'm out tonight, Chris. Chat up early for work. No worries, Chris. Thanks for popping in, brother. Appreciate it, man. Straight at you. I'm lucky I don't go to work. I don't have to work. I'm retired now, and I struggle with sleep, guys. I don't have PTSD as such, but my thing is that when I shut my eyes and go to sleep, as a Taliban fighter comes into my hallway of my house, and my son's room and my room are opposite each other, and I see him look at me and turn into my son's room, and I'm trying to get out of bed, and but it's like the air is solid. I can't do anything. Sorry, my anxiety up thinking about it. So I'm sitting there wrestling, and Josh is like, help, 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 and then he puts the AK-47 barrel in his mouth and pulls the trigger, and I just see my son's head blow apart on the pillow, and I wake up, and I have that on repeat every night. So my old man was in the Navy and lost hearing in one ear from shooting guns, so they wouldn't let him go to war. His dad died back in Australia with mustard gas poisoning. Man, I never met him. Oh man, that's sad. I was one of the first. I I was one of the first people to, one of the first Australians to have anthrax vaccination. Everyone's worried about bloody COVID vaccinations. I had to have anthrax and sign this thing saying, oh, if this fucks you up, we'll legally take care of your medical bills. Yeah, so, you know, I tend to, but I've got, like, I've been issued, like, he wants me to, I'm meant to have 600 milligrams of Seroquel and 200 milligrams of Vendap. But, you know, like, people think that's heaps. Like, I remember Pato talking about a guy in prison having 100 grams or 50 milligrams of Seroquel and how it fucked him for 3 days. Where's mine? Look, I'll show you guys, bro. So because of this shit, it's 300 milligrams. I'm meant to have 2 of those each night, and then 4 of these. If you even know what that is. Yeah, so I try not to. I try to stay away from the meds because it's lucky none of these are addictives. They're not like the benzos and all that, and the opiates. This Seroquel and Endep sort of, we come up with a strategy with my psychiatrist because I didn't want anything addictive. I have an addictive personality, you know, so I didn't want to do anything that was like, oh shit, now I need the drug, and it's not really helping me anymore. So with Seroquel and Endep, I can just take it when I need it. Like if I really want to, because what it does is most people dream really hard on Seroquel. They have these horrible dreams, and like for me, it makes my mind go numb. When I have it, it's, I don't know if that's saying Chris to me or is that from Chris, the other Chris. But yeah, so I try not to take them, but you know, some nights I just got to get some sleep, you know, because there's anxiety of me knowing I'm going to go into that dream. Bro, I am on 300 milligrams Seroquel a night and 3 Valium. Okay, well you understand what it's like then, Jordan. How does the Seroquel help you? Does it help you with your sleep, or does it help you with your moods, with your anxiety or depression? How does it help you, buddy? You're the first person I've met that even knows 300 gram Seroquel. Our food cupboard. Well, I was going to get an ice cream, but these guys don't want to see me fucking eating on camera. This is where I sit with the iPad, watching Pato every night. I was going through one of my Giga drives. What do you call them? Thumb drives. Where the fuck is that? Yeah, this one here. And I found a bunch of shit where I was recording kids playing in Afghan and stuff, and I was going to put a bit of that video up so you can see how hard these little bastards are, how they play, how they whip each other and shit. Yeah, my sleep and depression, but it makes me put weight on, bro. Oh, okay. Hey, Dancer, how you going, buddy? Yeah, I was just doing a little one just to see this new mic and just to have it because the settings are really weird. So I thought I'd just go live and have a little look, and people have sort of popped in, so it's been really cool. Hey guys, do you think if, you know, when I drop a video and I have at Dancer or at Jordan in the bottom of the video, does that help get it to you guys, or I don't need to do that? I'm not too sure how to push it out. That was me when I was a recruit instructor. There, see? So, This guy here hasn't been anywhere. That red medal means he's done 4 years in the army. And this is in 2007, I was an RI. And on the left is my recruit instructor's badge. Then you've got the silver rifle, which means that I'm good to deploy to a war zone. And then I've got a soldier's medallion, and that top one's my CDF gold commendation for Iraq. Yeah, so, and all the medals I had at the time, I've got double that now. Yeah. There's a few of them here. Well, oh, hey, Matt. Yeah, no worries, Matt. I was just trying out a new mic, and I was just going to go live to see how it all works, and a couple of you just popped in and got me chatting. I'm Chris from popping in. I'll have you go to bed. All right. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, I've been on the Cipra mill for 10 years, and that changed my life big time. I had half a Seroquel one day, and I couldn't even talk. Lost my forever. I'm not supposed to take that. You can do that if you have too much. You can in the morning, but I'm pretty good now. If I have 600 mils at night time, I can wake up and just go about my day. Awesome medals. I think they were. Mel down there being creative. Yeah, I was fucking around with some of them, trying to put them on my seat the other day. But that's another way you can tell if the medals are fake, on the bottom of the medals. Oh, can you see that? No, on the bottom of each medal it has my number and my name and my rank. So I was just setting some up there. Missing the UN medal. Yeah, so yeah, but when it comes to politics in the Middle East and the Sunni and the Shiite Islam, I know all about that stuff, you know, because I sort of was jealous of the way they true believers have their belief. They're like, it's you know, the real guys, the true believers that will run at you with a suicide vest, man, and Allah Akbar. You're sort of jealous, like, what are these guys doing to get such awesome belief? So I was brought up a Christian as a kid. But once I got to war, I was like, there's no God. You know, in Afghan and Iraq, I just saw, I mean, but then since I've come back, I don't know. My son's a Christian now, and I don't know. Because I went to Bougainville there too, and I saw how those people were. The first time I ever got told something, like they threw this rock over with this fucking cardboard, and it said, we're going to fucking eat, we're going to cut your fucking heart out of your white bodies and eat your heart, your pumping heart. This is when I first got to Bougainville in the back of the C-130. Chris, what do you think about whistleblowers? I mean, it depends on what it is. I mean, if a guy's sexually harassing women and he's in a high-ranking position where he threatens a lot of people that would even come up and try and, you know, dob him in, so to speak. A whistleblower could be good there, because when in the army, if you've got a whistleblower, it brings up an independent colonel and they do an investigation. But I mean, it depends what it's for, Dancer. You know, like at the moment, these guys with the special forces with Ben Roberts-Smiths, no fucking way, mate. They should just shut the fuck up, because I don't realise if they think that guy's innocent, that he killed isn't. That particular day he is, but I know for a fact 5 weeks earlier he killed 3 coalition soldiers. You know, but now they're saying, oh, you killed an innocent man. No, he didn't. 3 weeks ago he killed 3 Americans. He'd say, go fuck himself, you know. I was just really angry, dude, that they changed me heaps every morning. Mrs. is like, you had a happy pills, darling. I'm on metformin, which is meant for people with type 2 diabetes to counteract the weight I put on from the Seroquel. Right, that's probably why I put a bit of weight on too. You reckon it's the Seroquel, but fuck, I started eating Mars bars and Snickers and shit too. Yeah, so did you guys ever get to read on my community post? I've got the 2 poems that Mel wrote me over there. Did you guys ever get to see those 2 poems? They're fucking unreal. Yeah, so whistleblowers, Dance, I mean, give me an example of what else that you might think a whistleblower, like, because in the military it's sort of, you've been vetted so much, like I was saying, if you listen to my videos, by the time you get an organised team, you know each other weaknesses, and you know whether a guy's full of shit or not because you're with them 24/7. You know, they can't escape. So there's not too many times in the army where you'd use a whistleblower in my experience, but there are fucking pieces of shit like that. Like I know there's, you know, guys raping women, that rape drug. Hey, g'day legend, how you trained 6'9", what's that? Yeah, well, metaphor, and one of my doctors mentioned that to me, yeah. So you, Jordan, Terrical makes you put on weight, fuck eh? That's probably why I put on a few kilos, but I did stop doing everything. I stopped everything pretty much and then started on these hardcore drugs. But if I don't take them at night time, then I have those crazy nightmares I was telling you about. Recently the Boeing whistleblower was killed. What was the Boeing? Sorry, what was the Boeing thing, Danto? Don't think I caught that. Boeing. I mean, there's a lot of people that think, you know, 9/11 was fake, but I must admit, when I was in Iraq, in the middle of nowhere, I got to go out to like near Mosul, and all of a sudden, I wouldn't stand for any rape shit. I just leave. Oh, fucking oath, bro. You find out one of your mates is, you know, abuses women, or mate, that's it. They're fucking done, gone. See you later. You know, we don't put up with that shit, mate. I don't care I don't care if a woman spits in my face and drives me to the straight right, bro. I'm just going to say, look, mate, I just need to move away from you. I'm not going to hit her, man. Unless she's got a knife and she's trying to fucking stab me with it, then I'm going to have to put her out. But I'm not going to hurt any women like that. So, and that's the sort of the thought in the army is that. That's why I didn't like women coming into male sections because, women come into male sections because when you're in a battle, a male will automatically go, I've got to save the chick. So it becomes a liability. Instead of thinking about the other 7 dudes, now he's thinking, is that chick okay? I've got to go make sure she's covered. So sometimes that can fuck with people's minds like that. Boeing, the airline company, was doing dodgy stuff. Look it up, it's interesting. Oh yeah, if they're doing dodgy stuff like not replacing jet engines when they're meant to be, or, you know, doing some sort of funky initiation, then fucking fuck that shit, man. Everyone deserves to be able to work in. But yeah, Boeing. You know, it's funny too because my mum and my sister have never heard this stuff and they subbed to me, and my mum and my sister texted me yesterday going, listen to these. Holy shit, I didn't know any of these fucking stories. Oh, Chris, you made me cry, you made me angry, you made me this. It's like I know someone famous on YouTube. That's my sister wrote to me, it's hilarious. So funny. Yeah. But this is me when I was at Kapooka. This is me, just turned 18. Just turned 18. And that's me at, what's that, 97, so 20 years old right there. That's the platoon that I fell over with. I was telling you guys I blew a hemorrhoid out my butt and fucking walked till I, wake up in hospital. Aussie. G'day, mate. I had a couple of how's your father days, but yeah, it's cool that these people are just popping in. Wow, so young, I know. Like, I know you've seen it, but that's me in 21 years old in the jungle with a holding machine gun. And that's me at 25 at the front of sector where we're looking after the Australian diplomats. Well, because for the first year or two we left our diplomat in there and we left our embassy there and we protected that with 80 infantry guys. How old am I? Just had my 47th birthday in April. And I joined from 18 till, when did I get out? 2017. I think it was, started 2017. But, these photos here was when all the other platoons I put through. These are some recruit, and it's like one of the platoons I put through. And that guy here, he stepped on an IED in Afghanistan and lost his left leg. But yeah, these are some of the young men I turned into soldiers. This is other guys. This is me after I've just pushed them through. That's me there. After I've pushed them through a massive thing for 48 hours non-stop. It's just another platoon I put through. That's me there. That's the RIs, other RIs I was with and shit. You know, there's another one, my mum loves that one. I think that's the one my dad painted. My dad painted that. Like I said, I've got a flag there. I've got a flag up here. I've got one above my bed. I don't think you'll get anyone more patriotic than me, bro. Anzac in my lip, flag on my chest. How old are you, bro? What's happening with Pato? He's forgotten all about his YouTube family. No, well, I've actually got his phone number. I've been texting him backwards and forwards. He says that he's getting a shadow ban, and he's trying to fight the shadow ban at the moment, because I said to him, I said, I'm getting a lot of, like, people interested. Maybe if we go live, it might bring some viewers back or whatever. And he's like, no, I'm having dramas with the shadow ban. So he's trying to deal with that. But yeah, I've got his number. That's the last thing he sent to me. Yeah. Yeah, right, you're only 4 years younger than me. Okay, so what are you, 51? Yeah, we're in the same age group, bro. But that's Charlie Company, so that's how big an infantry company is. See, that's 3 platoons. Where the fuck am I? I'm right there in the middle, I think. Sorry guys, I'm just fucking around. But yeah, that was a Charlie Company I went to. I started learning how to fight properly. That's me and my boys after we got out of Afghan. We went to the water park in Dubai. That's me there. That guy there, he's going, yeah. He got shrapnel in Kuwait and I had to help stitch his legs. Because I've done, like I'm only a few courses away from a paramedic too. So I've done combat first aid, DMA, I can blow shit up. I'm a recruit instructor, so I can teach every weapon lesson, every field class lesson, everything, the principles of firing. I mean, yeah. Yeah, love this. This is what my kids made me. Welcome home, Daddy. But yeah, that's 50 cal, 45 9mm. Arnold Schwarzenegger, I met him in Victory Palace when he was doing Terminator 3. That's one of the bridges they blew up, which was stupid because that had all the amenities to the fucking palace, so everyone shat in the toilets and all the shit started popping up out of them. We had to clean it all out with shovels. That was for Bougainville. That's what I had to wear over there. And that was my arms sling signed by John Howard. He signed that the day he sent me into Iraq. Oh, and that's for my UN. He's been awarded the non-Article 5 NATO medal for service in ISAF. Yeah, and that was for Bougainville as well. And that's a soldier's medallion I got. Pretty cool. That's the other good thing. Hey, you're a good artist, old man. I'll try to send him a message today, what? He's a good artist, you're old man. He is, bro, he is. Okay, cool. When did you meet Mel? Are you were a muscly bloke? Not really. I met Mel in October 1996. Her mum and dad taught at the university, Captain Cook University up in Townsville. She was living in Perth and she flew over to Townsville to have a holiday. And she happened, while she was there for 8 weeks, she decided to do a bit of like bar work. And the bar that she applied to, the 1st Battalion, where the unit I was with, that was our bar. If there were civvies in there or bikies, we'd kick the fuck out of them. It was our bar, right? It was called Langs. And Mel was working there one Friday night. And we all came in, all the army boys. And she just said, hey, I'm finished at 10, do you want to hook up? And we started dancing and the rest's history. And then I married her in 2009. I was going into Afghan. And because my nickname in the army is Goody, and everyone knows her as Goody's Mrs. And I thought, if I die, I don't want to know her like that. I want to know to be Mrs. Gooding. So our first New Year's Eve when we met in Townsville was on Magnetic Island. So in 2009, on the August the 15th, we flew to Magnetic Island on the beach there and we got married officially. Got 2 kids, Sarah and Joshua, 24 and 21. Joshua's training was to be like in the Special Forces in the Army. He's super smart. And my daughter lives in town now just doing her gig. Yeah. Hey, in Surin, is it like military town? What? Here in Surin is like a military town. My wife actually works in the military hospital, kidney clinic. Her brother is in the military and the sniper. He's taken me for a next border run. Oh, giddy up. Giddy up. Were you muscly? I wasn't muscly, Aussie. I was like in the army. That's another thing about being in the army. Every morning when you start work at 7:30, from 7:30 till 9, we work out, and it could be just going for a 15k run. It might be just doing like circuits, push-ups, heaves, sit-ups, push-ups, heaves, sit-ups, whatever the case may be. But you got to work out from 7:30 to 9. When I got to Afghan and Iraq, I decided I wanted to be the best, be able to bench the most. So I spent 9 months just working on my bench, to the point where my one rep bench was 180 kilos. I was the best Aussie out of everyone, even the Marines and the Navy SEALs. I was like, had my chart, big barrel chest. Yeah, that was my muscles, because I just worked out 3 hours every day, boom, 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 just eating fucking egg whites and steak and vegetables, that's it, and drinking water. And I did all that. I was repping 5 bites, so 5 reps for 5 sets, 145 kilos. My brother-in-law is called ping pong in the army. I was going to tell you this other story about the guy that I was in when I was telling him about on the boat in Saddam's Lake. Well, he has a tiny, tiny peepee, like, it's like a little fingernail coming out of his pubes, man. But that, anyway, these 2 guys I caught one night, blind, held him down, and the SALs were trying to get it hard, and he's screaming help, and they're trying to, these 2 drunk cunts are fucking around, like they go in there and kick the fuck out of these guys. But I'm not too sure how most of the public would take these 2 dudes trying to wank this guy off to see how big his dick was. I mean, it's, my brother-in-law's called ping pong. Yeah, the military boys over here get pushed hard. And they should, every military should, bro. What pisses me off is when you see them doing obstacle courses and things like that without their webbing and rifle. Like every other army does that. When Australians, we do everything. I think, who was it? Was it Aussie or somebody asked me a question in the comments, is it hard to operate with all your gear on? I'm like, no way, it's just like my rifle's an extension of my arm. You know, my webbing has my water and my rounds, everything I need to survive in there. And we try to do everything the same. And people go, oh, you've got no individuals, you know, whereas when you set up your section, how you want to wear your gear usually is up to you. But I used to say no. Everybody puts their map in their left map pocket. Everybody runs the same rig, so that if he dies or he's fucked, I can go over to him, and without a torch I can go through. I know where his map is, I know where his compass is, I know his magazines, because we all do the same thing. And it gives us benefits in fighting too, you know, because we all look the same. The enemy can't isolate us and go, see that guy there with the big pack, shoot at him. We all look the same, so it's really hard for them to identify us individually. When we had interpreters coming with us, they were getting shot because they were wearing a different uniform. So we ended up giving them cams with a flag, which cut my guts, because I know what you have to do to get that flag in uniform. But to see this fucking smoofty cunt put it on, it was hard to watch, you know. Yeah, the military boys should get pushed hard, bro. I hate soft, you know. You need to do hard things, man. It makes it easier more. I recently watched some videos of the toughest military in the world. It was full on. Who did they say was the toughest military in the world? Yeah, I watched a platoon sweeping the whole grounds of the fort with all their gear on. Yeah, there's nothing, man, with their gear on. It's, from the day I joined, it's always part of me, you know. And being an infantry soldier, it's always part of me. It's like, you know, I would never do nothing without it. And I think Malaysia, it's still sort of, I know this, the Australian infantry come over there and do border patrols. Yeah, that's where you would be your top half. Well, I could bench 220 pounds. What's that, 100? I used to be able to, after I did 5x5 at 145, I'd put 100 kilos on, and then I'd go till failure, and sometimes I'd get 27 reps out at 100 kilos. I'll just put a spider on me. Yeah, I think all militaries are the same. You know, what I think's stupid is when you see them doing demonstrations and they're like jumping over cars, doing forward somersaults, and you know, I just saw one of the Irani special forces trying to break potteries and bricks with their hands, and I'm like, when does a soldier need to punch a fucking brick with his hand? You know, you know, I think all militaries are hard in themselves. But it comes to training. The way you train is the way you fight. You know, if you're lazy in your training, then those habits go across to fighting. Right? I know that I'd say the Australians are the most disciplined, because if we need to go through a particular path from A to B, right? And there's a road, there's all these different ways you can go, right? RI. Anyway, there's all these different ways you could go. Australians, we pick the hardest. So the hardest way to travel is the way we will go, because we know that the enemy will think and they're going to go the path of least resistance, or if they are disciplined, they might go this other path. Whereas the Americans will always take the cheap route, the path of least resistance. We'll see what happens when we get there. Whereas Australians will always pick the hardest path and do that. That's why we're so successful in Vietnam. Russian military was doing breaking. Yeah, it's stupid. When they're doing that stuff, it's just stupid. You know, what matters to me is how well you can identify an enemy when you're laying in a hole. Under pressure, how good can you call in mortars or fast air? Or your mate's bleeding out, how good are you calling in a medevac? Those types of training to me is what matters. Breaking bricks and all that shit, you're not doing that, right? So you're always doing stuff that brings you together. Like, you know, we'll take wheels off trailers and fill it full of 500 kilos for the shit, and we'll say you've got to get this trailer 20 Ks, you've got to only use these 5 things. That's the training we do, you know. And then like in the jungle, we'll 2 weeks straight going through the thickest of thick jungle, and it's just soaking wet and your skin's tearing, and the jungle is horrendous. Always pick the hardest pass in my patrol. That's probably when you would pick the least. Your whole patrol. Yeah, so, and we pride ourselves on that. In Vietnam, the enemy called us ghosts, phantoms of the jungle. And in Afghan, they called us the bearded devils. Because, like I said, from 2001 to 2009, early 10, we went fighting the Taliban. We were over there rebuilding everything America fucked. The rebuilding task force group. So whenever we got in a fight, everybody would withdraw back to safety. We weren't allowed to fight. That was from Parliament, right? Yeah, some had to shoot themselves and perform surgery in the jungle. I've seen Americans shoot themselves to get out of Iraq in the foot. Yeah, that's crazy. That's fucking stupid. They had to shoot themselves to perform surgery in the jungle. What, the Russians were doing that? Have you ever been to Thailand, bro? No, me, man, I haven't. When I've left this, I've been to Bougainville, I've been to Kuwait, Oman, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Pakistan, Afghan, UAE. It's fucked that the Anzacs got sent to the wrong beach in Turkey. How did that even happen? Australia was technologically advanced enough to go. Okay, so what happened with... Okay, back then it wasn't called the Australian Army. It was called the Australian Imperial Force, the AIF, right? And all the guys signed up on the back of... They were still connected to the motherland, you know, Mother England. You know, let's go and, you know, do our bit for Mother England. This is going to be an adventure, you know. We're going to come back from Australia and save our, you know, our loved ones. So the Australian soldiers were governed, and what was called hierarchy was all British officers, and the British officers didn't care for us as much. They saw us as louts and larrikins and unwielding soldiers, you know, like soldiers that challenge authority and things like that. Is there any wars that you believe should not have happened?
Fuck, what did you do with the map, babe?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of wars that shouldn't happen. Ukraine, Russia. This is crazy. 20 years ago, they'd be fighting side by side. They're both, you know, remember the water went takes, babe. You made me a cuppa.
You broke my spider.
Huh?
You broke my spider.
Yeah, so Ukraine, Russia is stupid. Absolutely fucking stupid. I mean, like I said, 20 years ago, they'd be brothers fighting. So that, I mean, the Israel and Palestine war is stupid. I mean, they had peace there, but they decided to go and do what they did. And when you go and kill people like the way they did, that's going to piss people off. I don't think we should have gone into Iraq. There was no need to sack Saddam. I think that was an oversight on George Bush. I think personally with that, we were going in there to get oil because I was out in the oil fields and I saw this big black tent with white CIA. I'm like, what the fuck is the CIA doing out here? And then in Afghan, I'm up near the poppy fields because, you know, most of the 90% of the heroin or opiates come out of Afghan, mate. CIA. Where were they? Side of the poppy fields, controlling the drugs. Aussie on the move 3, I think. Is there any religion? Yeah, so, I mean, all wars are shit. All wars, I wish there was another way around it. Because it sucks, because the most dangerous men in a war zone are the people left behind making decisions, suits, behind the desks. Because they don't appreciate what we go through. Yeah, that's why I think sometimes there's hidden agendas with wars like depopulation and resources, right? You know, move 3, what does that mean? Move 3. Yeah, so, and with the wrong landing, Jordan, with the Gallipoli, that was the Brits not giving a fuck. She'll be right. They'll do. Who cares? You know, not realising that they actually had concreted gun pits up there. You know, it was most defended, one of the best, well-defended sites that Turkey had done. But yeah, so we lost a lot of innocents there under British command. And then when we pulled out of Gallipoli and we finally regrouped at the pyramids in Cairo, that's when the Australian Prime Minister came over and spoke to the British Prime Minister and the British King at that time and said, that's it, if you want Australian soldiers, you're going to be fucking in charge by Australian officers. And they're going to get their fucking, their orders from the same battle group that the British get their orders from. And once that happened, we changed everything. Like, if you know the Western Front, there's a book, beautiful, great book, called Som Mud. Aussie Surin, say not Surin Beach near Cambodia, facts about Iraq and the oil, and yes, Afghan and the poppies. Love hearing you say that. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, we needed to take out Bin Laden, right? You know, we needed to take out Bin Laden, but doing what we did to Afghanistan, I don't know. It hurts me because the reason why I went overseas was because of the Twin Towers. That touched me. You know, I was already signed up, but there's no way. Because when you go to war, it's not a given. When you get told you're going, you can still say no. So you can say, no, I'm not going to do it as a soldier. In fact, I think it's Mulang district, but I don't really know. Yeah, Cambodia. We had Aussies in Cambodia and Rwanda too. That was horrible there, man. That was a genocide, real genocide. Old men start wars for young men to die in, and that's very old saying. I'm sure you've heard it before. Also, I've heard that fighting men or men that go to war turn men into soft men, and those soft men end up, you know, like I can see now, like if you look in America, the average guy from 18 to 24 is not proud that they're white. You know, they've got a fucking, they've got a smufty rag on saying free Palestine from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, not even realising what they're saying. That, you know, they're disgusted in the stars and stripes, they're disgusted in war, so these guys, you know, they think that their freedom for them to be able to choose their pronouns and, you know, be a woman one day and they're not, is because of the men that fought for their freedoms to be able to do that. And that can be taken away by one generation. One generation away from fucking being slaves again. Or being dictated to. Yeah, Jordan, I've heard that one before, very strong message, yeah. You know, so hard men make soft men make hard men, that's how it seems to go. How do you feel about refugees coming to Australia, even by boat? Do you escape war-torn countries? Most don't. No, seeking asylum, it's not illegal. I've got no offence with refugees, 100%. I mean, if you just want to live happily in your country, but you can't because your political views going to get you killed, your religious views going to get you killed, or just living every day is going to get you killed, like in Syria, then bloody oath, come over here, mate, for sure. With the boats, that's a bit iffy because the boats, your criminal can pay another criminal to come across. So I don't know about the boats, but yeah, refugees, no, bloody oath, you know, bloody oath. I mean, my mum lives in Fairfield in Sydney, and her next door neighbours are Iraqi refugees, you know, and they're lovely people. And I said this to my wife, the best people I've ever met were Muslims, and the worst people I ever met were Muslims. You know, like I looked after 10 Iraqi guys in Baghdad when I was there, and one of them had just like calluses in the whole front of his head here, and he was put in jail for 2 years because he was the first car to pull out behind Saddam's motor raid. So they locked him up and pistol whipped him with a 9mm nearly every day for 2 years. And the whole top of his head was just big, massive calluses and scars. You know? Yeah, so refugees come to Australia even by boat. Yeah, so by boat, I mean, everybody should be able to have the right to be able to live in peace, you know, earn a living, love their wife or love their husband and their kids, and try and put their best foot forward, you know, and maybe, you know, contribute to the community around them, you know, and be a part of that. I think that's great. I think that's, I mean, Australia, we're built on multiculturalism, diversity. You know, if you know how the Eureka Stockade went down, that would have been our civil war if it wasn't for all the multicultural people, Chinese, American, French, that were mining in Ballarat to stop the fighting the government. Jordan, I've heard people say the word war is acronym war. We are right. I've never heard that, Jordan, never once. Laugh out loud, facts about Muslims. Anything extreme is not good. No, see, when they start saying they want to cut our heads off because we're infidel, you know, you need to stop that. That's why I think Donald Trump's, whether you like him or not, he's a major player in the game. He needs to come back in again because he can literally stop the Ukraine war. You know, he can have a contribution into the Israeli-Gaza war. You know, so I agree. It's just sorting the good from the bad. I think, well, that's like I said. You know, it depends where you go. Like, because little kids, 3 years old, are getting smacked on their head, and all they do is walk around in circles, getting told to read Quran. And then when they're 5 or 6, they start learning how to kill Jews and Christians. Because if you read the Quran, which I'm part of to see what they actually believe in, even the peaceful Muslim woman that's sitting on the train next to you when you're going to work, you've got to watch out for, because in the Quran it says that every Christian and Jew you kill will take your place in heaven. In hell. So technically, if they're a real practicing Muslim, they have jihad on their mind somewhere, right? So that's scary. I agree. It's just sorting the good from the bad, yeah. And that's you know, it's hard to do that good from the bad, mate, because you know, like I said, some of the nicest guys I've met were Islam guys, and you're like, you know, you're torn. You can see he's torn. But then the worst, you know, guys that would strap suicide vests to kids and then ask them to come over to soldiers and ask for lollies, and when the soldiers bend down and give the kid lollies, they detonate the kid. You know, so I've seen them do that too. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, man. But you know what's hardest is Mel, the one left behind with the kids. You know, all she's been told is that I'll try and phone her once a week, and if there's no news, it's good news. You know, so, and you know, it's the ones left at home, what's he doing? Is he okay? Is he getting shot at? Is he hurt? Is he this? Is he that? Whereas the ones at war, me, I know my family's safe back in Australia. I know Mel's safe. When I'm in a war zone, I'm earning like fucking nearly 12 grand a fortnight, 13 grand a fortnight. You know, nearly 7 grand a week when you're in a war zone, tax free too. So I know she's got plenty of coin. She's good to go. Yeah, religion is fucked as far as I'm concerned. I loved asking you the questions. I've been keen to pick your brain. Yeah, for sure, Dan. So you ask me whatever you like, mate. I'll be honest with you. You know, I'm struggling with Christianity now, I suppose. I mean, you hang your hat on the resurrection of Jesus, and I'm still. It's just that, you know, going to war, you just go, there's no God. Oh, my Lord, there's no God. And then a Christian said to me, what about if a war zone is where the devil manifests himself? Never thought about that. Yeah, they call us Kafirs or Yahudi disbelievers or Jews or infidel. Have they looked after you? Yes, they have, Dan. So, look, I've got nothing bad to say about the Department of Veteran Affairs and the medical discharging process. What the problem is, a lot of these guys, because of the men they are, they're too worried of what people are going to think about them if they go and say, I'm having this fucking problem with my mind, or this dream, or, you know, I'm walking in a crowded room in Woolworths, and then all of a sudden I want to throw up and I've got anxiety that just freezes me to my core because of hypervigilance. They don't want to come out and say that. So what they do is they discharge out of the army, right? They say, I'm done. And they discharge. Then they start self-medicating. They start drinking. And they can't hold a job down now because they've got so much shit rolling around in their head. And these are the guys that are too proud to go to a psychologist or a psychiatrist. So they suffer. Then they're like, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to go back and claim because they've heard their mate do it. So they go back to DVA. But now DVA puts you through this horrible process of saying you've got to prove to me that your mental injury that you have now is from your service in the army. Whereas if you spoke up when you were still in and say, hey, this is what's going on with me, like I did, I've got a nice medical transition, you know, they looked after me, I've got a pension now, and, you know, DVA keeps in contact with me, they even pay for my medication, everything. I've got this gold card, which is, I've got free medical, free dental, free everything. So yeah, they do look after you, but you've got to, you're like the old saying, you take a horse to water, you can't make it drink. You've got to want to do something about it. You've got to go out in public and say, hey, there's something wrong with me. You know, I'm feeling this particular way and doing that, you know. For me, I didn't really do that. When my daughter was 13, she started running away from home and self-harming. I don't want to go on that too much. So I was at work fucking spinning out. And one time my boss told me that I was full of shit and he thought I was faking it to get time off. And I jumped across the desk and just started feeding it to him. He was a major and I was only a sergeant, so they wanted to put me in jail, but they put me in a psychiatric jail, hospital. And then they just said the first question, do you want to go to war? And I'm like, I always said to everybody, if you don't want to fucking deploy to war, get the fuck out and get into a man that wants to deploy and fight for their country. This isn't just a job where you have a nice career. When you sign up, you're signing your life away, right, for Australia. So, yeah, so I had a massive big thing in this guy's office, and then they had a psychiatrist, and he said, you can deploy to a war zone again? And I said, no. And then that's when I went, shit. And he goes, all right, I'm going to discharge you now, mate. He said my cup was full, and with my daughter, it was starting to trickle, and as the water started trickling out of the cup, it came out heaps, and then it went into, you know, my son being shot in the head every fucking night when I sleep. Yeah, they should be looking after the people. They are too proud to admit everything. I've got a digger. I actually put through Kapuka and he's at his Timor. He's in Gympie here, I'm about 30 k's out of Gympie. He's in Gympie in the caravan thing, living homeless. But I said, I'll bring you to the RSL and get a vet so we can go through it. And he's like, no, I don't want to. I don't trust those cunts. See what I mean? So he needs to want to help himself to be homeless. You know, so that's what I said. I can go and grab all these guys and go, come on, we'll look after you. But then they're like, oh, I don't want to talk to a psychologist, which they couldn't do. Like I was. I'm like, fuck a psychologist. Fuck that shit. I'm a man. You know, and then I went through 5 psychologists till I found this one lady who was magic. She was more about, just go to your fucking nice zone. If you have an anxiety, do this breathing pattern. Like, get fucked. It doesn't work. And then I went to psychiatrist, Malcolm Foxcroft in Brisbane. He specialises, funny enough, he specialises in war veterans and what's the thing when the girls are skinny? What's it called when they're skinny? Bulimia? Anorexia. So when you're sitting in his waiting room, it's either really skinny chicks, fat chicks, or fucked up war veterans. Was the Vietnam War the last time they used Agent Orange, or has it been used in other wars? No, that's the last time they used that, mate. We use different gas now. Like I said, most of the time it's too dangerous with gas because it can blow back on civilians or your own soldiers. It's too dodgy to fight with chemical, you know. Even though we thought when I was invading Iraq I was in full top 3, which means I was expecting it anthraxed. But yeah, it had nothing. They need to rock up and offer them help, not wait for them to ask for help because they just won't. Even then, they're still too proud sometimes, you know. Like, I understand because it was hard for me. But I was thinking my family is relying on me. It's bigger than me. And then I was treated with so much respect because they can see how embarrassing it is, man. You're leaving the job. That's the only thing I know how to do. Is that I've just spent my whole life on fighting and in the last, since 2007, being a leader of men. They need to... Chemical warfare is crazy. It's horrible, Dan. So when I was this is another story I was going to drop a video. When I was a young soldier and we were doing CS gas training, and they put this CS gas inside a tent, and it's really strong. And you know what CS gas is? You can't open your eyes. You can't breathe. Anywhere where there's moisture, it burns like acid. So they make us do push-ups till you're sweating, and then you go in there and they rip the mask off you and they make you say your name, your Reggie number, and how long you've been in the army for, right? As soon as you take your mask off, it's instant. You can't breathe. It's like daggers in your throat. You can't open your eyes because it's just like acid beans. And everywhere you're sweating where there's moisture is just on fire. You know, and I got my head held over one of those canisters when I was playing enemy against 2RR. So, yeah, so sometimes when 2 RAR or 1 RAR are practicing, like, just say there's a war goes on in Papua New Guinea, and we know there's 20, say 50 Australians there, we'll send over 1 RAR, and they'll go in there, and it's called a defence assisted evacuation for Australian citizens. So we'll go in there and grab our citizens out and then come back. So we'll practice them for that for a place. So we've got this city, a fake city built in one of our training ranges. And I got asked to play enemy. So I was like civilians, and it was pretty bad. We've got these water balloons and we're pissed in them and chatting them. We're throwing them at these soldiers. So anyway, they got a hold of us and they were so pissed off at us because, we've been putting, we pretending to be real protesters, man. And so the gas bottle went off and they held me over it for about 30 seconds till I was just throwing up, and then they threw me in the back of an APC full of gas. It was just so bad. It was just, it's hard to say. Seeing some kids, what was that? Seeing some kids in hospital choking, can't breathe and spewing white foam. Dancer. When I was in Bougainville, I seen kids that age. My daughter was at the time in Bougainville, she was 18 months, and I saw kids 18 months to 3 years dying of tuberculosis, coughing up blood and choking on their blood. My daughter married a Muslim bloke from Ghana after becoming a Muslim a couple of years earlier, and they have 7 kids, 4 girls and 3 boys, and they are getting woken at 4:30 to pray. I hate them doing it. Well, yep, that's it. They've got to. We used to have a joke in the Middle East with them. Why are all the Muslims so pissed off? It's because they've never had a sleep in. Getting waking so early and getting brainwashed. It is, mate. It's exactly what it is. I mean, I don't want to offend anyone here, but Islam, to me, Muslim Islam is work of the devil. It's work of the devil. Like, they have this thing called muta. If you want to have sex with a woman, but you're only allowed to marry them, all right, have sex in Islam. So they bought this thing in called muta, where you can buy this lady off their family, say $300 US and a donkey, and you can have sex with her for those 3 days. And at the end of those 3 days, it's just a transaction that's feud. The marriage certificates get blown up. And that way she said never been married, he's never been married, and they can still do it. Doing what they do, their oppression to women, for adultery, without even an investigation, stoned to death. Islam is terrible. It really is. Sorry, Ozzy, I don't want to have a go to your daughter and that, because, like I said, some of the best people I met are Muslims too. Absolutely beautiful people. So, no doubt your daughters were somebody like that. But yeah, if they're dedicated, and they're really dedicated, they'll start to get a callous hair. And it's sort of like, how much dedication is, because they're pushing their forehead into the ground to make that fucking, if you ever look at the head leader of Hamas, he's got a big one there, and that's just, Muslim women are so oppressed, Dancer. It's so bad. It's horrible, mate. When I see little girls in Afghanistan, I'm just like, the worst place you could be born is a little girl in Saudi Arabia, Iran, Afghan, Pakistan, now Syria. It's just they don't see them as people. I mean, the men walk around holding their best friend's hands. If a Muslim woman, it must be fucking hard, Ozzy. If Muslim women want to leave Islam sometime, oh yeah, even a man. If you're a Muslim and you say, I've just announced Islam, I'm going to become a Christian, your whole family will kill you. You're the worst type. No, mate, no offence at all. Oh, sweet Ozzy, Is he married from Ghana? Is he here in Australia, or Ozzy? Your daughter and him, or are they overseas in Africa? They probably hear people saying that they throw gay people off buildings. That's true. ISIS started that. They murder gay people. That's exactly right. There's no tolerance at all. Yeah, so they're in Australia. That's really good. I'm over here helping kids and women for free. Makes my blood boil real hard, yeah, bro. What makes it really bad is when I see a Muslim woman. Oh shit. What really makes it bad is when I see a Muslim woman advocating for Islam and they're trying to get other young ladies or young girls to, hang on a second, I forgot. What the fuck? Ah, shit, hang on. What'd you do with the fucking power thing, Mel? Fuck off. Mel. Sorry, my phone's on 5%. I'm just trying to plug it in. Mel. But he goes to Saudi. Yeah, he has to because of their, every Muslim has to go to Saudi Arabia, mate, to Mecca. What the fuck? Hang on a sec, guys. Hang on, just one sec. Oh. The fuck is that? No. Right. Sorry, guys, one sec. We're saved. Sorry, guys. I remember the videos of ISIS beheading. Yep. That was horrible. Absolutely horrible. That was awesome when Trump was president. He's the guy that finished ISIS. When they started cutting off Americans' heads on TV, and because they had quite a good media group. When they started doing that, that's when we went over there and just crushed ISIS immediately. In 4 months, they were decimated. The granddaughters, the eldest is 15. I'm scared he will take her with him soon and marry her off. Oh, my heart feels for you, man. Hopefully, he lives in Australia and he really loves his daughter. He's much for my granddaughter, the eldest, that he sees the opportunities for women are here, where she can have an education and a great career, and still be in their life. That's what I hope. I cross my fingers for that, brother. Fuck, that's hard. But you should be able to, when you speak to him, what's he like? Is he like, is he really strict on covering your daughter's hair up and their dress codes? Like, how is he, Ozzy? That's a hard one, brother. And with Dancer, yeah, they it's funny when you see gay people in America for Palestine. They don't understand that all those people would be, like, half of them don't even know what they're chanting when they're yelling "River to the sea, Palestine will be free." They don't even know what that means. There were no wars started when Trump was president. He met with so many opposing world leaders. That's right, Dancer. Thanks, Ozzy. Yeah, no worries, man. Hopefully that's what. I mean, you could always sit down and talk to him and say, what are your plans? Are your plans on taking your daughter to, Mecca, or are you going to have them having a career here and meet another Muslim man here, or or should she be free to, marry a Christian man or an atheist or whatever? I'd just have those little chats with him and just sort of just poke his bear, because they really can't lie to you, It's with highly religious like Islam and that, then lying is like a bad thing against God. So they usually tell you the truth. That's fucked, Ozzy. I'm not sure what to say. I'll definitely be arrested. Yeah. I mean, you're only thinking that though, aren't you, Ozzy? That's not happening. He's not going to take your eldest granddaughter. You're just worried that he's going to do that, right? Because he would have done it probably earlier. I mean, This is where you know Islam's evil. Muhammad, his daughter, his first wife, Aisha, he married her when she was 6 and had sex with her when she was 9. So to me, that's pedophilia. And Islam go, oh, but it's a different time back then. No, a 9-year-old, doesn't matter if it's 2,000 years ago or 4,000 years ago, a 9-year-old that hasn't had a period yet, doesn't matter who you are, even cavemen wouldn't do that, you know. I support Palestine because of thousands upon thousands of women and children have been murdered and men for decades. See, I'm divided with that, Dancer. See, it was always, Israel was always, and even to Egypt, were always just Jewish territory. I mean, you know, the Jewish temple was in Jerusalem, you know, 500 BC. Islam didn't even come around until 750 AD, so 750 years after Jesus died. Muhammad came down, who couldn't read or write and was an orphan, and then started killing. You know, one day Muhammad cut off 600 Jews and Christians' heads in one day. I'm only thinking it, and her name is Aisha now, you mention it. That was Muhammad's first wife. And so they said that once you marry a young girl, you give them 3 months. If they have their period in 3 months, you can have sex with them straight away. If they don't have their period within 3 months, then you can make a decision as yourself as the husband whether you can penetrate her or not. It's fucking wrong, man. And then you got that mutar, then you've got all these other things about having second and third wives. And see, Islam for me is a religion where men, no offense Aussie either, and this guy could be one of the really nice Muslims and just wants the best for his family. So I don't want to fucking turn you off. I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, so to me, that's why they marry off young girls and things like this was when they're in their prime, because then they know that they're virgins. And they are seen as parting gifts, really. It is. And they say that gays are bad. One night I was doing a run, I couldn't sleep one night in Afghanistan, so I was running around the airstrip, right? And on the outside of the airstrip are these guard towers where the Afghan National Army were meant to be guarding us from Taliban coming and climbing over the fence, right? And one night I was running, I walked past, I looked up and then I could see this guy fucking the other dude, right, inside this fucking gun tower, 2 Afghanis. I was like, what the fuck? I've seen everything now. And I ran back and I was talking to our interpreter. Islam is the line of Ishmael, Christianity is the line of Abraham, right? Well, Christianity isn't the line of Abraham. That's Jesus' lineage. Christianity is Jesus' words. So from when Jesus was born, that's where Christians follow him. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the 4 Gospels. That's Christianity. And the way you hang your hat with Christianity is that Jesus was resurrected on the 3rd day. Before that, it was Jewish. Like the Old Testament, the Torah is all Jew. Yeah, that's right. My mum lives next to but it doesn't mean all Muslims need to. No, that's right, Dancer. Bloody oath, mate. No way. No way it doesn't mean that. It's just like somebody asked me earlier, it might have been Chris or someone that was earlier on, said, you know, what do you think about the kids over there? You know what? But you don't understand that these kids in these places like Saudi, Afghan, Iran, you know, Oman, Jordan, Syria, parts of Lebanon, and obviously Palestine and West Bank. As soon as you're 3 years old and a male, you're rehearsing. You don't go to school and learn 1 + 1 is 2, or how to spell, or in Islam you get taught to rehearse the Quran. That's all you do. Most Muslim men that are dedicated from those countries can nearly rehearse any verse out of the Quran. Sometimes they don't understand what it means. So from 3 years old, they're getting whacked on the head every time they get it wrong. Bang, 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 all the way up until like 7, and then they get showed how to kill Christian and Jewish kids. And this is happening in Palestine. So even though I know the women, but the children are getting hit, but that's because of Hamas using them as human shields. When they murdered those 1,500 Jews on their most sacred day, they knew what they were doing. They knew the response was going to be epic. So, like, their main headquarters is under the main hospital in, Gaza. It's the same as the Taliban and ISIS. They use our Geneva Convention against us. We can't fight. If it has a crescent or a red cross on a car, I can't fire upon it. Even if I just saw two dudes that were firing at my soldier, I can't fire at it because Geneva Convention says it's medical. We can't fire on religious establishments, so they can fucking have a massive firefight and run into a mosque. There's nothing we can do. Right? Things like that. And they know that. And hospitals. So they use that shit against us. Because we've got all these rules that we have to. Whereas they play with no rules. I have beautiful Muslim neighbours yet. No, he already has had one other wife. I couldn't believe my daughter let him. They aren't together now though. Oh, the other wife? Aussie? Yeah. And they say gays groom, religion is the biggest of groomers. It depends on the religion, I suppose. Because I was brought up hardcore Christianity. My dad went to church twice on Sundays, the 3 o'clock, then the 9 o'clock. And then we used to have meetings on Wednesday night, and he used to make me go to youth group on Friday night until I was old enough to leave home. I wasn't groomed into anything. When it comes to that, I mean, I'm sure there would have been pedophiles within the church, but I wasn't groomed. I was left to, do my own thing as they say, religion is the biggest. I mean, I do think that they do it in other religions, so 100%. I have some amazing friends that are Muslims, such beautiful people, even back, yeah. But I have absolutely no respect for religion, but that's fair. But it's what makes me give Christianity the weight is the fact that the Roman Catholic Empire, was not Christian. They were, when Caesar was around, when Jesus was crucified, they didn't believe in a God. Caesar was like the Lord, right? But then when Jesus died on the cross and so-called resurrected, nearly the whole Roman Empire turned into the Catholic Church, over 100 years. So something significant happened to turn many people's minds, like the whole empire, into Christians and Catholics. I'd give that a bit of weight, but yeah, I have some amazing friends, yep. Yeah, so if I was you, I'd just talk to your daughter's husband and just poke around and just ask little things like, maybe just ask those things, like what do you think about Muhammad's wife in the Quran and stuff? Yeah, what I meant to say is that the origins of Islam line is for Ishmael, and Abraham is where the line started before Jesus. Right, exactly right. Yep, Abraham, yep. And that's who the Jews, they don't recognise Jesus to Jews. They think he's a false prophet. He was blasphemous. I mean, the Jews are the one that killed him. It wasn't the Romans. It was the Jewish rabbis in Jerusalem that killed Jesus because they thought he was blasphemous, saying that he was the Son of God. The Jews still think the prophet's still to come yet, and they don't recognise. And funny enough, in Islam, Jesus is the fourth highest, holiest person that's spoke about in the Quran. They believe in Jesus. They just don't believe he was the Son of God. They believe he was the prophet. But Muhammad was the prophet after Jesus, the latest prophet, so we must listen to him. That's what the Islam. But it all goes like, when they wake up in the morning, every Muslim has to blow their nose out with water, the first thing they do when they get up. And they thought that was because, I've even asked Muslims, they thought it was because they're cleaning their sinuses out. No, because Muhammad said the devil comes into our noses during the night to try and infiltrate our brain. So in the morning, you need to wash your sinus and your nose out to wash the devil out. 3 times. See, I've asked hardcore Muslims, and they thought they were doing it for hygiene. I'm like, bro, it says here in the Quran that the devil comes in. How can the devil be in every single person's nose at the same time? What the fuck? Yeah, I left home at 14 and I'm not proud of it, but they were easy money because they wouldn't talk because of the wife and kids, but that's a very long time ago. I left home at 14 and I'm not proud of it. Easy money because they were... Yeah, right, though, Ross. Fuck, man. But the things were very different back then. I was running with a gang of skinheads. Skinhead, looking for a street fight, looking for a roof. Yeah, well, when I was a young infantry soldier, I've got a YouTube acquaintance who believes that Israel created Hamas because they needed an enemy as an excuse to fight against Palestine. I totally disagree with that, Dancer. Israel don't need any excuse at all. Israel, yeah, but not to say that he's right or wrong. We can still be, friends and have different opinions. But Israel created Hamas. No, that doesn't make no way. Because if they wanted to, they could have just kicked the Palestinians out. What you got to ask yourself this question. Okay, Egypt is right on Gaza Strip, Palestine's border, right? And then you have Lebanon. You come out of Gaza, you go past Tel Aviv, and then there's Lebanon, both Muslim countries. And then you got the Jordan on this side of Israel, the far back of Israel. 3 Muslim countries, but not one of those countries will take any refugees from Gaza, from Palestine, because of what they're taught and what they do and the craziness that happens there. You remember, Israel pulled every single Jew out of Gaza in 2005 and said, here, this is yours. You can have this to yourself. We'll still supply power and everything else. And they were even hiring, like, the reason why they, on October 7th, how the Muslims, the Hamas knew where to, get into the kibbutzes and kill innocent Jews is because that most of them were hired and have been hired by Jewish families to do work. So they're still, putting money and still maintaining a relationship with the people from Palestine or Gaza. But they used that against them. They knew where the cameras were and they used it as, intelligence to do the October 7th. Brainwashed zombies, most of them. They also believe Jesus was a virgin birth, so they make that. Doesn't make that sense. I know they say that Allah blew into Mary's vagina. That's what they say. He blew Jesus into. It's ridiculous. I would love for you to have a friendly debate with this guy. Yeah, bloody oath, Dancer. No worries, because I'm absolutely fine with being wrong too, But it's just once you work in these war zones or in these horrible places where this stuff is at its worst, you see a pattern. There's a pattern that arises. And there's no way in the world that Israel put Hamas in there so they had an enemy to fight. No way. If anything, they would have fought the West Bank because Jerusalem is their sacred ground. And that's split in half with Islam. I mean, the Gaza means nothing to them, really. It's just a beach. So if they really wanted to fucking fight, they'd make Hamas in West Bank, but they haven't. Are you talking to me, Dancer? As that would be a good idea. Sorry, I'm just fucking around my phone here. Yeah, so I'd love to talk about it with anybody. I'm really passionate about it. Same with military history. My issue with Christianity is that when Constantine merged in with paganism, it changed dramatically. I was talking to Chris, but you're welcome to. Christianity is where Constantine merged with the paganism. What do you mean by that? Constantine merged with paganism? Isn't pagans somebody like a Christian called a pagan if they pray to anything else other than to Jesus or God? This is awesome talking to you guys too. This is sweet. I wasn't expecting this at all. This is awesome. Paganism changed dramatically. And there was a time, remember the Middle Ages, around 1100s, remember the Knights of the Round Table and the Christian, what do they call it? What do you call those the Christians that went back into Israel to start slaying the Muslims to get to Jerusalem back? They wore they wore the Christian, what was it called, Jordan? Can you think of it? The Christian, when they all went out and started killing Muslims, huh?
Crusade.
That's it, the Christian Crusade, the Crusaders. They were shocking. They were going around just cutting Muslims up, and just for being a Muslim. Even if you were a baby, they'd kill you for being a Muslim because they were sick of Islam. Pushing them out of their places. And Jerusalem is a holy place for Christians. Like Christmas, we use a tree and decorate it. That's paganism. Oh, right. So we use it. What? So we're using something that was religious, but we change it to suit our own narrative. I've always thought paganism was, if you're a Christian and you pray to God, but I'm like Buddha, and you pray to Buddha, or in India the Hare Krishnas. I thought they were pagans for praying to different gods, but I'm completely wrong. Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, to call yourself a Christian, you have to believe in the resurrection of Jesus, and it's hard. That's a hard one. But you can definitely tell Islam, even in the nicest of nice people, Islam, I think, is of the devil. You know, the fact that you can oppress and you have all these different types of jihads that killing yourself and killing infidels, the highest level of jihad that God loves, just contradicts what God would be like. I mean, but definitely his religion is. At one stage when I was in Iraq, I remember seeing the Yanks doing this, saying grace and praying to, whoever they're praying to, Jesus or Mary. And then outside I'm seeing the Muslims headbutt the ground, and I'm like, a bunch of Australians, we weren't religious at all, going, we're caught in a bit of a religious oil, what the fuck is going on here? He means well, and he's very pro-Palestine. Yeah, no, that's cool, as long as bloody oath, mate. I mean, I hate the kids and women getting killed over there, but it's because Hamas are using them as human shields. Because think about this, if you were a mother or a father with the children in Palestine, what would you do to stop being killed? You would move all the way up to the Egyptian border, or all the way down to the bottom of the border that goes to Tel Aviv. Because you know that they're not going to fight you there. You're not going to get bombed if you were at a refugees camp on the Egyptian-Palestine Gaza border. But they don't do that. Why? It's because they're being held there as hostages, to make it harder for every time we kill one of those Hamas soldiers, 3 civilians die, and that's really good odds to get out into the world saying, look at Israel trying to commit genocide on these, people that are just want their land back. I can't even imagine living my life dedicated to any god or whatever. It just seems really weird to me. Like, why? Yeah, man. I think it's because people want to know there's something after death. People are scared to think that when you die, that's it, done. It's just non-existing. Just like when you're asleep and you don't have a dream, you don't even know. I think people are scared of that. People, they like to think that there's something better beyond. I mean, all the religions do it. They're always sort of setting you up for the afterlife one way or another, right? By doing all these things while you're alive. So, I see why, but I'm not afraid of death anyway, so, yeah. I mean, I like the idea of Christianity. I like the idea of trying to live a very good life, best you can, love your enemy. That's why it's crazy when you hear people like Kanye West lose everything because he said, I love Hitler, because Jesus says to love your enemy, so he's trying to take it to the most 10th degree, but, saying that is crazy. And also, when I go to war zones, you don't see Buddhists or Hindus or, even Islam or any of these other religions doing charity work. It's always Christians, the Red Cross. It's always Christians giving out food or trying to, so that speaks volumes too, that, the Christians are going around and they're in the worstest of worst places trying to help the people that are really fucked up. But I've never seen any other type of religious group in there trying to do good like that. So that used to speak volumes for me. I can't even, yeah, that's right. But yeah, I can talk about Palestine all day long, but I truly believe that Israel wants to live in peace. I mean, that's why they pulled all the Jews out of Palestine in the first place and gave Gaza to the Palestinians. Then they said, oh, now they've put us in a 2-mile open-air prison. But they can come and go as they please. They can do whatever they want. They can live in Israel itself if they like, or up in West Bank, where the real Palestinian government is. I mean, because look, we gave them Israel gave Gaza Strip to the Palestinians in 2005, and not one thing has been The roads aren't better. The schools haven't been upgraded. The hospital hasn't been upgraded. They've done nothing for the people there at all. All they've done is dug tunnels and find out ways how they can fight Israel to get their so-called land back when the Jews were there 2,000 years ago and Muhammad wasn't even around till 750. So there's 750 years where, you know, you ask the Palestinians how they go 3 generations, where'd you come from? It's like Jordan, Syria, Saudi Arabia. They've all merged into Israel. But man, you know, I could be wrong, but I got right into the politics of what make these people tick, these extremists. Why do you want all the Jews dead? Jews don't want them dead. Jews just want to live in peace. That's all they've asked for. And after World War II, they just take shit seriously now, wouldn't you? You know? And then people worry about all the, you know, Germans with the Holocaust of Jews killing 7 million innocent Jews. No one thinks about Berlin. 13 million innocent Germans died when America, Australia, Britain and Russia invaded Berlin. 13 million innocent Germans. You know, just copping it fucking sweet. No, I didn't, love. So, you know, that's the thing with Hamas, is that I believe that Palestine should be able to do whatever they want, but when you have a terrorist organisation running your area and then you can't step up against them and talk bad, you're either with the team or you're dead. You know, I mean, I've seen videos come out of Palestine where they show the, you know, little kids' cartoons of how to kill a Jewish kid, the best, where to stab him in the neck, where to stab him with a knife, how to garrote them. That's not normal TV for kids to watch, you know. And the Muslims, you know, everywhere I went, were always showing them death videos, or the kids are right there when they're killing people, so that they become, what's it called when you get used to it? Desensitized to the violence and the blood. Like in infantry, you sit down on a Friday and you go into this massive big cinema that was on base, and we'd watch people get shot different ways. I'd watch people die from explosions, mines, fucking being drowned. It's to get the infantry soldier used to death, you know, because it's the one thing you can train and train and train, and then when you finally got that person, you're in a war zone and you have them in your sights, all your training, it's been an orange target with a black man that looks like a terrorist. That's what you've been firing at your whole life, and now you open your eyes and you look through your sight group and you see human. It's, you know, a lot of guys hesitate to pull the trigger the first 3 times because it's different.
Turn the pad down.
Can you get me a... What's going on here? There might be a better fucking thing to try. Sorry guys, I'm just charging my phone. Thanks for staying with me. I'm enjoying this chat, actually. Because, yeah, every day Sunday for me, you know. And I live in the bush, so... but I'm using that, Elon Musk Starlink. Oh, yep.
But I gotta plug it in there.
Yeah, quick.
You didn't drink your cuppa.
No, sorry.
You pulled the container to bits.
Dude, I was trying to find it. Like, usually there's just cables everywhere, then I'm trying to find one on 3% and there's fucking nothing. Yep. You know, what's the craziest one is those monks that trying to find nirvana, where they slowly kill themselves over 4 years to get, what do? They starve themselves for 18 months and then they eat bark and then they eat this shit that makes them shit and piss for 3 months straight, and then they get buried alive and then they die, and then they dig them up, and if they're not fully dehydrated and turned into this sort of weird men, they get thrown into the dirt and they're nobody. If they are, they get put up into the church and their bodies like prayed to, because they achieved nirvana, which is, you know, knowing one's body to the utmost, you know, through meditation and all that crazy stuff, how they can raise their body temperature in the snow and through thought process. That's a crazy religion. And I think like what Pato believes in is a Buddhism where we might be, turn into something else, like you might come back as a zebra. I think that's pretty crazy too. I like the fact behind Buddhism is being nice to everyone and love. I mean, if you're going to pick a religion, I'd probably say Christians would probably be the best one to dedicate your life to, but still, plenty of pedos and that hide in the guise of that. So Pato's having dramas with his YouTube. He's saying that he's been shadow banned. So, because I've got his phone number, I've been texting with him. And he's a bit pissed off actually. He's a bit upset, and I think he's getting pissed off everyone giving him shit about this Morty fight or whoever that dickhead is that's going to fight Pato. What do you think about that? I'm going to try and get down for that. Yeah, but I couldn't. That Ross. When are you thinking about coming to Australia, mate? Because I remember you said you're doing up a car to maybe do a tour around Australia. I'll tell you this one gig that I did, if you're still there listening, is I got to go and work in Perth for 2 years, and I ended up going up to the Pilbara Regiment, which is up, if you know the Pilbara area, is up like where Dampier, Karrat, Port Hedland, Karratha. It's really bad for communications because it's all iron ore in the ground there, and it fucks with your comms. But I was asked to go and work with, what are they called? The people that, not the border, like the border patrol, I suppose, or anyway, what our job was is we go out on this boat that looked like it's like a fishing vessel that you'd hire for a day or two, and we'd all be swimming around snorkeling, and we put this sign up. I think it was called like Pure Pleasure Cruises, $90 for half a day or some shit. We'd just pretending we're tourists, and then at night time we'd black the whole boat out, and we'd go out into the Dampier Archipelago, and we'd jump on Zodiacs. Zodiacs is when you've seen Special Forces movies or any military movies, and they come up in those little rubber like the surf life-saving boats, but they're black. That's called a Zodiac. And I've got like six infantry guys from Pilbara Regiment on this boat, and we're going up with this high, what's it called? So you can get really vivid photos. I can't think of what it's called at the moment, but these cameras, and we're looking for people smuggling, big drug smuggling, and illegal fishing. And it's all legal, and that's what these guys do all the time. And I did that for 6 weeks, pretend during the day that we were just this fishing vessel, and we'd black out, we'd go out, we'd get off in the Zodiacs, and we'd go up against these massive big oil tankers that are 100 metres long, climb up their stairs and get photos of people moving women around for prostitution. The fish in Dampier Archipelago, like the Barrier Reef, it's beautiful, so they'll just fill their fridges full of fish, and they can't do that and take it home. So we're taking photos of this and putting it onto a laptop, and then I was bringing it back to the boat, and through a thing called Viasat, I would send them to customs. That's what it was. I'd send these photos and all the evidence we have to customs, and then first thing in the morning they'd come flying out and board the boat and do an arrest and save the women and what have you. That was a cool gig. I got to do that for like 6 or 7 weeks, man. Riding jet skis and fucking fishing during the day, and at night time, man, fucking being sneaky around massive boats, catching out these cunts breaking the law. It was a cool job. Not many guys get to do shit like that. Yeah. Unbelievable, bro. What the fuck does that do? Highlight saved to your channel is unlisted video, something or other. Yeah, right. Oh shit. Oh, whoa. Shit, I missed a heap of stuff. Fuck. Hey Dancer, I've loved picking your brain. I'm sure I'll have many more questions. Much respect. Love to your Mel. Good night, Chris, and everyone in chat. Thanks, Dancer. Good night, mate. See you, Dancer. Night, Dancer. Night, Dancer. Oh, good night, beautiful people. You said 60,000 in one day were killed. The 3 million in Germany. How long did it take for them to be killed? Well, the 3 million in Germany were killed over about 8 or 9 days. Yeah, so And it was actually about 13 million civilians. Vigilance caused more death rate, child abuse, everything else horrific. And Blanton just decided it's just pathetic. It is, bro. 60,000 in Iraq. Yep. My wife's Buddhist, of course. Yep. I think about 15, 20 seconds. Yeah, I'm coming back soon. Miss boys so much, but probably selling the 4B is just too expensive. It is, mate. It's fucking ridiculous. He put a post up today training. He said it would be 6 months till the fight. I can't see it happening. Yeah. Yeah, true. I agree with you, Aussie. That's crazy. What's that? He put it, but yeah, that's right. That's crazy. His channel has potential. It just needs to get an interview with one of the prison channels in the US, which will get channels like Lockdown 2, 3, and 1. Yeah, he's good, that guy. Or Blood on the Razor Wire. Yeah. So, Jordan, you reckon there's guys in America that would like to have a chat with me? Who are those channels, mate? I'll get in contact if you want to. It's cool. People want to know my story, man. You know? Yeah, fuck. I've got so many stories, bro. I've still got so many stories of when I was in the battalions to when I was a recruit instructor. I had a recruit one time, I G'd him up. I was teaching him how to bayonet fight, fighting with bayonets. And from the fighting ground to the bayonet assault course was about 2 Ks, and I'd run him there and I'd make him say this chant to G him up like, what makes the grass grow? Blood, blood, blood. What are we going to do to the enemy? Kill, kill, kill. What makes the grass grow? Blood, blood, blood. What are we going to do to the enemy? Kill, kill, kill. Because I'm psyching them up for this assault course they're meant to do when they're meant to harness their aggression. But this one guy that had been in prison was a bit of loopy. He grabbed his bayonet off his rifle and cuts himself from ear to ear. We're going to make him blood. What makes the grass grow? Blood, blood, blood. And then I had 2 chicks in between. They started throwing up. One dude fainted. This guy just cut himself from ear to ear because he's so G'd up. And I'm like, here, come here, brother. You need to come with me. I took him down to the medical and fucking discharged that gun. His channel has potential, yeah. Yeah, Lockdown 23 and 1. He's cool to listen to, bro. JD Delay. I don't know, he's a bit weird, isn't he, sometimes? He's all about the pedos. Maybe that was Watson. What a wanker that guy is. You know. What do you reckon? How do you reckon I'm going with my videos and that? It's just what I'm telling them. I usually got to walk around and, like, you know, because you do get a bit, like Pato says, when he's telling some of his stories, he goes back into that mindset of what was happening when he was telling that story, whether it be drug fueled or whether it's adrenaline or whether he was looked up to from all the other gang members. Going to buy a beer back soon. What's that going to cost over there? Like 10 cents? Yeah, I appreciate. I saw your message too today, Aussie. Just wondering how I'm been and going, mate. I really appreciate that because I was having a bit of a. If you would have noticed at the end of my last video, I just lost it for a second there. So I appreciate you doing shit like that, man. And it matters to me, you know. It's hard to express what it's like for somebody that you don't know really genuinely cares. You know, to listen to your story and wondering how you are. I really appreciate it, hey. Fucking oath I do. But yeah, Jordan, if you can give me some of those guys in America, I'd be happy to talk to them. Same with Dan, so I'd love to debate the guy in Palestine. I mean, he might completely school me. Who knows? But when Donald Trump left, you know, Iran was too scared to do anything. And then Joe Biden came in and gave Iran, oh, look, what we want to do. So you don't build nuclear weapons, we'll give you $6 billion. And then he gives that to Hezbollah. Hezbollah goes to Hamas, and then they build all those mad tunnels under Israel for the last 4 years. It's crazy. Yeah, I was one of the JD Delay's first couple hundred subscribers. True. He blew up fast. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he's got some pretty crazy stories of him being a criminal, you know, when he's driving down the wrong way and just being nutty, and a shock collar in prison. But it seems to me like American prison and Aussie prisons are completely different, you know. Because when Pato was first asking, does anyone know anyone that would come on? That's crazy, cunt. In this little suburb I live here, Glenwood, I met this guy, Dale, mate. He's one of the first guys. You know how when you meet somebody and they talk a lot of shit because they're trying to impress you, I'm this type of fighter, or I've done this, I've done that. You know what I mean? They're trying to get a measure. You know, trying to say how good their dick is. Sometimes they'll talk shit. Whenever I run out of guys outside the army that talk shit like that, they've always been full of shit. Yeah, yeah, I could see it got to you, and I just thought, yeah, cheers, Aussie. It did get to me, bro. I actually was starting to cry, and I was like, ah. But, you know, sometimes telling my stories that might happen, man, because the emotions run with it. And I'm passionate about this stuff. You won't meet anyone patriotic than me, bro. I'd die for anyone, any Australian, bro. That keeps me humble. Yeah. Fuck. It just goes through my mind the shit I've been through, man. You know. But having soldiers that would leopard crawl over glass into hell just because of your leadership, for me, I still get messages now for guys that are in my diggers, and they've moved on, and they're like, dude, you fuck the army for the rest of us now if we don't have leadership like you know, just little things like that, compliments like that just makes my heart well. You know, because I had dramas with some of my first section commanders. They were fuckheads, mate, absolute fuckheads. You know, not one guy, I destroyed his career. He kicked in the middle of a jungle, we were in the middle of a jungle fight, and he said, rifles go, but I couldn't hear what he said, so I was too scared to say anything, because if you go and you run, your mate could shoot you. So I hesitated, and then he got in trouble for that. So he's like, next time, cunt, you just fucking yell out what I say, righto, so next attack, rifles go. And I'm like, oh, was that gun group or not? Then I was hearing coming through the bush like a bull. I said, fucking rifles go, you cunt. And soccer ball kicked me in the fucking head, bro. And I woke up down like that, with my face on the ground on top of my butt of my rifle. And he's above me like this, doing these ones, you fucking. And I just stood up, grabbed my rifle by the barrel and swung it like a baseball bat, bro, and smashed his fucking knee, man. Snapped his, whatever those tendons are in his knee. I was in jail in 88, 89, and the difference in the 2000 plus jail is full on. What do you mean? I was in jail 88, 89, and the difference in 2000 plus the jail is full on. What is it, more full on back in 89, or is it more full on now? I always wondered how I'd go in jail. I mean, I'd think I'd just be left alone, I suppose. I always wondered how army veterans, you know. I mean, I've heard my cousin Pudgy, if you look at my community page, I've got photos there of my cousin and Chris Reimer. You probably know who Chris Reimer is in Sydney. I mean, I've got photos with Chris, he's a pretty cool dude. That one where I'm riding on my short, the one in the red Mercedes doing the burnout, that's Chris Reimer. And when I'm riding that dirt bike, that's at his place in the Hawkesbury River. You know, they said that veterans sometimes come in and will just start punching on and take over gangs, you know, because they're just used to the violence. I don't know. I mean, not many guys I know, they'd be humble and just sit in the corner and shut their fucking mouth, bro. Do their time. They wouldn't want a bit of anything, because, like I said, I've never set foot in a courtroom, but I've done lots of bad shit, just never been caught. Or in the army, we have our own kangaroo court, you know. But, I mean, in Townsville in 1996, we were the reason why they brought all the coppers, 300 cops from around Queensland, because there's 30 of us guys, we got an extended line and went through them all, kicked the fuck out of every bouncer and copper in Townsville, bro. Looking for 2 RAR guys, and then we went over to the park and punched on with a bunch of Aboriginal lads. Man, I used to have guys that had 22s that would sit in the bridge at night time, Friday nights, and put a carton of piss in the park. And as Aboriginals come, they'd shoot them in their legs with 22s, mate, from the bridge, silenced. 90s. There wasn't as many gangs back then. Oh, righto, okay, in 88, 89, right. Yep. And now with refugees too, with all the Sudanese and Somalians coming over. I see Dan asked me what's my thought on refugees. I've got nothing against refugees, but when they've been exposed to violence like that and the human life isn't that much, and then you put them in a suburb like Sydney or Melbourne, it's scary, because some of them aren't willing to work hard for their money. They know how piss poor we are. Like my daughter, her and her mate was 15, they got smashed on a train in Brisbane, and I said, where were the men? Was there any men on the train? She goes, Dad, there was heaps of men. They all turned and looked the other way. They were scared of this one guy. Like, to me, that's so crazy. If that was me, I would have fucking killed that guy picking on a chicken dude. It's like, when I'm on the train, I hope something like that happens. Like I said to my missus, I fucking hope someone breaks into my fucking house and I catch them. But, Blue Collar Vet is from Tucson, Arizona. There is a big army bases over there, plus a huge plane graveyard. It's massive. Yeah, Jordan. I served with a few Yanks, mate. Sean Willie's one of my most favourite guys. The Yanks, it's their army and their defence force is crazy. Like, they know how to do war. I was in Afghanistan. I'm walking into a Yank mess, where the Yanks make food, and I was coming in there. They had a dude out the front standing in a suit with a fucking brand new Harley Davidson and a Mustang, trying to sell them to US soldiers so that when they finished their deployment, they could have a Harley or a Mustang in their driveway waiting for them. I mean, they've got KFC, Hungry Jack's, Pizza Hut, all of that shit comes in, fucking greens, beans, coffee. And then they just get like Smoofties to run the coffee shops. I mean, I remember waiting for Pizza Hut. We wanted Pizza Hut. It was happening in Kandahar, so I flew my boys from TK to Kandahar to get pizza, and we're waiting, and I was opening it in the morning. And that night, we got rocketed and it landed all on the brand new pizza joint and blew the Pizza Hut up before it even got opened. Yeah, those 107mm rockets suck. When you're getting rocketed, you're just copping it sweet because there's nothing you can do, bro. I've got this mad story where I was getting rocketed with my guys. We thought we were going to die, and we were in a huddle, sort of crying, bro. We thought that was it. And I had a sat phone, so I decided to ring Mel because I wanted the last person. I just wanted to tell her how much I loved her. So Mel's in the background hearing the sirens and the rockets fall around me, going, what's going on? I'm like, I love you, babe. I think this is it. And I'll get her to tell her side of the story, but yeah, being rocketed when they're just falling out of the sky right around you. And the fact is, they're smart. They set them up during the day, and they put timers on them so that when they fire off at midnight, they're in bed. So when we send the Apaches up to find the heat signature where they were, there's nobody there. They've set them up during the day. Not the Pizza Hut. Yeah, Kandahar was like a city. There was 50,000 soldiers in Kandahar city, in Kandahar base. 50,000 soldiers. Like, just the airplanes the Yanks have, man. Like, there's this place in the Indian Ocean called Diego Garcia. I stopped there in 2003. And when I was doing our island hop from Perth to Diego Garcia to Oman, Fajura, into Kuwait, back into Dubai. And on Diego Garcia, I got out. I was so surprised. It was just B-52 bombers. Like hundreds of them. And then a few Marines and a few houses and a shop, sort of like an alcoholic shop and news agency. And, the rest of the world doesn't really know that they've got hundreds to up to 1,000 B-52 bombers that just themselves can carry enough ordnance to level a city. And then on the aircraft carriers, the 11 of the biggest aircraft carriers, American owns all of them. And the other 10 aircraft carriers, America owns 6 of those. Yeah, America knows how to go to war, man. They're really fucking good at it. People worry about China. No, China had a UN peacekeeping mission in 2015 in Africa. They were looking after their oil interests. So they sent, a Chinese division of infantry to go and sort of, work with the UN over there because of China's oil. They had the Tutsis, I think it's the Tutsis having that civil war over there came in, and Chinese had their day where they could fucking sit back, fire and practice what they've been. Bro, some of them dropped their weapons and ran and hid. They didn't know what to do, just left their mates there, left their guns there. I'm like, oh my God, this is China's best. And who's trying to go into war with? Nobody. Their soldiers aren't practicing, you know what I mean, how to go to war, because it's not that. Once you get, like, just say you invade Australia, it's the MSR, the main supply route that you've got to keep open to make sure all those soldiers that occupy Australia have food, water, everything they need to do to be soldiers. But if you fuck with that MSR and they get dislocated, cut off, we can easily kill those guys. We can just starve them out. That was what our main worry was in Afghan, was getting cut off, that main supply route. But America knows how important it is to make sure your MSR is tight, you know. But, you know, you don't learn this shit unless you go to war and do it. You know, America's defense budget, every 20 cents out of every American dollar spent goes to the US defense budget. We've only got 25,000 people in the army, 30,000 in the Air Force, and a little bit less in the Navy. Our whole defense force, Army, Air Force, and Navy is about 78,000 people. 78,000 people. You know, it's very small. There's this tattoo I wanted to get of, like, well, I love Pato's scorpion on his chest, because in Iraq we were called scorpions by the US, because we were a small force with a powerful sting. It's like scorpion, right? You know. And when he first took over Iraq, dude, and you just saw this shop up, who would have thought we'd have to send teams out to kill animals, because there was a couple of zoos that got the walls broken down, and there was fucking tigers and gorillas and fucking animals running down chasing people in the suburbs. We had to go and send out kill teams to kill lions and tigers. Oh my. I'm worried about sleepers here when World War III starts, if it does. Sleepers, what do you mean by the sleepers, Jordan? Like sleepers like Lone Wolf Islam, like that guy that tried to stab that Christian dude in the eye, like sleepers like that? Or because you got to remember, there's a lot of guys like me too that are out and very highly qualified, and they handle all weapons and warfare. And I would go straight to the beach. I'll pick up a weapon right now, mate, and defend my fucking beaches till not even a second thought. And I know there's thousands of men like me, so we could be sleepers too, I suppose. Because if China and that invaded, all of our military is from pretty much Bamia, the tip of Queensland, all the way down to Melbourne, right? So the East Coast is covered. Then we have a tag force in the West Coast. I'm not going to talk about them because it's secret what they do over there, but the West Coast is covered. And now we've just got 2 infantry battalions up in Darwin, and we've just, I don't know if you guys know this, but about 10 years ago we stationed full-time a Marine base where 6,000 Marines are always posted to Darwin. Can you be enlisted in the Aussie Army if you have a criminal record? Yeah, bloody oath, Aussie, yeah. I'm back with a fresh chain long neck. Cheers, brother. Yeah, no, yeah, definitely, mate. Who was it? Kevin Rudd. Remember Kevin 07? He dropped the standard down. It was really high in the army. You know, if you had like certain criminal charges, you couldn't join. And then Kevin Rudd made it, as long as you didn't have rape or murder or grievous bodily harm. That was crazy. Anything else, you could come in. Like I said, I had a criminal that had been in 21. He got locked up for driving kilos of coke across the border. He was released when he was 31. He was 32 when he was joining the army. But he had that jail mentality and was trying to treat me like a screw in the first 2 nights. But I just fucking wrecked this cunt. You know, so you could see the change of. But yeah, if you got a non-violent record, yeah, Aussie, and you can join all the way up to 55. I had recruits that were in their 50s because of the global financial crisis. They had nothing else they could do, and they needed to pay their mortgages, man. So they joined the army. And the retirement age in the army is 67, and you can even go longer than that if you want to. It's a good life. It's a good career. You can move up through the ranks. You get paid more as you do it. You get better like experiences, offers as you get a sergeant. You can do swaps with other guys in the English army, and it's called Operation Long Look, where you swap with an English sergeant. He comes do your job, you go do his job, or you go into Operation Anzac, where you swap with New Zealand guys. We already work with the Gurkhas. Yeah, you know, and the further you go up through the ranks, the more opportunity you have to do cool shit. That's exactly what they do, Jordan. What's that? People that are already here. Yeah. But unfortunately, the reason why we don't have so many lone wolf attacks with Islam, you know, because, you know, ISIS Hamas, Hezbollah, Boko Haram, they've all put out, you know, your lone wolves in Western countries, make your moves now, you know. I think they like the life here too much, and their religion takes a back step because life's too good here. They've got too many freedoms, bro. You know, as far as the society goes, we're pushovers. You know what I mean? Like, we're pushovers. We don't even have a Second Amendment, so we don't have guns to protect ourselves. That's exactly what they do, Jordan. Yeah, it's already bad luck on 57. Oh, mate. I suppose you don't want to do it anyway at 54 because you're dealing with 18 to 20-something-year-olds, mate. You know, so it always feels like, and we don't, like, just because you're 55, we don't make it easier. You know what I mean? Anything you can make it easier is if you're female or male. And sorry guys, I don't believe women should be any type of fucking fighting teams at all. I don't think they should be on artillery lines. I don't think they should be in infantry. I don't think they should have anything to do with any. There's no need for women fighting. I told my missus this once when I was doing some infantry minor tactics. I was training some other people, and I had this young girl. She was 17. And because she's 17, you have to look out for her because she can't smoke or drink or what have you. But she was on her period and she hadn't washed herself. Oh my God, the smell that was coming was just so bad that I had to talk to her about it, you know, and reading the thing when the girls learn about hygiene, how they know they go on bush, they should stop their period and crazy shit like that, man. You don't even think about. But yeah, when I was down at Kapuka training recruits to become soldiers, that was so rewarding, guys. Just seeing, like this concreter I was telling you about, he gave up millions of dollars. He had $1 million business, successful as. He just got sold it all, come down, joined the army at 35 or something. I said, what are you fucking doing here, bro? He goes, I want to do something with purpose. I want to humble myself. I want to find myself. I'm like, all right, cunt. And the whole time he's lacking, you know. If the guys are running up here, he's dropping back. I gave him the machine gun, he'd drop back. I'm like, just break this cunt going. You're nothing. You're not this. You're never going to be anything, cunt. Then I took him up Heartbreak Ridge, which is this really steep hill. It's a war. It's a war within yourself to get up it right. And halfway up, and I've got to watch for these guys falling over for heat stroke, because I was telling you guys the other day in my video how I've fucking gone over for it. So he had my machine gun, so he's carrying a heavier weapon than everybody else, and it's midday in Wagga Wagga summer, and he falls over. I'm like, fuck, so I tell everyone down. Circle, what's your arcs? Why I run over him? What's the matter? And he's like, he's a mess. I fucking can't do this. I can't do that. I've got a stitch. Ah. And then I just yelled at him and said, look, right now, you're in the middle of fucking Gallipoli. How can you do this right now when you've been shot up by the Turks? Do you reckon the Gallipoli guys could just do this? They were pushing guns up hills, up straight cliffs and getting crushed. Do you think they could just stop, mate, because it was hard? You know, what the fuck? And then he grabbed himself up and he looked at me and he shook his head and he goes, I think I just found myself. I think I just found myself, Corporal. That's what I was called there, Corporal. I think I found myself. And from that day forward, he was one of my best recruits, bro. And he went on to become a water transport guy, you know. But I just remember that because he had everything. And he gave it all up because he wanted to find himself. And then one day, I pushed him so hard to a physical break. And, you know, I pretty much said, if you don't get up and, you know, start patrolling right now, I'm sending you to the hospital, you weak cunt. And he got up and, I found myself, Corporal. I found myself. I know who I am now. I'm like, well, let's fucking go, cunt. Yeah, so little things like that, you know. And seeing guys that are just meek come in and, you know, just sort of, you know, they're not geeks or anything. They're just quiet guys that are just, you know, they maybe gone to a private school and had it pretty good and, you know, had a good mum and dad or maybe a rich mum and dad. Then, you know, they're just very meek and quiet and not very confident in themselves. Have guys like that to turn them out in 90 days is, listen, like I said, you know, if you belong to the rebels or all these gangs and that feels tight, when you're in a fighting team, you know, every single guy there's going to die on you, die for you, man. It's pretty hard to beat. It's like you're on a high, so you know, and you're constantly getting better because you want to be best for the guy to your right, you know. So it becomes this competition of being humble, but just knowing that your shit's sorted, you know. That I'm 51, there's no way they would let me in. When I was a teen, you couldn't enlist if you had a record. Oh, right, okay. China has paid off poor third world countries or islands in the Pacific and pays them money and builds ports for them, but also are built to their specs. It's scary, yeah, bro. At least he's dedicated. Big call to give up everything and join the army. It's right, bro. You know, because I ask people, if you join recruiting and they say, what do you want to join the army? And they say, because I want to kill people or I want to kill evil, that's the wrong answer. Straight away you're gone. If you say that, you're gone. Because we don't want people that want to kill people. We don't want that at all. We don't want to kill anybody. You know what I mean? We want to train to be professional. Like, a lot of guys got this tattooed on them. Listen to this. I never got it. I just stick with infantry because I thought it was a little bit corny, but they get love by chance, live by choice. No, sorry. Live by choice. Love. No, I'm fucking it. Live by chance, love by choice, kill by profession. A lot of guys got that, like, tattooed on them. You know, so, but I thought, it's a bit, what if you never fucking kill anyone, then what do you do? Even though you are a trained killer, trained to kill. That's it, as an infantry, you just train to kill somebody so many different ways. And then you sort of get taught how to, because that's why I was asking Pat about unarmed combat, about the Israeli, what's the Israeli style called? At least he's dedicated. Big call to give up everything, join the army. Yeah, fucking oath. Do you think the world fucked up by giving more than 70% of the world's manufacturing work to China? Everyone's become too invested in them. And what would happen if China and Russia merged to fight us? Okay, China are no good at fighting. They've got a big army on paper, but they're not hardened how to fight. They haven't fought anything. They fought a little bit in Korea when they're pushing North Korean, and they fought maybe a little bit with the MVC when we're fighting in Vietnam. But China haven't picked up as a military force and gone anywhere and fought and then have to maintain that supply route. One thing I learnt being a soldier and working in war zones, I learnt this from the US. If you dominate the airspace, you dominate the battle space, right? If you dominate the airspace, you dominate the battle space. Now, China and Russia have been going about getting the fastest jets they possibly can, because speed in the 80s and 90s, speed was everything, right? Speed wins. Whereas America stopped speed, and now, like their F-22 and the F-35 Raptor and the F-35 Lightning, they come up the size of a bee on a fucking radar system. They don't go any... Actually, the MiGs, the Russian and the Chinese jets go faster. But you can't see the US jets. So they don't need to go fast, because they're nearly invisible now. I reckon, in Russia, bro, because I'm like, it's the Ukraine and Russian war's the first time anyone's documented fighting in pits, right? So I've got an interest in watching that happen. Russia are fucked. Unless he's keeping these good fighters back, all the Russians that they've sent over there are poor discipline. They're getting drunk at night time. They're pillaging. They're standing up and giving in, like they'll put their weapon down and fucking, you know, and while their two mates are over there still trying to fight, this guy's given up. They use a lot of people in jail. We'll free you from jail, and as long as you do 6 months on the front line, and then use those people to do crazy tasks where they're going to die so they don't owe them anything. I mean, Russia looks good on paper, but I don't know as a fighting force, men on the ground, what they've shown me in Ukraine is a joke. You've got to remember, most of the men in Ukraine were just signed up because they've had to. Like if we got invaded and they just said, right, every single fucking fighting age male from 17 to 50 is going to the line. Yeah, you're near the line doesn't mean you've got no battle experience at all. So Ukraine should have been on a roll, walked after. They should have walked straight in there. But they're using Wagner too, which is a private group that hires mercenaries. I mean, I don't know, you know. I mean, I reckon when it comes to owning the airspace, who the fuck's going to beat Americans? Top Gun, they've got the best pilots in the world that would do fucking anything, you know. I've heard pilots been in operation rooms in their Special Operations Task Group. And listen, do not fucking go down there to Warthog and Apache pilots. You will be fucked. And then the Apache pilot goes in like a battle called 18 hours, where there's 2 Australians caught with 30 Marines, and they were in Tora Bora, which is the mountains they used to go between Afghanistan and Pakistan. If you watch Rambo 3 and you see the Russians fighting Al-Qaeda in Rambo 3, those big cave systems, that's Tora Bora. We had Marines that were chasing some Taliban up there, a massive valley. But they didn't realise either side of this fucking valley dug in with 400 Taliban fighters, 400 Taliban, 800 fighters, and they were pinned down on the ground. So I reckon a lot of people would have found themselves in a situation. Did you see the young scientist that just discovered how to stabilise hypersonic aircraft engine? Very cool. It's going to change air travel as we know it. Yeah, 100%, bro. So what was I saying? Yeah, so America knows own the battle space. So I just don't think that the Chinese and the Russian pilots could go toe to toe with American pilots. I just don't think so. You know, American pilots are every day they're dropping ordnance in places you don't even know. We've got so many thousands of Marines just in Africa fighting the fight. Did you see the young scientist? My cousins are in the Royal Australian Navy. One is a lieutenant commander and has been to 42% of the world, and he's a chopper pilot. That means if he's a chopper pilot in the Navy, he flies Sea Kings. They call choppers, big choppers. I've been in a Sea King. Yeah, they're cool. I could never do the Navy. Fuck being out in the ocean, sitting like that. Fuck that. Unless you're, you know, an American aircraft carrier, because American aircraft carrier is untouchable. And they can cruise at 110 k's an hour on the open ocean. Their top speed's secret, so that enemy don't know how long it takes to get from one place to the other, but those aircraft carriers can cruise at 110 k's on the ocean floor, on the ocean, anywhere. Like, they're fucking scary, those things, man. And we've got the 6,000 Marines in Darwin too, just to show China, like, look, America really are our, and then because they've got Marines there, that comes with an aircraft carrier that's floating around that area between sort of Papua New Guinea and keeping an eye on, like Jordan was saying, how the Chinese are over there with Fiji, Samoa, Tongan, getting in their back. But still though, you know, even if they take Fiji, they still got to get into Australia, and America will just destroy those islands so quickly. 110k, that's absolutely insane. What's that for? Yeah, not for me, I don't like rowboats. What was 110k? But yeah, anyway, back to that thing in 18 hours where these Marines were stuck in the valley with these 800 Taliban were coming down, and like they were getting hand-to-hand combat, mate, because they were coming into this spot where they couldn't move, they were pinned. And this Apache pilot went into the centre of the valley above those guys. Mate, these Apaches are so cool. They can have a bullet hole through every square inch. So if you break down the blades, the chopper blades, into square inches, it can have a bullet hole through every square inch of those blades and still promote lift. They're bulletproof, you know, like 50 cal, 7.62, small arms fire. I've watched the Apache sit here and take on these 800 guys, run out of ammunition, mate. And it's the only time I've seen Apache get hit, because it can take about 3 RPG rockets to the motor, to the rotor's engine housing on an Apache, and it doesn't phase it at all. And the Apache pilot has this special monocular over his face with his weapon systems, that wherever he looks is where the weapon system goes. Right? So he's just looking, and wherever he goes, and he's got 30mm chain guns, he's got things called Hellfire rockets. And this guy used all of his ammunition and took to the point where he crashed the Apache, because he stayed there that long and had to crawl into they call it Devil's Half Pipe, where they were stuck. I mean, that's amazing. They stand there for 30 minutes and just try and be, you know, take all this fire from these 800 guys in this mountain, so that these guys down here can try and set up some sort of maneuver or some sort of position for them to, you know. And that's why it's called 18 hours. It went for 18 hours, that fight. It's a good book called 18 Hours if you want to get it. It's pretty mad. You know, and that's when we're trying to drop those Moabs. If you have a look in my community where I've got some photos, I've got the photos of the Saddam's palace, that big round hole where the Moab came through. They were dropping them on Tora Bora on the mountains, and they weren't even penetrating the granite. They were hitting the granite, and once the dust went away, it just looked like a shiny spot on the side of the mountain. So yeah, there's, but that's how they used to move. And you have 2 seasons too when you go to war in like the Middle East, and that is obviously summer and the winter. And in the winter, they don't fight. Like Afghan, there's nothing. When you get the winter deployment to Afghanistan, you do nothing except watch movies for 9 months, because all the fighters fuck off to Pakistan and go on holidays to Qatar and get warm. And then when the summer comes, spring comes, which is I've always been deployed in the summertime. Wouldn't have it any other way though, because that's when all the fighting is. You see all the fighters come back fresh through the springtime and the summertime, and then it's fucking on until next winter. And I've always been deployed in those summertime deployments. What's that? Davros 100Ks. Yeah, not for me. I don't like Robo, the aircraft carrier. In Iraq or Afghan, did you come across the Farsi people or people who speak Farsi? Are they? Yeah, bloody oath I did. Farsi people, yep, for sure. They were up near where we used to gas his own people, where the Kurds are. I'm pretty sure the Kurds speak Farsi too. I've always wondered how much fire those choppers can take. It's crazy. Not all of them, but those Apaches can take a lot, like a lot. Like, I'll tell you this one thing, there's only 5 people, so it's not too bad, but yeah, we found this way of making fighters talk because they're so scared of helicopters that we'd get them we'd blindfold them, cross-leg them, sit them down and get an Apache to hover just above their head and they'd start pissing and shitting themselves and tell you everything, bro. I've always wondered how much those troopers can do. Yeah, those bunker buster bombs are crazy. Moabs, yeah. People call them mother of all bombs, but they're not actually called that. I can't remember what the official name is. But yeah, the way they, like, Saddam's palace had 3 floors, and each floor was at least 1.5 meters thick of Rio concrete. And it punched through the roof, the second floor, the bottom floor, and then blew out in Saddam's bedroom. It bent all the walls and everything, but it didn't wreck the rest of the palace. It just destroyed. If you see me in the photos, I'm standing in that thing because I had to dig all that out and fucking find a skiff. But they were amazing, those things. And those things were hooked up to telephones. So they had like, I don't know if you guys remember the deck of cards they put out. They put all of the Iraqi soldiers on these deck of cards from most important to least important. And they had a bunch of mobile numbers for some of the high-ranking Ba'ath Party members. When those mobile phones came on and they fucking made a phone call, it would alert this P2 up 15,000 feet above Iraq, and then they'd put a GPS of one of those Moabs onto that GPS signal and just drop a bomb on you. So wherever they dropped those bombs, they, usually there's bad dude in, but you're not going to find the cunt in that building that I was in. It was decimated. I've always wondered, those bunker busters bombs, is that the bomb they used on his palace? Yes, mate. Yeah, Moabs. They're huge. Like I said, they're like, and they're worth $2 million a bomb, and Americans dropping these things like they're fucking sultanas, mate. Huh? Oh, that's what it stands for, Moab, Massive Ordnance Airburst. That means, because if you want to get the maximum out of them, at about 300 feet above whatever you say you're going to do, my house that I'm living in, you let it burst 300 feet above my house. That's an airburst, so you have maximum potential all raining down on you to penetrate. But they can also put them on delay. So remember I was talking to you guys how when you're living in holes as infantry soldiers, how that's the safest way? Well, those bombs can bunker bust those, you're fucked. That's hectic. Yeah, it is. Very hectic. So people don't know none of this shit. Like I said, the 60,000 of Saddam's best soldiers were coming down to Kuwait, the Middle, in the middle, to have a big fight, like a military battle. But we seen them coming, so Americans just hit them with artillery, Apaches, fast air, Warthogs, and mortar rounds, and decimated those guys in about 25 minutes. We went up there. They took a camera. I was seeing this on the screen. I wasn't like right up forward. I was seeing this on the screen. It was just about a kilometre by 500 metre wide. It was just blood and guts and just weapons and bits of this and bits of that. Like, what the fuck do we do here? Because you got CNN and Fox News all wanting to come up the thing. What's going on? Trying to interview soldiers and shit. So you don't want those guys to know. So they just took out the engineers and they got these bulldozers and pushed a big hole in the desert and then pushed all the blood and guts into that hole. And then we just kept walking into Iraq and we never fired one shot until we got into Baghdad. I mean, when Saddam told the pilots to come down and to fight us at Kuwait border, none of the pilots took off. They all put their uniforms on and ran home. They didn't want to go and fight against Americans in their old MiGs against F-16, F-18s, F-22s, like... America's got a jet for every fucking problem. I've been meaning to read your message you sent me about you and his palace and the lake, etc. Amazing stuff. Yeah, well, I've actually did a video about that, bro. You know, seen the dead bodies that were bloated in the water, but that was, I said, the real first dead bodies that I saw was Saddam's sons, Uday and Qusay. They went like his father. Saddam was a bitch, ran like a bitch, hiding in the ground like a rat. At least his sons took stance in the middle of Baghdad. This is us, this is what we believe in, let's fucking go. And Americans surrounded that house and just belted it for 24 hours till nothing came out of it. Then they went in there, they dragged the two sons out, Uday and Qusay, they put them in a morgue in Victory Palace, and then they opened the morgue up so we could go and see them. So I walked over there and I seen these two dudes. Oh my God, that was the first time I'd seen dudes decimated from war, you know, dead bodies. One was, you know, missing his right knee down his shin. It was sort of just a bit of a boot that was left over. But the funny thing is, you couldn't really see their faces because of all the saliva on their face. Everybody that walked in there spat on them. So there's just all this spit and saliva over their face and neck. It was pretty fucking uncanny, actually. The outboard just cutting up bits of people. No, it wasn't as bad as that, Davros. It wasn't like there was just bodies everywhere. Most of them were sunk, so you really couldn't see them floating on the surface. They were sunk down, like held down with weights, and they were sort of bloated. And when the toxos were doing the thing, they're saying, you know, this is what's in the water, so no one should be going near the water. So it wasn't as if there was just bodies everywhere floating. It wasn't like that. They were like pinned under the water, deep under the water. You'd see the odd dog or animal floating though. But it was what was in the water that was dangerous. Yeah, so like you could see, like, you know, fuck, there's something down there because it's all swollen and fucked up, but the water was dirty too. So I've been a bit slack on YouTube, but trust me, I'll watch everything. There is a lot of history in Iraq. So the Babylonian Empire, the Sumerians. I hope the war didn't destroy those old sites. No, that's right. And you've got to remember too, if you believe in Adam and Eve and the creation of the Garden of Eden, talks about, you know, where the Garden of Eden is like downtown Baghdad, Iraq, you know. It's so old, the history there. You know, Baghdad, like when I was there on the Babylon River and the Tigris, man, I was pinching myself. Just going, fucking look where I am, you know. I've read about these rivers in history and, you know, social studies and stuff like that, and here I am walking it, you know, and you just know how many generations of people, all the way back to the first lot of people. Iraq wasn't like Afghan. Iraq was like invading Sydney, you know, because they had beautiful shopping centres, and like I said, Saddam didn't cross politics with religion. You were religious, but that you do that in your own time. I'm not going to police that, but he ran it like a politician. He ran it like a free country. As long as you didn't say shit about his regime, you were pretty good to go, you know. And then when we invaded, we took away the law and order and that sort of that rule. And within 4 months, they hated us. When we got there, they're like, "Thank you, Mr. Howard. Thank you, Mr. Bush." You know, the presidents. And then after 4 months, bro, they're like, "Fuck you. My daughter got raped yesterday. When I got home from work the other day, there was 2 dudes in my house holding my wife hostage, stealing all our shit." You know, it's turning crazy out there. All the, you know, the gang leaders and all these crime people are starting to come up. Yeah, just imagine taking all the law and order out of Sydney and just letting it go. Anything goes now. Just imagine that. That's what it was like. There's a lot of history, yeah. I don't think they did get those old sites, mate. I know in Syria, in Jordan, ISIS were all about that. ISIS were like, fuck anything to do with Christianity or history or anything that's not Islam, right? So they were destroying old sites. But I think Saddam and they respected that stuff, you know? Yeah, there was a lot of history. You can just feel the history. And what's funny was, this is another thing, when you're coming from the Baghdad International Airport, I was looking at the top of the turret, and I'm seeing Gumtree. I'm like, confused, going, fucking what the fuck? It's like I'm in a bush training range in Australia. I'm like, Gumtrees, what the fuck? All the way down the main drag into like if you were a visitor and you got off the plane and you're catching a cab downtown Baghdad, there's gum trees lining, big ghost gums all the way down eucalyptus. And you found out that Bob Hawke in 1982, when he was the Prime Minister, sent a bunch of saplings to Saddam as a fucking some sort of gift, and they went crazy. That's because it's, you know, it's a very hot environment there. You know, gum trees go well in the hot. But yeah, that was pretty crazy to see Australian gum trees lining the roads in Baghdad. That was a trip. Wasn't Bin Laden best friends with Jeb Bush? That is a bit out there. No, it wasn't Osama bin Laden. It was his family. His actual uncles and aunties, they weren't like extremists. They were just like normal Muslims, like, probably going under the guise of Muslim, but indulging in Western environments. No, okay, so the Bushes had their own oil fields. So, the George Bush was selling oil and they were in the oil game. And Osama bin Laden's family was in the oil game. So they were friends through the oil. But Osama bin Laden had nothing to do with the Bushes. Or, in fact, his family thought he was a bit of a black goat, black horse, whatever you call it, because he was such an extremist, And he was using his money to fund terrorist groups and Al-Qaeda and things inside Afghanistan, and he was a little bit egocentric, like he wanted to let the West know that he wouldn't leave his print. Like when the SEAL Team 6 guys grabbed all that intelligence out of there, most of the videos of himself watching the Twin Towers fall and him, like, happy that he'd done his work, like a guy that's watching his plant, go out on TV right now as he's watching it, and with a massive smile, like he was so proud of what he achieved. And he thought where he was, he'd never get caught if they didn't use technology, but so I wouldn't say Osama bin Laden, the actual terrorist extremist, wasn't, but the bin Ladens were friends with the Bushes. So, well, in fact, it was bad because they had his uncle and auntie was actually at the Bush's house in Texas when the Twin Towers fell. Remember, they grounded all air flights. They grounded everything except for the president. They put him up, and nobody knows this. They put a special flight on for those bin Ladens to get the fuck out of America and back into where they from. I think they were at Qatar at the time. Because it wouldn't have looked good to the public is that they got bin Ladens at their house, you know what I mean? Even though it's got nothing to do with the terrorist act, they're just oil moguls. Like here in Thailand, if you even make one post on social media disrespecting the monarchy, you are looking at 3D. That's right. Regardless of religion or creed or anything, did you see any suicide bombers? Yeah, bro. Fuck knows. Yeah, I had one run to our front gate, mate. One of my soldiers was in a pit, probably blew about 50 metres from him. Sometimes you can tell by the way they walk and all the way they look, the true believers, they just come sprinting at you and try and get as far as they can in before they know they're going to get shot or killed. But you can see the ones that are nervous because they'll detonate too early. Or sometimes they don't have the detonation because they're scared that that suicide bomber won't be able to do it when they need to, so they'll leave the detonation for someone else and they just say, walk that way, walk into that compound, or walk over there, or do this. What's really bad is when they slap suicide vests on kids and then go and ask those soldiers for lollies and then detonate the kid around soldiers. But is it normal for a plane to level whole skies right below 911? It's like it imploded. This is horrible. This is the horrible part. I know all of, what do you call it? What's that stuff? What's this conspiracy theories? Look, I don't think America would have downed both their own towers just to invade Afghan and Iraq. They wouldn't need to do something as big as that. They would do something a lot smaller. And you've got to remember, everyone forgets about the one plane that was going to fly into the White House, which never made it. Remember, it crashed in the fields because the men on that plane took on the fucking terrorists and they had a fight and they downed it in that field. So they're heroes in my eyes, but that plane was for the White House. And then you've got to think of the Pentagon too. You're not going to fly a plane into your front doors of the Pentagon just so you have an excuse to say, hey, these people did this to us, we're going to invade. You're not going to drop the two biggest towers that makes New York skyline unique just so you can have an excuse to invade Afghanistan or Iraq. Like I said, he could have invaded Iraq purely on weapons of mass destruction, right? that, you know, easily. That had nothing to do with. Remember, Saddam didn't even do anything, really. He just thought, fuck it, we'll alleviate this dictator. You know, they must be doing something over there. Maybe he does have weapons of mass destruction, which he never did. And then with Afghan, obviously that's Bin Laden's home turf, where he taught them, you know, extremists and stuff. So it was only natural for them to go after him in Afghanistan. It's just the length of time we spent there when Bin Laden wasn't even there. He was in Pakistan. You know, it took that one chick 10 years to find Bin Laden. It's quite unique how you find out how they did that with his shadow, because of how tall Bin Laden was and all that, how they found out who he was through satellite imaging. Yeah, I think there's any conspiracy around it. I think there's any conspiracy around the Twin Towers. You do think so or you don't? So I don't think they would drop two towers like that, just say, oh, we can go to war to Afghanistan now and take the poppies. I mean, nah, you know. And if you look at the buildings too, that airplane fuel, they were full of fuel. They just took off. So that air fuel raised so hot that it melted the integrity of the main building rises that the floors are anchored to. Then once that got weak, like everyone thinks a building would do that, but it doesn't, because the center of those floors got weak, and what happens is that bop, 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 bop you can hear is a pancake of the air rushing out of each level as it's coming down on itself. And you've got to think, as it comes like a xylophone, as each floor comes down on itself, it's getting heavier and heavier, and it's like a runaway dominoes effect. And it goes bop, 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 until it hits, you know, until it does, you know, spears out, or it hits somewhere where it's not as weak anymore, and then that's why you're left with all those big ribs that was sticking up out of the ground. Is it normal for a plane to level a whole? Of course it isn't. No, it's not. But they were fucking Boeing 747s with full jet fuel. Yeah, I think there's any conspiracy. But I mean, if you guys think that, then that's fine. You know, I've got mates, I've got people in my family, like my mum's husband or boyfriend, says I'm a dickhead. You know, you're a fucking idiot signing up for all that shit. It's all fucking America doing this to themselves so they can go and steal the poppy field and the oil. And I'm like, okay, then explain the fucking plane in the field that was going to hit the White House, and then why would they do an extra? We'll just send it really home by flying a plane into the Pentagon. Doesn't make any sense to me. But I have nothing against anybody that thinks it was a conspiracy or it was America doing it to themselves. I have no dramas with anyone doing that. You're quite right. I don't think it was, and I went and fought evil because of it. But I mean, each to their own. I mean, and I appreciate your opinion. No worries, it's no biggie. But it's a good one to talk about. You know, it gets me a little bit upset because 3,000 people died that day. You know, and there was a couple of hundred Australians in the Twin Towers. You know, and the soldiers that died at the Pentagon too. You know, it doesn't make sense that you'd fly a 747 into the Pentagon and kill some of your best generals. It's crazy. They're probably in Australia doing the same thing. What do you mean, probably in Australia? I like gonna fly a plane into like the Opera House or some shit like that. Maybe. But what we got to stop doing is letting Raptor and the New South Wales police take control over anything to do with fucking terrorism, or like the Lint Cafe. If you let us deal with that, that would have been over with. You know, the sniper had a headshot on that guy for hours, but the police didn't want to, you know, make a bad decision. It's like, you know, so that sniper has his authority as a sniper taken away from him when he had the authority to shoot that guy, you know. But they were like, hold, and to the point where they ran him with flashbangs, and then they ended up killing one person with their own crossfire. And that guy got to shoot the manager of the cafe with his shotgun. He only had a double barrel shotgun, so he could only fire two, and then he's got to reload, you know. If that was us, it would have been done. As soon as we had a headshot, he would have been dead. Straight in there. Or we would have just come in on him at every entrance. Every entrance we would have flooded it and just fucking pinned him. And maybe he might have got a shot off. Maybe. But this shit where he's had them all, remember holding them up, the ISIS flags against the fucking just us. The Australian weakness to train here and stay quiet until something like 911. Yep, I see. It is. It saddens me to see the young men now of Australia like, I don't know. No, I don't believe it's a conspiracy theory. I just think it's a little strange. R.I.P. Yeah, fair enough, Jordan. No, it's definitely weird. Like the things with Bin Laden being in the country. You know, the fact that the buildings fell differently. You know, there's all these experts that say this is how a building should fall or what have you. But I always just thought the Pentagon got me, and all those brave souls that fought those terrorists in the air, and it landed in that field in Pennsylvania on the way to the White House. See, that sticks out for me. It's hard to explain. Okay, they did that to the Wall Street Journal. It's enough to go anywhere in the world, invade any country. But why would you fly it into your Pentagon? Yeah, but there's definitely a little strange. Like I said, my mum's dad gives it to me. You're a fucking idiot for going to war for those fucking dumb cunts. You fell for it. Rah, rah. I'm like, oh, well, that's what you think. I think why I'm fighting these guys in Afghan and Iraq, they're not coming to Sydney and doing it to Sydney, are they? Yeah. So, but you never know. It could be. I mean, like I said, when I got to Iraq and I seen the CIA out in the oil fields, I was like, what? And then in Afghan, I see the CIA out North Afghan where the poppy fields are. I'm like, okay, maybe they're just seeing an opportunity and they're just moving in, or like you said, they dropped the Twin Towers so they could take the oil out of Iraq and the fucking poppy fields out of Afghan. But there could be way better ways to invade than just dropping shit in their own nest like that. I mean, you got the videos of Bin Laden being proud of his work, you know, and sending that message out to his fighters saying, you know, given them these guys are the martyrs, you know, they're just the biggest of jihads. They flew a plane into the infidel. You know, to them that's going to God. That made them martyrs. That's right, yeah. But I've got no dramas with people that think it was, you know, all government and conspiracies. I've got no dramas with that at all. Everyone's entitled to their own thing. I just still think if we fight them over there, then they're not coming here. Like I tell my mum, you know, just stay away from Sydney trains, and if there's anything big going on down at Circular Quay or the Opera House, try and stay away, because that's a perfect place for one of these lone wolves, these guys that you think are waiting for their, you know, their time to serve Allah. That's where it's going to happen. They're not going to, you know, they're not going to just walk into a shopping centre. They're going to try and get, I'm putting my head on here as a suicide bomber or someone that's setting someone up. You're trying to get maximum casualties and maximum effect, and you're trying to break, you know, not their welfare, but you're trying to break into their psychological, like, nowhere's safe now. You know what I mean? He hasn't even got a gun. He just walked in with a puff jacket and then blew, like at the Ariana concert in London. The shit was crazy. So I think it'd be something like a state of origin. You know, can you imagine all the people at the, you know, Lane Park or what they call Suncorp Stadium in Brisbane waiting at the front where the Wally Lewis statue is, and someone just walks into the middle of them and goes, bang. Fuck. And who do you blame? People want answers, you know. But, you know, people are like, we shouldn't be in Afghanistan, it's not our war, we shouldn't be over in Iraq. Well, you've got to understand how terrorism works. But I think the reason why we haven't had lone wolves in Australia is because it's too good. Life's too good. Or like a massive sporting event. Yeah, that's right, mate, yeah. Like, I always be worried about the Anzac Day, was it Collingwood and Essendon? Because it's the Anzac Day, it's a patriotic day for our soldiers and for, you know, for our people from remembrance. And then Collingwood versus the Bombers, that's a big game that they play in the MCG. They get a full stadium sometimes, 80,000 people. I mean, I'd definitely target that because it's a 2-for-1. A big sporting event, and fuck your Anzac Day, motherfucker. You remember Anzac Day is for Gallipoli. 15th of April is when these guys, by English officers, told to climb out of their pits and run Turkish guns, killing them all. And each Australian did it. The next guy got up. I asked myself as a soldier, you just watched all those guys die and now we're going up. but you're looking to the dude to the right and left, and not one of them's wavering because we got to go. So you do it out of pure mateship, you know. And it took 3 before finally they fucking got the British soldier and said, shut the fuck up, not one more Australian soldiers going over those lines. You know, and they come up with a young soldier who came up with the withdrawal method of getting the 303s and putting water timers on these guns to keep popping off over a week. So the Turkish soldiers thought the Australians were still there while they withdrew down onto the ships and got out of there. Even the Turks said that they thought the Australians there for 3 weeks after they left. That's how well they're, you know, they did the 303s, set up on all these different type of water timers to fire these rounds, so it will constantly look like somebody was there. Just that in itself is an amazing thing that I reckon Australians should know. The tenacity of Australians. And the fact that they're on a cliff, too. They're living on a cliff. You know, and you go back to, I've actually got photos that's pretty bad though. You know, the Sphinx and the Great Pyramids in Cairo, Egypt. And you have the Sphinx. I've got photos of Australian soldiers firing at the face of the Sphinx over 303s. Yeah. You know, the stories of the Anzacs. But the Western Front, guys, the Somme World War I, the Somme mud, when they're in France in the wintertime, and guys are drowning in the mud in the pits, literally drowning in mud, to the point where they'd get a blanket, they'd stand it on top of the soft mud, but throughout the 12 hours, they'd sink all the way to the chest was deep in mud again, and pull a blanket out and keep drying that. I'm pretty sure I saw on the Aussie News last week or something that they stopped a major terrorist attack. They didn't report much though. Yeah, I think ASIO's going to say that from time to time so they look good. You know, we've been doing this in the background, we've stopped 7, you know. I don't know how true they are. Sometimes they do that, like the FBI say shit like that to make themselves look good to the public that they're doing, and they are really protecting them, to give the public that saving grace and faith in their organisation. Because, I mean, how dumb would you be to get on your phone and say, like, hey, Davros, yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to put explosives in this backpack, we're going to wait till this church goes, you know, or this football game, you know, you're not going to do it over phones or internet because it can be exploited easily. If I could tell my cousin, the rebel, when he's talking to his mates on these phones, it's like, they're all exploitable. I said, I don't know why you guys leave all your electronics in the house and drive out to the bush, 2 or 3 hours into the west, to the bush, have a camp for a week and sort out all your agenda out there face to face without talking like this because they're scared everybody's fucking listening and you've got to have a conversation like this everywhere they go. Have you been to Wollongong and seen Hill 60 or Fort Drummond that was turned into a mushroom farm? No, I haven't, mate. I'm not familiar with that at all, Jordan. Have you seen Wollongong? Seen Hills? No, I'm not familiar. So I've never spent any time in Sydney at all. I've done time in Melbourne, Brisbane, Perth, Townsville, Wagga Wagga, Puckapunyal. But yeah, I've never really spent time in Sydney, so I don't know much about it. Even though my mum lives there. Seen Hills, that sounds awesome though. Seen Hill 60 or Fort Drummond that was turned into a mushroom farm. You mean like mushrooms that people have with their salads, or are you talking about mushroom psychedelics? These are really cool questions that you're asking me, man. Yeah, so I always agree with, I always think we should still be occupying Afghan and those places where the extremism lives, because now they're going to find a way to come to us. But while we're fighting in there, it's too hard for them to think about external things because we're crushing them. We killed so many Taliban, so many fighters, that they were recruiting them from Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, because we killed, mate, the Manx and the Australians and the Brits. We killed, like, just Australians one day had 110 KIA just in one day. And if you know Ben Roberts-Smith, who the fucking news is shitting at the moment, our most decorated soldier. Oh, salad mushrooms, yep. The little white ones that you buy, they're nice. But, yeah, Ben Roberts-Smith, he's our most decorated soldier. I know him personally. I've sparred with him. He's done boxing with that guy and stuff. He's a fucking champion. He was the best, one of my best mates, and I met him in Afghanistan when he was over there just before he got his Victoria Cross. The Victoria Cross is the highest level medal you can get for bravery. Usually the Victoria's Cross is given to you posthumously, usually dead when you get given the Victoria Cross. And there's 4 Victoria Cross winners alive in Australia right now. Keith Payne from Vietnam, Ben Robert Smith, Mark Donaldson, and then the corporal from 6RAR. His name escapes me. But they've all got VCs from this war, except for Keith Payne. He got his in Vietnam, taken on the VC by himself. And then Robert Smith has the second highest level medal for bravery, called the Medal of Gallantry. So he's got the VC and the Medal of Gallantry. And with the VC, there was 4 guys got dropped into an apple orchard, a fruit orchard. They thought it was clear and they were going to walk 5Ks into this town, but this Taliban leader that they wanted, this one guy, had 110 bodyguards hiding in this orchard. And these 4 dudes, SAS dudes, Kingsley Baker, one of my best mates, and RS, dropped into this orchard straight into the middle of an ambush, mate. And they got behind this little 4-foot, 5-foot brick wall that was crumbling. They got 100 dudes hitting them with heavy rounds, machine guns, RPKs. And this wall's crumbling. They're going to die. So they're outgunned, and they've got to go up. So they've got the high ground too, so they're outgunned, they're outmatched. RS goes to the boys, sees on the flip side. He's meant to die, so he runs at the first gun pit, slings his weapon and just sprints at the first gun pit, jumps over the wall and does a roundhouse and hits this gunner and breaks his bottom jaw off. At the same time as he's landing, he unslings his M4 and puts 2 rounds in the machine gunner and 2 rounds in the guy that he just shot. Now he's running up the edge, and all of them are turned at him, and he's just firing every round, killing people. Now that the guns are turned on him, the 3 that were stuck behind the wall started throwing grenades and were doing an assault up the guts of the orchard. And then they met up the top, and all 110 fighters were killed, mate, and the RS killed probably 70 or 80 on his own. Like I seen him kick the fucking jaw off one dude. Was the bloke on the news a while ago? What was he accused of? I can't. Mate, he's accused of war crimes, bro. They're saying that he kicked an innocent. He kicked an Afghani that had his arms tied behind his back, innocent, off a 100-foot cliff, mate, and killed him. Now look, I know that's true, okay, but hey, Catherine, holy shit, hey, but they don't know that this guy that he killed, that looks innocent now, had killed coalition members, 3 American soldiers 4 weeks earlier, and he dug IEDs that ended up detonating and killing a couple of dudes in their Humvees. So you tell me, is he innocent? He's not innocent today. 4 weeks ago he killed 3 soldiers, and then 3 weeks before that he was digging in IEDs. To me, that's fucking see you later, you know. But the press and the public don't see it like that, you know. And the worst part is the guy that gave him up is a medic. You know, the medic couldn't deal with it. But, you know, I think it's horrible, mate. I think all the special forces guys, there are some ones there that, like, if you see one on YouTube where they, do I shoot this guy or what? And he's an innocent guy and they shoot him. It looks like he's innocent, but again, he'd been caught weeks earlier fighting, and they're just deciding there on the ground whether to shoot him or not. Because this is how bad it was. If they fire at us, we can fire at them. But if they run around the corner, drop their gun and pick up a hoe and pretend they're gardening, there's nothing we can do even though we know it's them. We can arrest them for 72 hours max, but we can't interrogate them. And when we put them in jail cells that we built, they get 3 squares with their Quran and a warm bed. So let's give them a good deal. That's fucked. Those people making decisions have no fucking idea. I always said the most dangerous men in the war zone, mate, are not the people in the war zone. It's the suits behind the desks in Canberra and Pentagon calling the shots. But I've seen how far the extremism is down to kids, you know. So if you really want democracy in the Middle East and democracy throughout Persia, Pakistan, Afghan and all the stans, you'd have to kill everybody over the age of 4 and then bring up those 1, 2, 3-year-olds and any kids after them up in a democracy, you know, brought up like how we were brought up. Jay Green. Oh, hello to the realist couple walking. Hey, Jay Green. appreciate what you wrote to me the other day, man. That really fucking hit my heart, heavy. Thanks, mate. Love the content. Cheers, brother. I haven't even scratched the surface yet. I'm thinking I've told a lot of stories that might turn young fellas away from all the shit I've been saying, so I've got to try and tell the stories of all the good times, you know? Sitting in an office directing a war, what the fuck? Yeah, bro. Yep. I remember when we first got into the Victory Palace in Saddam's palace, we had this video teleconferencing twice a day, and we'd have the Chief of Defence Force and the Prime Minister. And I was in a room with the Prime Minister, was addressing the Chief of Defence Force. And they were telling us how we should live and how we should look and how we should act whilst we're in a war zone. Like, we don't know how to do it, we're not professionals. You know, watching them try to micromanage like that, you know. Politicians, they're good at directing wars from an office. You know, like, it's perfect when you look at Hillary Clinton when she was supposedly the person that got Bin Laden. You know, she's done it from a room inside the White House, you know, and ordering these guys, because they thought that house that Bin Laden was in was going to be set up with explosives, so that when any type of special forces group come in, that they'd just level the house with him in it, you know, like win-win. Or at the very least, inside the house would be guards with suicide vests. So when SEAL Team 6 took that job, they thought it was a suicide mission, they're not coming back. We're going to land and the house is going to get leveled, you know. But evidently they weren't. It wasn't. Bit of an echo, okay. My crappy phone. Where are you from, Jay Green? Are you in Australia? I showed my missus those things you wrote, man. Fuck. That's what I do it for. Exactly that. Because of where my hand was. Yeah, mate, I was just, because I can go live now, and I've been trying to work out how to go live. And I've got a new microphone, so I thought I'd just fuck around a bit earlier. I was at 3 hours, 42 minutes I've been going for. And then a couple of guys came in and started asking me questions, like Dancer was asking me questions about whistleblowers, and she was asking me what my thoughts were on, you know, why we were in Iraq and why we were in Afghan, and yeah, it's really good. But yeah, you know, it's like when I was a recruit instructor, it was so rewarding going back and just telling these guys, you know, what you signed up for is, I hope you understand that you're signing up for, because when I got back from Iraq, I had a hippie in the valley spit on my uniform, mate, and call me a baby killer. And I was like, I just wanted to fucking destroy this cunt, bro. But then I'm like, nah, man, I went and fought in a war for his freedoms, even if it's disgusting, the freedom for him to do that. I know it sounds fucked up, but I was trying to stand on the moral high ground going, you know, bro, I fought for the freedom for you to be able to stand in the street and spit on people like this, bro, you know what I mean? Like, you know, when someone says hate speech, I mean, that's the problem with free speech. It includes hate speech, unfortunately. Otherwise, it's truly not free speech. That, you know, you're dying for that person. Like, you can't call for violence, so you can't say, just say black people. You can say, I hate all black people. That's hate speech, right? But you can't say, I hate all black people. This black person lives on this street, let's go kill him. That's call for violence, and that's where freedom of speech or free speech stops. But, you know, you've got to, you know, as a soldier, I've thought about all this stuff. You know, what do they say? They said if you eat at your dinner table silently, no, what do they say? They say if you eat today, thank a trucker. If you eat at your table with your family, you know, with no dramas, thank a soldier. I'm doing it really bad, but some shit like that. But I was just so proud to wear my flag, Australian flag here. And I'm ready to go to war for our country, you know, I'm ready to die for my family. But like I said, the biggest sacrifice is my missus, the one that's left home, not knowing what's going on over there. Hearing people dying and getting ripped to pieces. Like I said, you guys only heard about the soldiers we sent home that were killed. How many of you guys heard on the news about guys that got sent home because they got their arm blown off? Or they stood on an ID and lost their left leg. Well, like I said, that soldier, after 9 months, it was his last day, and he got an ID to the face, lost both of his eyes, sight. You know, like you didn't hear about all the guys that we're sending home every week that were injured, maimed and fucked up. No, like I took a corporal over in 2010 and I'm doing something and one of my soldiers comes down and goes, Goody, fucking told he won't fucking leave the room, man. He's petrified. And I'm like, what? So I ran up there and he's like shaking and he's like, well, I'm going to die, 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 I can't be here, I need to be home. And I slapped him, I'm like, boom, bro, snap out of it, cunt. You're not going to die, you're a corporal, you need to leave these dudes, let's go. And he's like, nah, dude, he goes, I'm going to die, we're going to all die here. So I had to send him home the next day, you know. He was only there a week, you know, so he just couldn't get past the rocket, you know, past everything that was happening, man. Whereas, to me, I looked at it this way, like, I've always been training to be on the footy team, right? Like the Cowboys team. I've been training and training to play one game. But we never get the game. We just train for that game. But then the war came, finally I get to go and play my game. Everything I've been training and focused, every hardship I went through, I get to go and test my mettle with my mates. We all talk a big game back here when we're training, because it's what we call a one-way range. There's no rounds coming back at us. So when you go over there, some guys do, and there's nothing against them. Just because you're scared and you need to leave, I'm not going to call you less of a man. You can't help that. People say with the initial response of natural response of flight or fight, and there's another one called freeze. I've seen men freeze too. I can't understand how anyone can put hate on a soldier. Just fucking weirdos. No, some people hate us, bro. That's right. 3 or more genders. You know, I think there's only 2 genders, male and female, but there's a million different personalities. I think these people have a personality that's different, but their gender is male or female. You know, brother, what you and Mel have done is a definition of what every young Aussie boy that has the mongrel, that desire in them, should look to strive for. I agree when I see Pato and I see, you know, out of the guy called Spanion, Let's Hooge, Ilche. When I see guys like this, I'm thinking these guys would have been great soldiers. When I'm hanging out with my cousin's rebel mates, there's a couple of them there that show me the qualities of what have been really good soldiers. You know what I mean? Like, you imagine Pato could have made a special operations team just from his dedication to fitness, you know, and the fact that his mind is like Buddhism, you know, he's got that positive energy. Imagine if you put all that to good, fighting for his country rather than trying to be the baddest motherfucker in jail or in a gang, you know, to have other gangs look at him and be fearful. Davros 100% Jay. I used to play against Woodside Army Rugby League in South Australia. There were some big boys. South Australia, I was born in Whyalla, Aussie. I was born in Whyalla. I was. Just about an hour south of Port Augusta. So I'm a crow eater, mate. My mum's side of the family were in Adelaide. Yeah, well, I think so, Jay. I mean, the beauty of being in a section or in the army like that is when you come home, when you go out and they piss together, you are just this formidable group, you know what I mean? That I suppose guys that are joining gangs are looking for. You know, what are they looking for? They're usually looking for some sort of direction. A young man, I'm thinking if I'm 18, I didn't have a really good father or a role model in my life, and I want to join a gang like my cousin did, it's because you're looking to belong to something, you know. And yeah, I live in Adelaide Hills, right? I'm a crow eater, brother. Adelaide, the city of churches. What was I going to say? Yeah, I'm a Whyalla boy. Do you know Catherine? You know Whyalla? Yep, I was born there. And then I pretty much, because I'm an army brat. See, my dad did 27 years. He was a spook. So he was what they call a bear or a electronic warfare operator. So he uses every medium of communications to exploit the enemy, being data cables, whether it be satellite communications, radio communications being VHF, UHF, HF, and then every other means of communications, mobile phones, he'd exploit them. Oh shit, I've been watching the start of the live whilst commenting live on the live. Yeah, because was a good dancer came in and I was asking me, sorry, I've mentioned anything. So if you mentioned anything, no, it's all good, bro. Yes, the only team we were scared of on the basketball court was Wales, rather tough punch. My stepdad is a current serving EW. Oh, really? Electronic warfare. Aussie, I heard it called Why Bother? Bro, it's got a sign there when you get into Wales down the beach and it says where the desert meets the sea. I always said it's like where all the shit flows out of Australia through Wales. You know, I've still got cousins there. I go and visit, man. It's just people, you know, the shipyards, the shipbuilders. So if you're in the steel industry, you know, you're brought up in Wales. He's trying to get redeployed, but having some challenges with PTSD diagnosis. Oh, wow. Okay. It's pretty crazy if you got PTSD and then you want to go back into I deployed into another war zone operation, and that's asking for trouble. That's like when my psychiatrist said, you know, are you prepared to go to war again? And I was like, no, I can't. You know, my daughter's running away from home, needs me. They want you to speak up, but when they do, they can't do their job. Not that I know the answer. It's a hard way to stand your position from. That's right, mate. And the reason why a lot of soldiers kill themselves and why there's a lot of homeless vets out there is because of their pride, mate. Like me, I suffered with it. But I can see my pride was taking down my family, so I had to do something about it. But I'm going to guess, Catherine, I reckon you're from Sydney. But, yeah, you know, the guys, they start to suffer. They separate themselves slowly and think I'm not good enough, so they discharge themselves out of the army and they think, you know, I'll get another job, life will be sweet. But instead of getting that other job, they're depressed now because they miss what they did. But what they did hurt them. But they're not brave enough. They don't look like a bitch in front of their other mates and say, hey, there's something wrong with me. So they self-medicate with alcohol, usually is what I did, and maybe some other drugs if they get access to that. And then they finally get the guts up, or they know a mate of theirs that's done it and gone into DVA and got like a pension. So now they go to DVA, but then DVA hassles them and goes, you need to prove that it was the deployments in the Australian Army that gave you your mental illness. But now that you're out and you've had it, it's hard to prove that, even though it's not because you've got a service record. But DVA, that's what I mean. They need to put ex-soldiers in the DVA positions, not a civilian that's done an economic degree, because they don't understand the pride part of it or what a soldier's going through. You know, it's hard to walk up to a doctor and say, hey, I'm fucked in the head. Every time I smell, this happens. You know, like one time when I was walking across the bridge between the Treasury Casino and South Bank in Brisbane, I had an anxiety attack on that bridge, mate. I just froze and I couldn't let go of the bridge. It was like nothing I've ever experienced. Yeah, bro, 1000% true what you're saying. I've had a few ex-serving blokes come through who have either med discharged or med kicked out, and they long for us to be back with their team, bro. I miss it every day. Ask my missus. That's why talking about these experiences gets me emotional some days, because I'm reliving it. I miss it every day. I'm in Mildura on a border near Wentworth, big Aboriginal town, from a few from Wales here. Full-fledged arguments with other store managers as they wanted to terminate the army bloke who's missing his shifts or he's late. And they're like, they wouldn't do this in the army. I mean, so I would say you're defending the soldiers that they've employed because they're missing. It's like they served our countries, built their blood for us, and you're Jay, mate, you're a hero. That's exactly. No, exactly, mate, because and then when one of these guys sees you do that or feels that, he'll be loyal to you now, and then you probably find that he will make the effort now because you've said something on his behalf. I know I would. Did you play against Whaler from Mildura? None of them get terminated in my region, bro. I'll tell the store managers, pull their heads in, yeah. Fucking, you're a champion, mate. I mean, there are some soldiers that discharge that are grubs, you know, you're going to get that anywhere, but most of the guys that, see, this is how I see it. With PTSD or with anxiety or depression is the fact that you can't see it. When you've got a broken arm or a broken leg, people can see the broken leg. You know in your head, okay, I've got a broken leg. Everyone can see my broken leg. You can still be tough, right, and be yourself because it's not affect you mentally and everyone can see the break. And you know in your head, 8 weeks, I should be walking again. Really, is he a pussy or what? And that's why, because we thought that as guys, why it's so hard for us to come out and say something about it, because I know there's a bunch of guys thinking the same thing and you don't want to be that guy, right? I was just lucky that my boss said that I was lying about my daughter, and that made me snap because I was in a bad place, and I jumped over his desk and throttled him, and I ended up in a psych ward. You know, then the medical discharged me from there. There's a couple up on the sunny coast, they still reach out to me this day, very loyal. Yes, awesome, bro. You treat them with respect and love, mate, then that's we are. Like, there's one thing about servicemen that have made it through and deployed and stuff is that we're loyal. I'm loyal to my country, you know, I don't even know the citizens, and I'd die for every single citizen. Every single citizen. That's what my job was, that's what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to be like the Anzacs. I wanted to be like the guys in the Battle of Long Tan. You know, I wanted to fight for their freedom, for the South Vietnamese freedom, you know, I wanted to fight. I just want to fight for Australia, you know, because I love my country so much, and I love the fact that the world that we have, and it needs to be protected, and sometimes you've got to take the fight to them. I'm so grateful for you telling us all your stories. Cheers, Catherine. My grandpa never said a word about the war ever. Well, I didn't tell anyone until I did this fucking channel. Like, I don't know if you guys heard earlier, my mum and my sister were messaging me yesterday going, holy shit, we didn't know you did any of this. Today you made me cry, laugh, you know, sad, you know. And then my sister says, this is going to make you laugh. My sister goes, it's like I know someone famous on YouTube. And she subbed to me and she goes, I just can't wait for more content. I need more content now, brother, you know. And I'm like, oh man, I haven't even scratched the surface yet. I haven't even got into my deployments, really. And there's still heaps of stuff I want to talk about becoming up as a soldier. The stuff that I did as a recruit instructor. I knocked a recruit's tooth out of his mouth one night. I hit him. One young bloke got med discharged for his ACL being deemed inoperable at 26 right before he was sent to be deployed. Had to watch his team. Oh mate, that's the worst. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, that's horrible. I've had a soldier in a similar position. Oh, all you can do is get that ACL fixed and hopefully he gets another crack. As soon as I said thank you for your service to start the conversation off, he broke down, shows just how close to the surface these guys are. And from the day I had a chat to him, he was never late. Exactly what I said, bro. I just know that if you treated me like that and sat me down and said, you know, you're worthless, you're a veteran, you know, can we help you any way, shape or form, and just show him that dignity and that decency for him to feel like he has an ally now? Dude, he's going to treat that ally with loyalty. You're going to say to him, jump, and he'll go, how high? And see, because I just know that I'm a vet and we're all the same, you know what I mean? Men, women, we're all the same sort of thinkers, you know? I leave the store, he started being late again, and the store manager complaining on bro. I'm like, bro, it's so frustrating. This bloke is all to the person, not the position. You earn your respect. That's it, man. It doesn't take much. And you remember too, this soldier's gone through so much shit, so some guy getting, oh, you're 20 minutes late, we're going to sack you. He's like, couldn't give a fuck, get the fuck out of here, you know what I mean? This job is not even important to me. But it's someone that just takes the time to ask what he's been through or what he's doing. Just that caring, just that one, like you did when you wrote those things to me. I showed my wife, I'm like, look what Jay wrote, this is why I did it. You know, when you said that, I hugged my daughter a little bit more. You know, knowing there's guys over there fight, mate, Awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's all I want. I don't want no recognition. I don't want anything. This is another fight we have over there. I'd always ask my soldiers if you weren't getting paid so much, because I'm getting paid like 13, 14 grand a fortnight when you go to war, right? But you could die any minute. And we get all these medals, right? And I asked my soldiers, if you weren't getting paid this or getting these medals, would you still deploy into a war zone? And it sucks to hear half of it, mate, because a lot of guys, half of them would say, no, if I wasn't getting this money, no fucking way I'd be here. I wasn't getting these medals. See, with me, if I just get my normal pay that I was getting back in Brisbane and I went to war and there was no medals or no danger pay, I'd still be there, no matter what. It's not about the money or the medals for me. It's hard for me to wear medals when you compare them against Vietnam veterans and fucking World War II and World War I vets. It's hard. I think medals are a joke. We don't even need them. And then it separates you, when you're in uniform, it separates you from the guys that have been to war, that haven't been to war. It sucks, man. And it's not the fault of the guys that signed up and never got to go to war. They just were unlucky. You know, they still had the same head as me. They would have gone. They just didn't get the opportunity, bro. Soldiers are smart, contrary to what may think. They won't follow idiots. They follow those that I respect. They follow those. Yeah, that's right, mate. That's right. That's one thing when you join this army, is that there's a certain, obviously, IQ. It's a certain type of dude, very similar across the bunch, that want to join. You know, that's why we all like, and it's so good too, because you've got to play sports in the army. It's like school. Remember when you used to finish it early on Wednesdays and go in the Wednesday afternoon and play all your school sports against other schools? It's like that in the army. It's Thursdays. Like the port, touch footy, rugby league, AFL, tennis, golf, 10-pin bowling, triathlon training, whatever you want. Yeah, this is Aussie. Yeah, I didn't think you would be in the same comp, Catherine. I wonder if they didn't have anyone to care for, how many would still fight if we were to be invaded. Younger boys would be amongst the first to defend. I'd put money on it. Oh, yeah, bro, right now. I said that right now. There's a post on my community, you'll see it. It says, you shouldn't be worried about me becoming a threat, your threat. You should worry about you becoming my threat. And it ends off with that we're in every street, we're in every fucking city, we're just waiting. I said to my wife, I'll never leave her again. That's it, me and Mel will be together forever, wherever we go together. Never leave her again. But if the Chinese or whoever end up on the beaches of Australia, I'm going to be the first one there fighting, man. First one. First one. I wonder if they didn't have anyone to care for, how many would still fight if we were to... Yep. Every single one of the guys I know, even the ones that are fucked up really bad, PTSD, that struggle every day, would fight, mate. Fuck the money and agree with the medals, mate. Yeah, fuck the money, Aussie. I wasn't doing it for money. It was it's just good knowing my missus was covered. Because there's one stage where I didn't have a car. We just moved to Brisbane and I had to go straight away the next day to war. And so Mel was stuck with 2 kids in a brand new house in Brisbane and didn't know anyone or anything. But I knew the fact that she was getting so much money that she could get your cab or do what she needed to do, you know, while I was away. There has been good conversations tonight on here. You need to go live more often, bro. I really enjoyed this one. Oh, cheers, Jordan. Well, I'll just muck it around with my phone. But, yeah. I mean, pick my brain, whatever you want. Ask me whatever you want. The hardest part is just coming to terms that you're not Superman, you know, and that there is trauma there. My brother was an avionics technician. I've sat in their fighter jets before. You've got to be a genius to operate them, yeah. Pilots, like, yeah. If I had my time again, it'd be cool to be an Apache pilot. They get like, that's why I got all respect for Prince Harry out of the royal family. He did 2 tours of Afghan as an Apache pilot, man, and he got a lot of kills up, mate, hovering over the front line there, man, putting himself in danger. And the Taliban knew that he was in country too, that he was a high price. Because the Taliban are smart. They know who's coming in and out and what units we're from and stuff. It's pretty crazy. Can agree with you having enough for your family. can agree with me. What? Sorry, can agree with you having enough for your family. Oh yeah, right with the money. That's right. But still, it wouldn't have mattered if I didn't get that money and I was worried. I would have just got my mum to come up and hang out with Mel for a few weeks to sort it out. You know what I mean? But it got to a point when I was in Iraq. I rang Mel one day and she was crying, saying that her sister, her boyfriend, was fucking bashing and was taking all her shit and selling it, and he was gonna come to her sister's place, being my wife, and start on her. And Mel said she's worried about this guy, and I'm in Iraq. And I said to my boss, "You need to fly me home right now." And he goes, "What the fuck?" So they said, right. My boss said, "Just leave it with me." And then 10 minutes later, they said, "The RSM back home, the regimental sergeant major wants to talk to you, Chris." Or Goody, they call me. So I rang, and she said, "We've got a Unimog with 10 guys going around to your missus' sister's place now. They're going to grab this cunt, they're going to pull him to the side, they're going to take all the furniture out, they're going to come and drive it to your place, they're going to bring your sister to your wife's place, and then we're going to run a 24-hour picket for the next 2 weeks at your house." They did that for me while I was in Iraq, my mates and my training command. Amazing, you know? Like, you know, it just speaks volumes, you know. I'll always, you know, I love the army, I love everything I did. I was lucky I could go all around the world. Not many people get to go to war and usually go once, but I went 3 fucking times at different ranks, you know. And I was classed as an Australian asset too, so I did a lot of fucking helicopter jobs. If they paid you, or like if they paid your missus and gave you nothing, you could accept it. You can't invade Australia. You either abolish them or become them. To invade implies victory, but the average Australian will fight with nothing more than his hands, if that is all he shall have. That's a game. Yeah, man. I hope so. I hope the younger guys, this Generation Z, that are, you know, starting to say there's different genders and, you know, like, you know, ashamed of being white, and that we, you know, we owe the First Nations people this, that, and the other. I'm worried about these guys. Will they have the mental fortitude to be able to do it? I don't know. I mean, I've seen guys that are trained, you know, 6 years to go to war, and then, like I said, I had one guy that couldn't even last a week. I had to send him home because he thought he was going to die, man. You know? It's pretty hard. The quote was said by one of the high-ranking Japanese after World War II. Right. Right, Jay. Fucking oath. You know, and when I was fighting in the Dakota Trail up Papua New Guinea with the Fuzzy Wuzzies, with the locals, they were our reservists. So even more hats off to those guys. They were part-time. They were just part-time as reservists. Their main body was over in Europe, fighting the good fight. I like the one from Rommel, one of Hitler's German, one of Hitler's senior generals. He said if he wanted to take hell, he'd use a division of Australian infantry to take hell, and then he'd use a division of New Zealand Maoris to keep it. And he said if he wanted to conquer the world as a military, he would use 3 divisions of Australian infantry. He reckons he could conquer the world. That quote said, yep, they thought they had come up against everything the Aussies had to throw at them. What's your thoughts on the people who died from the alleged wildfires that happened in Hawaii? Some say it was DEW used. It was completely levelled. Bricks were melted to cabinet. No cadavers found. Very strange. What's your thoughts on the people who died from the alleged wildfires? But it was mostly chocos and next to not even a quarter in numbers. That's right, Jay. You know, when you're a soldier and you've got to, you know, when you're going over the war, you meet these type of, you know, stories that are out there. You know, you can't be a weak-looking dude, because there's stories of Long Tan and Korea, the Battle of Kapyong, and then, you know, what we did in World War II, and then what we did in World War One. You know, we got a high, you know. Oh, who said that quote, bro? My mum, also serving member, told me that once. I can't remember who said it though. What did Jordan say again? Yeah, I don't know about that, man. It's pretty strange how Oprah was buying land out there and none of those people's. I don't know what to think about that. The direct energy weapon, right? Okay, talking Australian troops into hell. Taking. It was Rommel. It was Rommel. Probably one of the best generals that ever fought in war ever. I mean, they still teach at him, I think at the School of Armoured, they still teach his teachings of how to use battle formations with tanks and armoured vehicles, mate, because he revolutionised it, you know, and took out the whole English and American tanks, mate, with the way he took on. Yeah, and took on, you know, how he fought. And he was impressed with the Australians. He couldn't believe the tenacity, the aggression, the way they joked in the middle of, like I said, they'd be raining artillery and they're trying to run through the artillery round so they can get to the first pits, and they're saying shit like, last one there's a rotten egg, oh, fuck you. If you get there last, you're buying the beers in Cairo on Saturday. You know, and running in like that and saying poems from, you know, from literature back from Australian literature and, you know, doing everything because of the guy to the right and to the left. And they did it with smiles on their face because they weren't scared. Like I said, when you're doing it for the dude to your left or your right, it's not about you, so it's easy to do hard things because I'm thinking about him. I'm not thinking about my own ass. I'm not thinking about, oh, I'm going to die. I'm thinking about, I can't let him die. I can't let... You didn't even know you could do because it's not about you and your falls, you know? Direct energy weapons. So what are you talking about? Lasers, Jordan? Like from satellites? I'm not too sure about DEWs, but I could see how they'd be beneficial in a war zone, no? But taking out the Hawaii there, why do you reckon they would have just done it in Hawaii? Why wouldn't they have done it somewhere different? Yeah, Rommel. Yeah, I mean, Rommel even was known when the Australians were assaulting on the German front line, he would be off to the flank with a camera taking photos of the Australian soldiers because he was in awe on the way they treat the battlefield. I mean, even when the boys were dying in the mud in World War One in the Western Front, they would do stuff like one of the guy's hands, they cut it off, one of the Aussies' hands, and they put it into the side of the ditch they were living in, and they used that as an ashtray. The American Civil War was very strange, how fast things were progressing with technology, the first Gatling gun, the first ironclad ships, the first submarines, etc. Very interesting. It is, man, it is. I mean, fighting with muskets and that, you know, every shot you got to pack the gunpowder, put the ball down, and it's no rifling, so the ball, you know, the round's floating like this, if you understand how rounds work and how rifling works, and you know, the fact that we have rifling, when you have the rounds come out spinning, it keeps them more accurate and keeps them on a plain sail because they're screwing through the earth. But yeah, I mean, the machine gun, the Gatling gun's no different to machine guns now. They just have a high rate of fire. You know, I mean, they've got that CRAM that's on that Israel used and the ships used to take down incoming missiles, and those things do 10,000 rounds a second or 10,000 rounds a minute. You know, it's insane, those fucking things. Yeah, I worked on the CRAM in Afghan, but they never worked. I had bombs dropping on me, mate, before they even worked. Or the bombs would finish and then the fucking CRAM would fire up and shoot at nothing. Like I was telling to the boys earlier, I was in a position in Afghanistan with my team and we were being rocketed by 107mm rocket. It was 12 o'clock at night. And they're walking their fire up and we're dead. There was nowhere for us to go. Me and my boys were holding, crying. It's hard to say this, you know, we thought that was it, we're dead. Nothing we can do, copping it sweet, we can't even fight back because these things are getting fired from 7 k's away. So I had a sat phone, so I decided to ring Mel in the middle of it and tell her I love her so much and that, you know, I'm thinking of her and the kids and I did all this for you guys and that I love her while she's here and all this shit go down around me, you know. And then that stopped. About 10 metres from our position, the last rocket stopped and I was like, fuck, and then we didn't hear any more get fired and then kissed by the fucking... Oh, it's hard. Yeah, we'll kiss, mate. That was a hard one. Like, and I've seen tough men in the middle of a first firefight freeze, and like back home they're solid as fuck, tough as nails, and they just freeze, and there's nothing you can do in that moment of fight or flight. They do overcome it, but when I need them to be there for me or the bloke next to them, they're frozen behind, you know, and they're frozen in that thought of, fuck, I'm gonna die, you know. Because it does, it's scary, it freaks you out, you know. Freaks you out. I mean, when it comes to civil wars, that's why I'm so proud of the Eureka Stockade and multiculturalism. You know, if you look at the Eureka Stockade, that should have turned into a civil war because the government was coming out to give the miners $10 mining fees, even if you weren't finding gold, which was way back then for when was the Eureka Stockade, 1870s or 1880s? It was after the American Civil War, I think, so 80s. But you know, the government came out and all the miners came out, and there could have been a fucking war started from that. But they didn't. The miners decided, because they were full of people from the Civil War, from the French Revolution, you know, from China, from all these other places, and said this isn't the answer. We need to do this, you know, protest peacefully. So the miners walked into Melbourne and, you know, protested peacefully, and that was the way, you know, our Civil War should have gone. Yeah, bro, you guys are like, no one will understand the challenges and battles you've not only fought but overcome just to exist in the army in the battle zones as long as you did. But, you know, you train well, though. Our training is second to none. Like an infantry soldier can drive a vehicle, he can fire any weapon he comes across. He's excellent in navigation, whether it be GPS or a protractor, like old school map, protractor and compass. They're cross-trained on all the weapons. They're just really well trained. Whereas an American infantry soldier, if you're a gunner, that's it. You carry that gun and all you know is gun firing for the rest of your career. You're a gunner. You know, I mean, one time I went past these guys in Iraq and I'm like, what are you waiting here for? You know, you're sitting ducks, bro. These guys up in that building up there got binoculars are watching you. And they said they're waiting for the tyre changing team to come because they've got 4 flats and they need a team to come out of Victory Palace to do the tyre changing because they're not trained in that. Whereas as an infantry soldier, trained in how to drive it, maintain it, fix it, change wheels, everything, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, as I said, my family sleeps safe at night because of men like you and kept enemies abroad. The women like Mel stayed with you so you could do it. Nothing but respect and thank you, bro. You know what, having a missus like I was lucky enough, Mel, to support me and never give me hassles at all. Like, I'm like, right, we're going to Perth the next 2 years, drag the kids out of school. Then from Perth, I'm going to Wagga Wagga now because I want to fucking train recruits, take the kids out of school. She never fucking once had a go at me, and she'd never whinged or bitched or said it was hard or anything. And I was watching other guys getting dramas from their wives going, oh, you're going bush for 3 weeks, hey, oh, you'd have to deal with the fucking kids, lucky you piece of shit. And then them, you know, having a hard time every time they get an email, the missus abusing them or saying, that's it, you're fucked when you get home, I'm leaving you. I've seen soldiers struggle with that stuff, man, and Mel was nothing but support for me, you know, made me the man I am. I think one of you guys said it before, behind each really successful good dude is a even more successful woman, you know. Like I said, I knew my family was safe and the army would look after mum. God, she doesn't know where I'm in. So when she lays her head down at night time and the kids go, how's dad going? She's thinking, fuck, I hope he's okay. What, you know, he's still got this many months to go. What's going on over there? But at the end of the day, it's the guys that never came back, man, that are the real heroes. The guys that paid the ultimate price over there. They're my heroes, you know. I say I'm not a hero, but I was lucky enough and had the honour enough to serve alongside a couple. Are you good at tracking blue collar vet? Is expert with it. He did a short video on tracking using all the technical medical terms they use when speaking about tracking. Are you talking, okay, tracking? So you're talking tracking on a target to call in indirect fire support, like a jet or an artillery, or are you talking about tracking as in you're tracking the enemy and you're in a section and you're being silent and you're watching for the way that the foliage is snapped, or like I used to get my guys do. If there was, ants going across the bush in a line, I'd step on those ants and we'd sit there and time how long it would take for them to make that line again. So if I'm chasing somebody up and I can see the state of the ants, I can give me an idea of how far in front they are of me. Tracking the enemy, okay. Yeah, well, the guys that taught us tracking was actually one of the best. He was taught by the Aboriginal elders up in Darwin how to track, and then he brought that back to us, and then we learned. Because with infantry soldiers, not too much about tracking. For us, we're given a big parcel of land. Say it's fucking 12 kilometres by 12 kilometres square, right? What our job is to clear every single metre of that land. So we're not necessarily tracking anybody, because I've got to go over every single bit. So I'm just going in a sort of a formatted plan of how I can clear this piece of dirt. And then if I see something that's obvious, like the best part with armies that are not real good on their disciplines, they'll leave like bits of rubbish behind, and you can tell the morale or how disciplined an army enemy is by what they leave behind when they've been occupying a position. So for that reason we leave nothing. Cigarette butts, paper, everything. Even when we dig a holes, we cover it all back up like nobody had even been there. So when the enemy come, they go, holy fuck, these guys were tight. They didn't leave, they've been here 2 weeks and there's not one bit of rubbish or anything, because that matters. Yeah, so, I've been taught how to track, but like I said, nothing crazy. But, we used to do that stuff. We'd walk through foliage and break the foliage, and then we'd, sit there with cameras and write down, at 20 minutes it's this colour, at 2 days it's like this, the different grasses. We'd do it in sand, and then we'd see what happens when it's windy, how long it takes for your tracks to be filled over with sand on a windy day, on a non-windy day. All that type of stuff, man, was just part of being an infantry soldier. And what pisses me off when you see militaries around the world and they're doing their obstacle courses, or they're training together on some sort of course and they're not wearing their gear. They're clean skin, just in the uniform and a hat. See, that to me is pointless training. Because when you do it on the day, you're going to be doing it with a rifle, your webbing, everything. So Australians, when we're doing anything hard, like obstacle courses, we do it with everything we have on when we in our battle gear. Like I watched the Marines, when they got their packs on, they would drop their packs at a certain point and start fighting. But sometimes the fight can go for 3 or 4 Ks, and now you're telling me you got to backtrack now and get all your lose that ground to go and find your packs that's got everything in it, your house, pretty much, your sleeping bag, everything. No, Australians, we'd fight with our packs on, with 35 kilos on our back, and learn how to do that and get comfortable with it, because that's, it's an infantryman's house. It's got your sleeping bag, your spare clothes, clothes, dry cams, socks, undies, and whatever food and water and ammunition. All the shit you need to survive as a soldier, it should be near you. You don't want to separate from that. But it's hard to fight with your pack and your webbing. It's fucking horrible, but we always used to say, you fight hard, train hard, fight easy. Are you good at tracking? Blue Collar Vet is an expert. So I'm not an expert by no means, but if you ran off through some fixed foliage in front of me, like 10 minutes, I'd be able to track just from the way the foliage is, the movement of certain things that I've picked up over the years. But yeah, I'm no, oh my God, look at that. There's this guy, he's walking this way and he's got, he's got a bung hip because he's got a heavy right foot, by the way, it's digging in deeper on the right-hand side, all that craziness. I'm nothing like that. I know enough to be dangerous. As they say, I know enough to be dangerous. But yeah, I miss it every day. I miss it every fucking day, man. Especially I was a sergeant too, so I had my own teams, I had my men. And from all the shit I'd gone through, because in the end I ended up going into signals, and I ended up becoming, I ended up looking after the whole Middle East area of operations, the whole network, from drones to the SOTG HF VHF radios to the little walkie-talkies that the Taliban used to use, any way of type of communication equipment. from the ocean all the way to the top of Kabul, all the way into Iraq, all the way down to Oman. I run that network. So I used to run every single drone they had in the war zone. I had a feed of that camera. Right? So I'll tell you this one thing that was really funny if you're listening. Okay, I'm watching this one guy. I'm in the SOTG task room. I've got this fucking massive plasma TV. It's like a $10,000 TV, right? And we've got this. Have you guys ever heard of the C-130 Spectre gunship? Look it up. It's fucking insane. It's a Hercules, and one side of the plane's cut open, and it has a 155 artillery piece coming out the side of the plane, a 105 artillery piece, and a 40mm automatic grenade launcher. And this thing sort of circles on it like this at about 15,000 feet over an enemy target, and they all just rain hell from that ship. It's called the Spectre gunship, right? Blue Collar Vet is live now with an open panel about stolen valor. Come over and tap in if you want. What do you mean tap in? What does that mean? Tap in. Stolen valor. Fuck stolen valor. I can't believe people do that shit. But yeah. And you can tell straight away, all I've got to do is go, mate, give me your Reggie number. Or your PMK's number right now. Like they've burnt into your head. Like my Reggie number's 1810095. And my PMK's 8224282. You know? And your recruit instructor is what they say, I used to say, I'm like your first fuck. You're never going to forget me as your recruit instructor. Like I went through in 95. I still remember my recruit instructor, Corporal Gavin Jones. You know, like if they can't know their Reggie number and they don't know who their recruit instructor was, then it's on. If they're wearing a uniform. Plus you can tell anyway because they don't know where to put the shit. Their medals are wrong and all that shit. Yeah, but I was watching this C-130, right? And there's this guy that had a bunch of AK-47s and it was about 10 o'clock at night and you shouldn't be moving around with any weapons, right? So they decided to call fire onto this guy. And he's probably about 1 kilometre out from the start of his village, but there was these big trees, almond trees, all the way every like 50, 100 metres. Have you got another device so you can still stay live with your channel and watch Blue Blues? Yeah, I do actually. I'll get it in a sec. Yeah, I will, Jordan. I'll get my iPad thing. I like his name too, Blue Collar Vet. That's pretty cool. What was I saying? Oh, anyway, so this guy, our guys just went and got some grilled pork and sticky rice. As soon as that hits my guts, I'm passing out. Got a big day tomorrow. Got to be the village by 10. Righto, Davros. Thanks, mate, for just coming and chilling and support my shit, bro. I know one day you said you're going to knock on my door and be here. I welcome it. I welcome it. Like I said, I've got 5 acres, mate. Anyone can come and camp here if they want. I don't give a fuck. I've got 5 acres that I own myself. I don't know the bank or nothing. It's mine. Well, mine and my wife's. Mel's. It's ours. Yeah, Davros, take care, bro. Anyway, I want to tell you this. This C-130, right? They said, right, let's bomb this motherfucker with the 155 artillery piece. So they landed. This guy dives down behind this tree, right? And the dust, this artillery round lands. Dust settles. This guy gets up and runs. Yeah, this guy gets up and starts running, right? And they're like, holy fuck, how did that not kill him? He runs, and just as he gets to this other tree, 2 rounds from the Spectre gunship from 14,000 feet. Boom, boom. Right at the base of this tree, right? And we're waiting to see on the FLIR forward-looking infrared the heat signature of when somebody's been shot or blown up. You can see their blood. It glows around the ground, right? You can see the blood growing around the ground. You can sort of make out legs and stuff. So I'm waiting for this big patch of this fluorescent colour to come up. The dust settled. This motherfucker starts running again. And everyone's like, oh my lord. So they start hitting him with 40 mils as he's running. He dives down to the next tree and they hit him with 2 155 artillery shells. Like, this guy's got to be dead. He gets up, he staggers and he starts running again. And you're like, how is this guy not killed from the shrapnel? At least the percussion from the explosive. Anyway, so he runs to the next tree, they do it again. Well, like he's dead. This time he gets up, leaves the AK-47s and he's sprinting, and there's one more tree left before the entrance of the village, and we don't want to shoot into the entrance of the village. We don't want to get any, any innocents. So they hit him with everything that it has, bang. This motherfucker dives, gets up, runs, and he runs into the fucking front street of the entrance of this village. And in the end, we're just like, let him go, like he must be bleeding out of every orifice in his body because he just got shrapnel so hard. But I remember that guy running from tree to tree, man. It was insane. It was fucking insane. Yeah, so, one night when we got rocketed, I saw the top of the Australian accommodation and TK get blown to pieces. I thought there was going to be dead Australians everywhere, and my guys were working down there, and one of them, the rocket went like 5 metres above his head. He fell off this fucking ladder, and somehow I heard cut his balls and smashed his head on the ladder. And I remember driving around, my rockets have fallen, and I've got the Dutch people going, fucking get into a bunker. There's rockets. I'm like, fuck you, cunt. And he's telling me, that man driving that vehicle, you need to stop now and get in a bunker. And I'm like, nah, my soldiers are down here, cunt. I'm not stopping for no one. I thought they were dead, mate. I had to get down there, Bring back some memories. But yeah, the the boat one where I was in Saddam's Lake, that was a pretty cool one. I found a photo of the boat too. I'm gonna put that up. See you, Davros. You're a ledge, mate. Wow. So many stories. And like the stories about the golden orb spiders I walk through. Like you just forget about that stuff. And I forgot to tell you too, because most of that patrol, I wasn't just walking through the webs. I was bent over, really, really hard, bent over, like trying to patrol, looking up, trying to get that that silhouette against the moonlight, so I could sort of see where the less webs were. It was a crazy night. Yeah, the School of Inventory. Yeah, but yeah, that stuff with the Ben Roberts-Smiths, the war hero, that they're trying to get him for war crimes. Don't believe any of it. He's a fucking hero, mate, that guy. And when he got his Medal of Gallantry, he was in a sniper pair, and his best mate he was with got killed. And he had to run 7 Ks with his mate on his shoulder being chased by the Taliban to a rendezvous point where the helicopter was going to be. But he had sniper rifles, he didn't have a proper assault rifle, so he had like weird magazines of 5 rounds, and they were bolt action. And so every 300 metres, he's dropping his mate. Yeah, brother. Yeah, Aussie. Thanks for coming, man. Thanks for just being here and listening. Yeah, so he's dropping his mate every 300 metres to get a firing position, so we could fire at the first 2 or 3 Taliban hunters that were hunting him. Then he'd grab his mate, throw him on his shoulder, and keep running, mate. And he did that for 7 kilometres, and he got back. He ended up killing all 16 of the Taliban fighters that were chasing him. And he made it to the top of this hill, this what we called Location 46, where the Black Hawk came down and picked him up. That's what he did for his Medal of Gallantry. You know what I mean? And you want to give this guy war crimes? Because he kicked an innocent man off a cliff that wasn't innocent, that had known, anyone that's been Afghan known that he'd killed other soldiers, because his hands are tied behind his back now, and he's frustrated that he keeps seeing the same people after they kill coalition, after releasing them all the time because we're wetbacks. He thought, fuck it, I'm going to just kick this cunt off and sparta him. Now, it's not very professional, obviously, but he's not an innocent man he killed. I fucking hate that reporter, and I hate every Australian that supported that bullshit. Ben Roberts-Smith is out there saving our brothers and sacrificing his life. Mate, Ben Roberts-Smith is, we've referred to him as a universal soldier. I mean, he was, you could just see a Spartan, the 300 Spartan helmet fits on that cunt's head, he would have been a Spartan. He's in awe of what he did, mate. He came over, I think he did 9 deployments in Afghanistan Robert Smith. We call him RS is his nickname, RS. Jay, I know him personally, mate. His best mate and my best mate I met at Kapuka, and then Jed, one of my best mates I met at Kapuka as an RI, he was telling me about this dude in the SAS. He used to serve with in 3 RAR, and he was the best man at his wedding. And then we all deployed to Afghanistan in 2010, and then I'm there again with my mate that I was a recruit instructor, my best mate Jed, and then RS was there as the SOTG group, and he came down, and we hung out for a bit. I sparred him a few times, boxing. I ended up finding out his team leader is one of my best mates. That when I was in 1 RAR, in the jungle and that, he was my pit man. So I'd spent nearly a whole year just living in the ground with this guy who was now the deck commander of RS. You know, so I got to speak to that guy. That guy was, you know, he's like, fucking every Australian male should be fucking here fighting these cunts so that our fucking missus and kids can fucking grow up safely. Fuck these motherfuckers. You know, he's like, come and do the Carter course, Chris, blah, blah, blah. Robert Smith is out there, isn't it? Bro, you can comment on it because you've been there professionally in the combat zone. You should be only spoken if you have been in the combat zone. Yeah, mate, that's 100 right there, Jay. That's 100. I totally agree. And he's a good man. To see him be ridiculed by Channel 9, you know, that's why I really like Channel 7, is because the guy that owns Channel 7, he was paying for RS. He employed him, gave him money, and also he was paying for his lawyer fees against Channel 9 fucking saying all that shit they said. If you have not been to war, they should not be allowed to speak on it. Yep. I mean, I respect there's 1 or 2 reporters. I don't, because I haven't, but I respect those who have. Channel 9 are putrid. They are putrid. I can't deal with it. You know, I can't deal with Channel 9. Just the fact that the shit they were saying about him. I mentioned you over there. Blue Collar Bet is an open panel. There's 2 people in the panel right now speaking. Stolen Pelly's on duty said he has a Purple Heart. Hang on a second, bro. Let me get this other device up here. Is it on YouTube, Jordan? This guy? Hang on a sec, guys. Let me just... I can't stand fucking Stolen Valor. I didn't even know it was a thing until, like, last year. I'm like, what do you mean? People dress up in uniform and pretend to be soldiers, what? Why the fuck would they want to do that? Jay, thanks, mate. I wish most people thought like that. You know? There probably were some war crimes I'm not too sure about, but RS is a dead set hero. Blue Collar Vet. I'll just search. What is it? Blue Collar Vet. Oh yeah, that footy one watching, so latest from the Blue Collar, okay.
Chat. And
Yeah, okay.
Appreciate your service, man.
Yeah, so I wanted to
real quick.
What are they generally talking about, Jordo? We do, brother, trust me. It's just mainstream media are so good at making the average Joe think otherwise. But when you're down at the local pubs in the streets, we all respect you. Yeah, bro. I really enjoy Anzac Day, man. I really enjoy Anzac Day. I mean, not for me. I just like it for what it stood for before I even joined the army. You know what I mean? When you think of the word Anzac, you think of mateship. You think of loyalty. You think of family. You think of tough, strong, tenacity. You know, dedication, patriotism. You know, that's what all flows through me on Anzac Day when I think, you know, and I'm always myself trying to find a Vietnam veteran or a Korea veteran that I can go and talk to. But I love it when the young fellas come and ask me, you know, like, I've got my medals there, come and ask me if you want to know, I don't give a fuck. You know, there was a time when we never used to speak about our deployments, but it's better to talk about it. Every time I talk about it, it makes it a little bit better. Are you in the comment section, Jordan, on Blue Collar Vet?
But I enjoy watching it, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I totally get you. I don't have a YouTube channel, I'm not a YouTuber either. I just jump on Blue Collar channel, talk military shit.
Yeah, so
10 years in the army.
I really like Anzac Day. I've just done a cenotaph, you know, where you go and meet on Anzac morning for the gunfire breakfast, if you've ever done that, and dawn service. They want me to do a speech because I'm one of the veterans in this area, but it's so hard for me to talk about Anzac.
Deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan, and I'm an 88 Mike. But yeah, I don't get it on the fucking drama, dude. God, thanks for man. My brother, I appreciate your prayers too. So you're cool now that we have the party that we did the scars. Yeah. Because when you so this is the shit that was going on.
Yeah, but I had everything. Like, I even had a soldier with this major, which is a pretty high officer, with a piece of 4B2, and he's about to flog this cunt in Afghan A. I had to deal with that. One time we were in Kandahar, and we had all these rounds and all these weaponry stuff in this ute. One of my diggers didn't tie it down properly and ran the roundabout in Kandahar when we were leaving. It just spilt everywhere across the whole road, and it just shut Kandahar down. 50,000 soldiers in Kandahar. It's like it's a capital city. It's like crazy. It's like you're not even in war there. Like I said, there's people trying to sell you Harleys and Mustangs, and you know, you can get good coffee and KFC.
So you should have a DD-214 for that time, and then you should have an ND-33 when you got out of the gun.
Correct. Your DD-214. So here's another thing. I didn't graduate high school in Arizona. I went to this thing called the Patriot Academy. I dropped out of high school. The National Guard was offering this Patriot Academy thing in Indiana.
What do you do, Jay, if you're still there, mate? What do you do? But you know, I'm lucky that now I get a pension, so I mean, I own my house, we own our house, we own our land outright, and we've got no debt at all, not even $1. Don't own credit cards. And the army and the DVA pay me a pension, so I don't have to deal with work, you know.
But if I was to pull your record from MDRT, I would get a DD-214 that said you went to basic and AIT.
Correct.
And then you went as a guard after.
Right.
And that's all I said. Right. So if somebody said that they were in the guard, that's the only thing that I'd be able to get on the DD-214. See, I ran his information through MDRT. The only thing that I didn't have a definite on was his time of service. He said 2012 to 2015, so that's the time that I put in there, and it came up no records found with him.
Thanks so much, guys, for just listening and asking me questions and picking my brain. Like Dancer said, she said she had a great time picking my brain. She actually asked me some pretty crazy questions, actually, that I appreciate. She wants me to maybe debate the guy that wants Palestine to win over Israel. But that's cool. For the first thing is I'll always come to a conversation or whatever the case is, whatever we're talking about, with the mind that I could be wrong too, you know. You got to be that way. Not that I'm always right.
Right. I gotta hop off real quick. I got kids. My wife works tonight. I gotta get my son's playing with the fucking hose while I'm not here with him. But, I appreciate you coming on, man. Yeah, no problem. I'll be in chat. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you soon. Absolutely. Yeah, man. Alright, later. That's pretty cool, man. He's a national fan. He's here. He's right here. Right here.
A fucking National Guard guy, dude. Who would have thought that the National Guard dude would come up and tell us that you have to get a GD14 for fucking the only bit of service.
Alright guys and gals, I might leave it at that and just have a look at this blue collar vet. I just realised, what is the time? 2 o'clock. Fuck. Feel all wide getting up talking to you guys, and that's been exciting. It's been awesome. I really appreciate you guys being here. Well, Jordan reckons I should do more live, so maybe I'll up until just recently was store manager of 270 team members. Wow. I've recently resigned from retail to permanently follow my dream and currently on Reese Drowden's program for direct entry. What? What's that, Jay? Resigned from the retail permanently to follow my dream and currently on the Reese Drowden's program for direct entry. Thanks, Jay. I really appreciate it, mate. Reese Dowden. Why is that familiar? What is that? Reese Dowden?
Hey, real quick, shout out to Just Us. Apparently he's a Aussie soldier, or former Aussie soldier.
Oh, they're calling me out on the blue collar vet right now.
That was in Iraq and Afghanistan. If you want, brother, you're more than welcome to come up here, dude. That would be awesome, man. That'd be pretty cool to have somebody from Australia that served come up here, man.
How do I, what do you mean come up?
If you're comfortable with it.
How do,
That'd be pretty cool, man.
alright.
I would love to pick your brain.
Reese, thank you so much. Direct entry into your world, brother. I don't want to say because everyone said it. No, I'll follow your lives for sure. Oh, cheers, guys. Fuck. We're just talking. But if you Google him or his program, you'll see why my goals are. As long as I get to serve, I'll be humbled. Okay, so I'm thinking, dry. Is that direct entry to 4RER? 4RERJ? It wouldn't be direct entry into SASR. But I've heard of the direct entry programs. Alright, are you still there, Jordan? How do I...
All the time, saying, hey, we got this job, that's personal security.
How do I like do what he asked me to do?
When I was in Kuwait, when Sergeant Major had to go down to Kuwait City for the meetings or whatever they did, I got to drive him down there and be his personal security detail for that. It's really nice business that we do nothing. But you're doing personal security.
Yeah, I'm going over to the blue collar vet. They just called me out. They want to talk to me about some shit, so... But if you Google him, his program... Yeah, we'll for you, Jay, man. I'll be thinking of you, bro. Much encouragement. Got any questions when it comes to training or anything like that, just ask me, man. Yeah, I'm going over to Blue Collar Vet Aussie. I'm going to go over there and give it a crack. Alright, guys. Thanks so much. Thanks, Jay. I'll put some more videos up tomorrow and I'll just keep it going. I really appreciate your support and your help. It's been really good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the support. You're the best. Have a good evening, good morning. Okay, I'm going on there now. Alright, see you guys.